Yes, northern Spain, temperatures in the mid-60s. It's a perfect day to launch this third big race of the season for the Tour men. And I'll tell you what, it's going to be a highly competitive one. Hello again, everybody. Welcome back. Here's the old team again. I'm Phil Liggett, joined by Paul Sherwen and by Bob Roll. We're all looking very much forward now to this final big race of the season. Stage race, that is. Paul, take us through the race.
Well, it's the shortest of all the three Grand Tours and certainly going to be a very interesting route, starting with a team time trial around Gijón and then moving down the Bay of Biscay towards Santander and then turning inland for the first time to the famous cycling town of Burgos. A short transfer down to Soria and down to then Zaragoza for, of course, a very interesting first individual time trial before the race then heads up towards the Pyrenees, a mountaintop finish at Courtrai and then, of course, at the Pla de Beret before the riders then head into Andorra. A very typical first 10 days of racing before the riders get down to the Mediterranean. A long transfer down to the southern part of the Iberic Peninsula as we go down to Albacete, where on stage 13 the riders have their second individual time trial. They then head inland for a succession of two very difficult mountaintop finishes. I think the most difficult of all will be the summit of Sierra Nevada. Riding away from Granada on stage 17, where they head back up towards the north and Cordoba, and then the Tour of Spain finishes for the last few days right around Madrid, but a very difficult uphill mountaintop time trial on stage 20.
Yes, that's something of an innovation. Thanks, Paul. 21 stages, 2 rest days, making a total of 23 days, 22 teams, a total of 198 riders. We reckon 8 of these stages will suit the sprinters, 9 are for the mountain boys, 2 individual time trials and a mountain time trial. And if you want to see all the mountains, there they are: 11 first category, 5 outside category and 5 second category climbs. Well, we can now go to the action on today's stage. It's the team time trial. As the Once team now come to the final kilometre of the team time trial, the opening day of the Vuelta Espana. A massive crowd here in this coastal town of Gijón, and it's going to be the best time, and it should be the winning time as they now make the way down. Just look at this crowd, Paul. This is a marvellous finish, the team. There's the time to beat. The first team off 32.25, Ibernesto, and now Once are going to absolutely annihilate that time.
I think the important thing here is not the speed of these guys, but the fact that they've all worked very well together. They've lost 2 men out on the course. The time they have to beat, there is the time of Ibernesto.com, 32.25. But these guys have gone faster than anybody else, and you can see González de Galdeano there at the moment in 3rd place, trying to move himself up into first. They want him to be the first yellow jersey of this year's Vuelta a España.
Well, if he does, he'll do what Joseba Boloki did last year and take the race lead for Once on day one, as there's no doubt the first man from this squad to cross the line is going to be the first golden jersey of the Giro d'Italia. But this doesn't look to me like Galdeano who's going to take it, or is he going to move over? Because there they are, they moved over for him. Once have produced a magic time, almost a 32-minute flat ride at 32.01. Here comes the big sprint up to the line now, but don't overdo it too much because the rest are right there. Looks like George Hincapie is steering them through at the front. There's the time, 32.01, as the riders now, having made a big effort to come off the back of the group. The 5th rider, this is George now, the 5th man is where the clock will stop, and it's going to be in 2nd place for Postal. They look as though they may have closed the gap. They were 16 seconds down. They're a little bit closer than that, but it hasn't been quite good enough, the recovery. As they come up, they lose by just 10 seconds, so they pull back 6, but they finish in 2nd place. But 10 seconds is absolutely nothing as they go out on the highway tomorrow. Well, 9 of them on the podium. 2 of them, of course, weren't with the team when they crossed the line. Pradera and Jörg Jatska both dropped and lost over 4 minutes to the second team on the board. But nonetheless, they share in the honours here, and it's Igor González de Galdeano, all smiles on the far right, who will pull on the leader's jersey. It's all worked out for them, Paul.
It certainly has. This team has spent an awful lot of time and money over the last few years just especially preparing for this kind of discipline, and at the end of the day it just goes to show that it pays off. They're putting their man Igor González de Galdeano into the lead just as they did last year with Joseba Boloki, but there's an awful long way, Phil, before this bike race gets back up to Madrid.
Bob, we'll be surprised, I think, to hear that Ivan Caranta of Saeco, who was dropped early on, has abandoned the Tour already. I can't remember that happening for many years. And in the Relax When Labrada team, by the way, 3 riders who crashed, and we never saw it on television, Santiago Blanco, Jose Maestre, Nico Burgos, apparently finished, but have all gone to hospital and may not start tomorrow.
Well, Ivan Quaranta has totally lost the plot of international cycling. He's not a climber, he's a field sprinter, but to be put out of the race just after the first time it pointed up, absolute disaster for Saeco and Ivan Quaranta.
All right, well, as we see the Once boys saluting what is quite a large crowd here in Gijón, we can have a look at how the results has worked out today. The first 2 are the same as 1 year ago. Kelme, who finished 3rd last year, dropped to 4th. Benesto, who finished 7th last year, really improved up to 3rd. And the Quick-Step De Vietemont team from Belgium, losing just 48 seconds. And remember that Frank Vandenbroek, we never know quite what he's going to do when he comes to a bike race, has really got himself in a good mental frame of mind for this year's event. And I think we can expect to see something of him, perhaps when the racing gets out on the highways tomorrow. Well, this man will collect all of the leaders' jerseys. It usually happens on the opening day, especially in a team time trial. This is the one that he will wear tomorrow, of course. It's the golden jersey as the first leader of this year's Vuelta Espana. Last year, it was his teammate, Joseba Belocchi, who pulled it on after winning the team time trial. They almost made a mistake, I felt, because he just about managed the first place crossing of the line when his front man did slow down.
I think he misjudged it just a little bit. It was an awful long way from that final bend in the road towards the finishing line, and I think he felt he had the power to lead out for the last 500 metres. Rather a strange mistake, Bob, but that I think indicates that maybe he's not quite yet at the top of his form in this 3-week bike race.
Well, he did an absolutely fabulous effort out there on the roads. He led the team through a lot of the time checks. He was doing a good job, and he's been well rewarded here with the first golden jersey of the bike race.
And welcome back to the second day of coverage of the Tour of Spain. The riders going 148 kilometres a day from Gijón to Cangas de Onís. Well, let's have a look at the route that they are facing now. As I say, it's not a flat one. We say goodbye to the coast, albeit only briefly, and race inland today, and that's where the hills are waiting for the riders. And I can tell you they're already showing signs of cracking under the strain out on the course today. It's a 148 kilometre stage. Let's have a look at the hills. Here they are. We climb Madeira, Fire and Mirador. Mirador is a first category climb, and the last time we finished in Cangas, Enrique Chima was the winner then, and that was 25 years ago, back in 1978. Let's get to the action then, because as I say, things are happening. 2 riders are out of the Tour already. Not finishing the team time trial is Ivan Quaranta, and not starting the road race today, Mario Cipollini.
Well, they're just getting themselves organised here. You can see almost, or feel almost, the urgency in the pedalling action of these riders. Perez on the front there looks very strong indeed, as you can see at the back there in second position. I think Carlos Sastre taking a few risks to try and get himself a little bit of shelter from the wind. This will be 3 kilometres to go right now. The clock will start again, and if it's still 35 seconds, well, these 2 riders don't have all that much to worry about, because there's nobody really got the pressure on the front end of the main field to bring it all back together.
And then it's up to Bob Roll to keep an eye on who finishes best of the Once boys to tell me who the next leader of the team is.
Absolutely. I think that they'll let Igor Gonzalez Galeano go ahead of his teammates to keep the jersey. We thought that Angel Vicioso, who looked to be still in the front group with about 5 Ks of climbing to go, might get the jersey, but then all hell broke loose in the peloton. The gap came down a little bit there. They lost 3 seconds, but I think they're going to have enough cushion all the way to the finish. De Galdeano's keeping the jersey. Luis Perez is winning the stage. Carlos Sastre is getting some time on GC. That's my prediction.
All right, well, we've got the 2 leaders, and Sastre's looking for the stage win. He's had 1 stage win in the Tour de France this year, stage number 13. Striking a little bit earlier in the Tour of Spain, stage number 2 today. And it's been a tough opening road race stage for the riders in the Tour. Some big surprises out on the highway. A lot of riders found lacking here on the hills of the Asturias. Remember, in the wettest area of Spain here, the race entirely through the Asturias today. But the rain thankfully has kept off, but the countryside certainly looks a bit green.
2 kilometers to go right now, and just quickly to refresh ourselves of what the finish is like. In fact, with about 500 meters to go, there's a very difficult right-hand bend, followed by another corner with 250 meters to go into the finishing line. And fortunately today, it is not going to be a bunch sprint, because if it had been, I think it would have been a rather tricky run in towards the finish. There's the group now coming up to 2 kilometers to go, and still they're holding on to that half a minute advantage, the two leaders, so it should go to either of them. And neither of them great winners. It's always very difficult when you're in a two-man situation after a long effort like that to see just exactly who is going to get themselves the win.
5 seconds in 2 kilometers, that's not enough to bring back the two leaders, but it is keeping the race lead firmly in the Hussey camp, and that's all Hussey are doing now. They've turned off the chase. They feel as though they've got this race basically under control, although these two riders of course are coming into play on the days that lie ahead. And Sastre is a good mountain climber, we know that. So too is Perez, not quite at the level as perhaps as Sastre, but riders who could challenge over the next couple of days for that leader's golden jersey. Out of the hunt today by a long way, Levi Leipheimer certainly, and others we will look for. We believe Gonzalez is behind as well. He was chasing down the mountain, dropped on the climb at 1 kilometer to go to the finish.
Well, 1 kilometer to go. They'll be looking for a left-hand bend in a short while, followed by a right-hander, and now's the moment when they're starting to think about how they're going to handle the sprint. You can see in second position here, Carlos Sastre is not a powerful bike rider, and just looking at the body there, Bob, on Luis Perez, he looks a much more powerful rider, a lot bigger thighs, a lot stronger, but it's all a question of tactics when it comes down to a sprint like this. It's difficult because these two men have been putting a lot of effort into the success of the breakaway for the last 15 kilometers.
Yes, absolutely. Sastre on the front now, just trying to keep the tempo up so he gets as much time as possible. Luis Perez has taken the second position there. He'll watch Sastre, who'll be able to gauge his effort. Here is the last corner with just a few hundred meters to go.
So Sastre has the lead now, and Perez is in a perfect position here. Now Sastre has had a good win this year in the Tour de France. He finished 6th in the Tour de Romandie, but he always wanted to win. He's opening up the sprint now. Now Perez, I think, with a look over his shoulder, has conceded here. Or is he going to kick again? Because if he can get the win, this will be without doubt his finest win as well. He's not going to go for it. Oh, yes he is. Here he comes, and on the line, oh, not quite the wrong line, sorry, as now Perez is going to take the stage win. It will be his second win of the year. He won a stage of the Tour de Navarra. It's his second win ever in the Vuelta Espana. I'm not surprised he's all smiles at 29 years of age. And boy, did they close that gap down on the run-in as well, as Scarponi, I think it is, who comes up on the left there, and Heras is just in there, the points leader. And in fact, we're going to have that'll be Joaquim Rodriguez in that points jersey, Bob, who will be the new leader of the Tour.
Well, we'll have to see what the point situation is. We won't know till they give the jersey out, but that's a very strange situation. Maybe he wasn't totally familiar with how the situation was going to go. It might be the first three riders. Luis Perez, however, doing a great little sprint there. No problem at all getting the better of Carlos Sastre in the sprint. He looked to be the stronger, and Sastre, though, gained some time on the field. Let's see exactly what the time gap is. It was about 20-25 seconds by the finish.
He certainly put in a strong burst up to the line here. I think these two riders, the most important thing for them was to pull back as much time as possible. But this man, Luis Perez, had the power when it came up to the acceleration for him to get that win.
Now let's have a look at the stage results. Perez getting the victory ahead of Carlos Sastre in the sprint. Alejandro Valverde of Kelme getting home in third place. Martin Perdeguero of Domina Vacandi, happy to be in the Tour, no doubt, taking fourth. And Joaquim Rodriguez significantly there in fifth place, first of the Hussey riders, and that should be enough to give him the golden jersey. David Echeverria de Vuelta hang on and finish in sixth after his breakaway. Sinkovic, Igor Astalor of Seiko, Dario Frigo there, and Gorka Gonzalez completing the top 10 overall, all at 15 seconds. Aitor Gonzalez, we understand, however, didn't get back to that group, has lost time today. Here is the new leader of the Tour. It stays, of course, with Hussey. They could have paired 1 from 7 riders, equal on time at the start of the day. But in fact, this man was the best placed of the team. He crossed the line in 5th place, so Joaquim Rodriguez now leads this race both on points and more significantly on the golden jersey competition. And as we look out across the northern coastline here of Spain, the rain has found the race again today, raining since the off this morning. but hopefully it'll be a little bit drier by the time the riders get to Santander. Let's have a look very briefly where we go. It's a 96-mile stage today, 154 kilometers, coming away from the hills of the Asturias as we now head in towards Santander. 35th time we'll have finished at this port on the northern coast of Spain. After the 17th kilometre today, we lost one rider from the Seiko team. There's the situation. We've got 194 left of the 198 who started out on Saturday. Gavazzi is the last rider to abandon, or the first rider of the day for Seiko. And moments ago we also lost David Plaza from Team Bianchi. We've had pictures of him, in fact, sitting in the team car holding his face. He has a very, very severe toothache, and although he struggled into finish yesterday and was in last position, he's gone today as the pain has continued.
Well, there you can see there's a big lead out now by the US Postal Service. There is Erik Zabel there in about 7th position, right on the wheel of Alessandro Petacchi. Acceleration now coming from Bianchi, but it's complete chaos. Team men are looking round there to see where their leaders are for the moment, because everybody wants to make sure as they come into the final 3 kilometers right now that their team leaders are not going to get caught out by a split towards the end.
Well, if Team Bianchi coming up, I would suspect that is for Fabrizio Guidi. He's always ridden well in this race in the past. But now it looks like Euskaltel is giving it one last go here. They don't have any great sprinters, but they're going to try and do something.
Pull back there by Sergei Ivanov in 2nd position in the white jersey of Fassa Bortolo. He's working for his team leader right now, Alessandro Petacchi. It's still all very much together. Everybody is grappling for position, trying to stay at the front end. They don't want to put their noses into the wind too early. And in fact, the Euskaltel Euskadi rider is still holding an advantage of 3 or 4 bike lengths, but he's going to get swept up pretty soon.
Oh, just look how wet that road is now. This is Juan Fuentes of Seiko now, has got to the front over Sergei Ivanov, but they've got that train together and they've organised it better than I would have suspected. It looked to me as though Petacchi was backing out of this about 4 kilometres ago, but he's got the train up there now at 2 kilometres to the finish, 2,000 metres. Alessandro Petacchi is now putting himself in a position to win a stage of his 3rd Grand Tour of the year. Only 2 other riders in the world have ever done that, and not since 1958. He has a real chance, but bet your life Erik Zabel will know that, and I'm sure he's locked on his wheel.
He's absolutely locked on the wheel of Alessandro Petacchi, who's got 3 or 4 teammates around him right now. But I tell you what, look at that, there's a crash.
Yep.
Half a dozen riders gone off the road straight in that corner.
Well, that was to be expected on that sweeping bend. It looks like it is Verada or possibly not, but it's certainly a Lampre rider down remounted. There's more riders in the bales down below our camera. We can't go down to find out, so let's research the front of the bunch.
And they're not inside the last kilometre either,
They'll
so those
lose
riders
time.
are going to lose time. And in fact, a yellow jersey went down there, so that would be one of the riders from Once as well. The confusion is not going to perturb the sprinters at the front end of the main field. And look at that, a complete change in colour right now. All white and blue jerseys. Fassa Bortolo are right up there. I think Jans Verada is still there as well, because there's a Lampre rider in about 10th place.
At 1 kilometre to go, that looks like Verada just going under the red banner there, about 12 men down the line, because that crash happened much further back where the sprinters would not have been. It'll be interesting to know if that was an Once rider that went down. It could have been a Vina Calderola rider. They're similar colours. Angel Edo is the rider just at the bottom of our picture. Zabel has got himself up there too. But it's all Fassa Bortolo trying to work this one out as they lead now. There's Zabel trying to jump on as Petacchi goes through 2nd. Zabel is looking for that wheel. He's got 3rd. It's going to be between Zabel and Alessandro Petacchi. Here's the lineup. Angel Edo is the rider in the green jersey trying to get in. He's waiting. He's got a little bit of respite as they come into the home straight now. As Fassa Bortolo and Domino Vacanzi might have Lombardi in on the picture here. Now that looks like the style of Lombardi. It is, who's gone through in 2nd place as they come off that very tight bend. We need to get back to the front to see if Lombardi's got through. Petacchi looking around. Lombardi trying to break through on the left of the picture here. Julian Dean goes now. Dean on the inside to the left of our picture. Petacchi going for it as they come to the line. He's got it. Alessandro Petacchi takes it on the line, and it looks to me as though Julian Dean would not have been too far away from it. And talk about the race of the falling leaves. Look at them down the home straight. Tom Boonen did look as though he was in the picture, possibly 2nd or 3rd to the right of our picture. But Alessandro Petacchi took many risks and held his position well. No doubt who the winner was. We've seen it 10 times already this year on the big tours. Now it's a big tour stage win number 11 for Alessandro Petacchi. Clear 2nd place on this angle for Zabel. Tom Boonen nearest camera, they're saying made it. Are you sure? Yes, Bowman will get third for that. But there we are. At the moment is Rodriguez, who is still the leader. Second day in the golden jersey for him. 0 time for the first 4 riders on the overall classification. This is Santander. Today it's still a little bit stormy here, but the riders now heading on the road to Burgos, where they're hoping that the weather will be a little bit kinder to them than it was at the stage finish yesterday. Paul, bad news overnight. Cadel Evans out with yet another broken collarbone.
Very sad news for Cadel Evans. It's the 3rd time this season that he's broken his collarbone, and his first season with Team Telecom, where they were hoping he was going to be as good as he was last year in the Giro d'Italia. But I think for Cadel, the year's over. All right, well, let's have a look at the map for the route today, because I shouldn't think it'll be a sprinter's delight, but you never know. We do have one climb, though, right in the middle. Sadly, it's before our pictures have come to air, so we can't show you that climb. The rider's going from Santander down to Burgos. Once over the first category climb, there's a 3rd category climb to follow, and then the run down to the finish. Massive tailwind. He's probably covering these kilometres about 1 minute and 2 seconds just now. With this tailwind, but he's got 1 kilometre to go. It's 2.5 years, more or less, give or take a month or so, since Unai Echeverria won a professional race. He's now looking for a big result here, and I think he's richly deserved it. He took the gamble a long way out, a little bit further than I imagined. There was a time when they pulled them back to 1 minute. The peloton seemed to be coming back into play. All of a sudden, nobody would do any work. Teammates of the breakaways got to the front, caused problems with the chase, and here's the result. When you've got 2 team riders in the lead group, Bob, your team manager gets very upset if you don't win the day.
Yes, absolutely. They would be very upset if they missed out on this really good opportunity to win a stage. Euskaltel Euskadi, one of the smaller Spanish teams, but the most aggressive, the most competitive, and they're going to get a big payoff here by Unai Echeverria winning a stage of the Tour of Spain, the home tour, and so very important to all these Spanish teams on a sponsorship level. This will be a fantastic result for the Euskaltel Euskadi team.
Now with 13 minutes to make up, he's not going to take on the race lead here, but he's not going to even give that a second thought. Unai Echeverria of Venezuela, and almost certainly the first ever cyclist from his country to win a stage of the Tour of Spain, is coming down the home straight with all the time in the world now. Zip up the jersey, 2-handed salute, 3.5 hours the stage today, and the clock starts now. It won't count up towards 13 minutes though, so he can just bask in the sunshine of, oh dear me, steady on. We've had one crash today, caused out on the road by a motorcycle, and Fabian Jecker falling there. He's on the road. Let's hope he starts tomorrow. This will be the sprint now for second place. Now Gutierrez can pack a punch here, but he's sat at the back, and Echeverria looking now to make it a 1-2 for Euskaltel Euskadi. He certainly is holding on there and looking to make the move around. I think it's Cardenas who is leading it out for the finish. Oh no, it's Isidro Nozal. Nozal is the new leader of the Tour. That is not in dispute. But here comes the pocket dynamo, David Echeverria, who gets a 1-2 for Euskaltel Euskadi on the line. Fabulous result, well worked, great tactics, and I think third place there went also to, I'm not sure who it went to, but it doesn't really matter. Nozal was right there for 4th, I think Nozal got, and that would give him the lead. Now there's a big haul for the line. Now we might see a difference in the results here, because Zabel again mixing, but about 8 or 9 men down. And I don't think we're going to see Pataki bother with this one. It doesn't look as though he's going to take place in the bunch sprint. I hope we get to see the front here. Oh, there they are. As we come up towards the line now, we've got the Fuenlabrada team there trying to get in on the mix. But on the far right, Benoit Joachim is having a little dig. And Ado is coming through on the inside, but through the middle comes Erik Zabel, and the champion of Germany makes it look easy. He'll just kick himself now. It wasn't for first place. The 2 Echeverrias on the top, they're not brothers of course, they come from different countries, they share the same surname. Echeverria finishing off the sprint for Unai with 44 seconds deficit there for David. Cardenas, another good sprinter, got third. Gutierrez, Van Gulen. In 6th place is the next man in the golden jersey, Isidro Nozal, last of the group. David Echeverria has come up now into 2nd place at 50 seconds, same time as Jacqueline Rodriguez, who was the leader for a couple of days. He holds 3rd. Igor Gonzalez de Galdiano and Marcus Serrano. So the only real change here, apart from the leader, is the new name of Echeverria in 2nd. Further down, Beltran stays there in the best of the rest, as it were, for US Postal, Heras. These two go down just one place because of the arrival of David Echevarria. Osa is there, Aitor, Unai drops behind Mancebo. That completes the top 10. Oscar Sevilla is a minute 35 now, but still holding a good position. He was 45 at the start of the day. And Aitor Gonzalez, the defending champion, at 3:34. Levi Leipheimer just lost another little bit of time on the run-in today. He's now almost 21 minutes behind, which means that Levi now is going to have to change his thinking on this event and use it to get some great legs for next season. There's the new leader. In fact, Rodriguez had hoped he got the lead yesterday because he's a local man where we finished yesterday at Santander, but the good luck for him has come one day later, and the man in yellow, for the golden jersey rather now, is Nozal. And as we move away from the northern coastline of Spain, the weather is getting a little bit better, and the riders will certainly welcome that. The stage today, 166.7 kilometres. That's a little over 105 miles, and the riders now in full flight. As the riders now make their way, they came into Soraya by motor vehicle, but they leave it, of course, in the saddle. And on the way now to Zaragoza, a town, or city rather, we're visiting for the 43rd time. It's the third most popular stop-off city on the Vuelta route since it started.
This is a great run-in. It's not dangerous at all for the sprinters this afternoon, but they've just got to keep their teammates on the front. The idea of a lead-out is to keep the pace as high as possible and stop the confusion of lesser riders moving to the front and all of a sudden feeling that they've got a chance in the sprint, as we saw on the opening stage of the Tour de France. I think a loss to the Tour de France this year was the absence of Mario Cipollini's team when it came down to the sprints, because they would line the race out for the last 20 or 30 kilometres. But right now, there are two teams on the front keeping the pace nice and high, and this shot here gives you an idea just how fast everybody's going.
And swooping into that adverse cambered bend. I thought little David Echevarria sitting at the wrong end of the peloton there, for the moment at least. That long line as they start to come up this slight incline after the descent stretches them right out again. It's a difficult job to keep control at the front. Now they're saying the distance to go is 1.6 kilometres. I can't believe that is right.
Well, it could be. They are flying along at the moment. They could be knocking
off the kilometres. We haven't seen a single banner today, have we?
Well, I think the roads are too wide to get the banners across the road. There was a banner just a few moments ago strapped to a bridge. And I think the fact is we must remember these guys are clocking off kilometres at around about 60 seconds a go right now.
Yes, even inside that at times, coming in at plus 65 kilometres an hour, so they really are coming in very, very quickly. There will be a few little hiccups as they approach the line, and that might disrupt the absolute speed of the Fassa Bortolo riders, but it looks like the Fassa team now have just about hit the front. Well, as we're entering the barrier straight, our mileage is absolutely correct. They have just galloped into town at a tremendous speed, and oh, there's been a crash here. Now, we saw the riders ricochet there. That is a nasty crash, and it looks here as though the Lampre rider, and it looks like Alessandro Cortinovis, has hit the barrier there with the side of his face. I hope he's okay, but he's taken a nasty blow as we go under. I think that might be the kilometre to go, that red sign on the right of the road. We're feeling our way into the finish here because they are saying 1 kilometre to the finish. And look at this, that crash has disrupted the finish here.
Looks like it's Pataki up there in second place. It's definitely two Fassa Bortolo riders, and there's a big gap in the main field. I think the Lampre rider trying to come across there in fourth position on the road is bound to be Jans Verrada, but the man at the back end of the race is in serious difficulties. It is Pataki.
And Angel Edo has got his back wheel and is going to try and take him on the line. Well, this is a very, very easy victory for Alessandro Pataki, because nobody, as they couldn't with Cipollini, will get by him. As Julian Dean gets third place there on the line. Zabel was probably sixth. We'll wait for the photo on that, but that was in the end a very easy victory for Pataki, disrupted, and so too was all of our concentration by the accident once again on the run-in. We didn't see the impact, but our cameras picked up the fact that the Lampre rider was down.
This was a brilliant lead out by the Fassa Bortolo team. They peeled off their last man, Guido Trentin, with about 200 meters to go, and then it was just an absolute drag race to the finish by this man, and the counting begins begins right now, just a few meters after the finish.
It is true. In fact, attacking himself in his press conference apparently the other day said he's won 20 races. Well, we've got 22 down for him of victories, so he can't even keep up with his own number of victories right now. And then, of course, some people don't count the smaller races which don't have World Cup points. But we've got him down for win number 23 today. And yes, it's as we thought. All of the men that mattered finished in that main pack. Nozal, 50 seconds still, all intact, over Joaquin Rodriguez, who because of his finish is in second place. Galdeano third, Echeverria is in fourth, and Marcus Serrano completes the top 5 there for the Once Orozco team. So the time trial, don't forget, is tomorrow, and these we think are the riders to watch. Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano, Aitor Gonzalez, the defending champion of the Tour, Dario Frigo, David Miller, but we won't see much of him. He's so far behind overall, and Angel Casero. They're riders, and don't forget, Roberto Jerez cannot afford to lose time tomorrow. It's a big effort for him. Now back down to the podium. There he is. They've dragged him out very quickly today, and Isidro Nozal continues to lead the race. Once, the only team so far to have provided us with the race leader, and they've used 3 of the riders since they won that team time trial. And it's a beautiful day in Zaragoza for the time trial, a city which is no stranger indeed for the race situation. Let's have a little look at the overall standings here before we get to all of the action in the time trial. Isidro Nozal here at 50 seconds. David Echeverria, that's the way it's been for a couple of days now. Joaquim Rodriguez, 50 seconds. Igor Gonzalez, he's a man who can ride a good time trial. He's yet to start, of course, today, 50 seconds. And Marcus Serrano in the Once squad, completing there the top 5. Further down, in comes US Postal, second in that time trial almost a week ago now, with Beltran Heras still up there in 6th and 7th. Oza 8th and 9th, Aitor and Unai that is, and Francisco Mancebo, another iBenesto.com rider, in 10th. A look at the notables. Oscar Sevilla fighting back to fitness. He's had a crash in this race, but he's still holding 14th. And of the 2 previous winners, Angel Casero, 39th, and Aitor Gonzalez, both very good time trialists. And we'll look for a result today to move them up a little higher, I think, as we go into the Pyrenees tomorrow on our journey into France. Well, we had a little bit of a shunt in the finishing sprint yesterday, and sadly, the lead-out man for Jan Zurada here, Alessandro Cortinovis, came off the worst. A broken jaw and a fractured cheekbone and a collarbone has left him in hospital and a non-starter today, and we can only wish him well, because that really is a sad way to leave the Tour of Spain. Well, it is, as I say, a beautiful day in the city today. Perfect day for the time trial. We remind ourselves of the route first. As we now stay in the city, we came in from the north west side. We now race right around Zaragoza today, and perfect conditions. There's no challenge as far as the roads are concerned, but just look at this, 72 degrees at the moment, a nice humidity at 53%, lovely blue skies, everything looks royal out there, and a pretty strong wind blowing at 24 miles an hour coming in from that northwest corner. Well, I can tell you that Miller has finished. We're watching his ride very early on. 18th man to start of the field of 188. He's sitting down waiting to see if anybody can match the time. And he's already told us, in fact, that this was one of the hardest time trials he has ever ridden. So he really did put his weight behind it. When he came to the line, 54.54, and that is still the best time. As we look at the standings so far, Alex Zula finished soon after him. He's at 1:41. Bobby Julich still in 3rd place. Vitagliati was an early leader, and Torsten Ekman of the Telecom team. That's the top 5 overall, but look at those big time gaps. Levi Leipai, for example, has lost many minutes to David Miller, which he won't be too concerned with, of course, but I think he's destined to lose a lot of time again today. Last year's winner really put a big effort in here, and is being rewarded with a very, very good time indeed. It's not the winning time, but that is not important at this stage of the Tour. 3rd he's holding at the moment, Aitor Gonzalez. He is not going to get the better of either Miller or Ruska, and he wants to get inside 55.31 to beat Grabsch. So David Miller survived a big name there, but there we are, Aitor Gonzalez in with 55.15.
Here is Igor Gonzalez de Galliano in the start line. He's the favorite to take the yellow jersey now, and if he can do some solid rides in the mountain, we're going to have a real fight all the way to Madrid between him and the other climbing contenders.
Well, he lies fourth overall at 50 seconds, Igor Gonzalez de Galliano, but carries the pressure really of winning this race for Once. The last time this team will race in a major Grand Tour, because it's the end of the line for the sponsorship this season. Rather sadly, it's been a wonderful sponsor within cycling. And so Gonzalez de Galliano is now underway, and he's got the qualifications to win this race. Frigo is arriving here, and this will put him in 6th place finish if he can hang on, and he can. 55.55. There's the 10 kilometer, and now that is a surprise. 28 seconds quicker. Well, that's amazing.
That's amazing, but don't forget, we did mention last year this man was the time trial champion of Spain, and it's a 28-second beating of David Miller at this part of the course. He doesn't look comfortable at all, but let's not forget this man has rivaled people like Lance Armstrong at the Tour de France, and he wore, of course, the yellow jersey for a long time last year, and I think right now he's trying to build himself a nice buffer before we go into the mountains.
We're absolutely stunned by this. Nozal has gone through, responding to the race leadership of the Vuelta Espana with the best time. He's never looked as though he's been doing that sort of a ride, but the clock says he is. Well, so Roberto Heras, he slipped behind the time of arch rival Angel Casero, and also Alex Zula is recording a better time. There's Michael Barry at 30.19, and I think that's going to be quicker too than Roberto, his teammate, just as they hit about the same time, 30.19.3. So they've gone through pretty much the same, Barry and Heras. So Heras not riding any better or any worse than I think we expected of this young man. He climbs really well though. This is the man we're interested in though, the golden jersey of the Vuelta Espana, heading for the time check at 21 kilometers. Rodriguez has gone through, by the way, and he is wallowing in the top 90 riders, starting the day in 3rd place overall. So he's going to be washed away from the leaderboard tonight. He held the lead for 2 days.
Well, he's still showing a very fine position on his machine, right on the center of the handlebars, and you know what, he's gone through that 21 kilometer check with a time 45 seconds better than David Miller, and a time a minute faster than his own teammate Igor Gonzalez de Galliano. You know, they always say that the leader's jersey changes a man. Well, it's certainly done that this afternoon.
Well, it reminds me of what Sean Kelly once said to me. I might have told you before, but Sean rode the best time trials of his life when he was a leader of the Tour. He was not interested in doing a good time trial if he wasn't racing for a high place in the classification. Well, as Heras comes up here, it's not going to be a long wait before Beltran is also in that straight, and in fact they're turning the motorbike off behind. He might be right behind him. And he is. So Beltran has almost bridged a 2-minute gap here to Roberto Heras, which is going to give him a solid position in the overall. The 2 US postal riders, both Spaniards, and this has been an exceptional ride by Manuel Beltran. It'll be overshadowed by the race leader when he comes in, but you know, this man might become the protected rider now on US Postal. It all depends what happens tomorrow when we go to the Pyrenees. 55.16 then, and the 4th best time for Beltran. As Gonzalez de Galliano comes in, Miller is best time 54.54. Gonzalez de Galliano, has he sprinted the gap closed over those last 10 kilometers? We were talking about 15 seconds difference. I don't think he'll get to the finish in time to pit Miller, but it will be very, very close. But whatever happened after that fast start in the 2nd sector, he lost time and recovered from it. Desperate sprint. It'll go into 2nd place, I think, here for Igor Gonzalez de Galliano. He's going to have to push Rushka. As we come up to Rushka's time now, he'll drop into 3rd place, and that will be good enough, I think. He'll just stay ahead of Aitor Gonzalez, who actually has done a very, very good time here as it's turning out now, and is putting him back in the frame as we go into the mountains. 55.11, 3rd place. I can tell you that time, 55.11, would have won the 40-kilometer British Time Trial Championship in 1965.
Just a quick look in the car there. The passenger riding alongside Manolo Sainz was Yoshiba Belocchi, and that's quite remarkable. He crashed out of the Tour de France with that dramatic crash when he was going into a corner being chased by Lance Armstrong. But this is the story of the Tour of Spain this afternoon.
It's been a ride of his young life, this, and he's going to come in with about a 53.30 performance, which will give him victory on the day, on the 2nd win of his career, and he will increase his lead in the Vuelta Espana. You cannot have asked more from this rider. On the day when we thought he would see his jersey pass away to a teammate, he has kept it with a vengeance. 53.34. He wins by 1 minute and 20 seconds. That grimace is very shortly going to be one huge smile. Fabulous performance by Nozal. There's the official result of that. 1 minute 20 back to the ace-time trialist David Miller. But the two big names, Gonzalez de Galdeano at 1:37, last year's champion Gonzalez at 1:41. They have performed very well, really, because they should stay the course as we head around the circuit towards Madrid. Still a couple of weeks and a few days away. 2:27, hats off to the boys. That's the official time gap now. 2:42 to Beltran, who has done the ride of his life too in many ways. And Heras, good place, Bob, 5th overall, although the gaps are opening at 4:35.
He started the day 6th overall, moved up 1 place. That is a solid ride by Roberto Heras, who we've seen light up the field when they're on the very steepest climbs. We have 5 mountaintop finishes to come in the big mountains and 1 climbing time trial before the end. So this bike race is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
So he gets his 3rd golden jersey, and this time he might feel safe for a day or two because he has a lead of 2 minutes and 27 seconds. He salutes the crowd, and he won't have time to think of where we are going tomorrow because we are heading up into the Pyrenees. Let's have a look first of all to the route. We say goodbye to Huesca today, heading due north to the French borders in the centre of the Pyrenees, over the top of the mountains, into France and up to Cauterets, with the uphill finish, of course, taking us up to 1,360 metres. Now, Cauterets not the only climb on this stage of 190, the longest stage of the race. Montrepeau, second category. The Portelet is the gateway to France. The giant Col d'Aubisque, a very famous mountain in its own right, and finishing on Cauterets-Combasque at the end of what will be a very, very tough day's cycling indeed. And the riders are now on French soil. In fact, when we join the action, they'll be on the Col d'Aubisque, but this happened about 45 minutes ago. The leaders, 9 of them clear of the field, including Levi Leipheimer, all following Johan Horace over the top of the Alto de Portelet, bringing them into France, snatching the daily newspapers there, just to push up their jerseys for the very long and very rapid descent down into French soil. Just caught a sight there of the French sign. Now, let me first of all update you straight away on the number of riders left in the race. Yes, we had 188 on the start line, but we now only have 183 and 12 of the 22 teams intact. But take a note of rider 158 there. Frank van den Broeke abandoned about 10 minutes ago. We didn't expect that because Frank, we thought, was going to do well in this race, distinguish himself somewhere along the way and go on for a successful attack at the world title in Canada. And he may be rethinking the situation right now. This very select group that was about 25 strong is thinning out rather rapidly now on the climb up to the finish. There's been an attack by Roberto Heras. He has gone back into the peloton, but you will notice the golden jersey has disappeared from the group.
Well, Isidro Nozal had put an awful lot of effort into this bike race here this afternoon, and I think he was the sacrificial lamb for Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano. Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano is just in about 3rd position there. Looked like Aitor Gonzalez was going off the back of the group as well. Felix Cardenas, I think, has got fire ants in his legs because he is attacking at every possible opportunity.
I'm just seeing here if we can catch a glimpse of the golden jersey, but it seems now that he has completely unhooked from the back of that group and is now in real danger of losing his lead, even if it goes only to his teammate Gonzalez de Galdeano, who's still in that group down there. But more importantly, Beltran is still ahead with Luis Perez, and he's looking now to try and get the time gap that will give him the race lead, because remember, there are no time bonuses in the Tour of Spain.
Well, if Isidro Nozal gets completely blown away here this afternoon, all Beltran has to do is finish 15 seconds ahead of Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano to try and get himself that lead. Here is the golden jersey right now, and you can see, I think, Bob by his pedaling action that the lights have gone out.
Very labored motion here now. He has to conserve 2.5 minutes to Gonzalez de Galdeano and a few more, or a few less than that, excuse me, to Manuel Beltran. I don't think he's going to do it. If he does do it, his days are numbered in the golden jersey as race leader. But Igor Gonzalez de Galliano has now come forward. He's going to try to conserve the jersey for the team. He does need to close some time up to Manuel Beltran, or the U.S. Postal team rider will get the golden jersey. This is a very exciting bike race. You can see by his face, he's ridden a fantastic Tour of Spain, and maybe now his quotes about going at a snail's pace are going to come true, but he has done a great Tour of Spain. He did an incredible ride for Igor Gonzalez de Galliano. Here's a Banesto rider attacking at the front there, just off the front of the Roberto Heras and de Galliano group.
Well, I honestly feel that Nozal there has ridden a real race leader's tour today. He didn't ride it for himself, quite clearly. He was riding for Gonzalez de Galliano. He is up there. We've got just 3 kilometers to go to the finish now. And the battle is on. The field are slowly winding everybody in except Rasmussen.
Well, there's the group there with Roberto Heras and Igor Gonzalez de Galliano. They're pulling themselves up here to Aitor Osa, who was actually in the leading group just a few moments ago. He's about to get picked up by this group, and looking there you can see the blue jersey of Igor Gonzalez de Galliano. He probably expects this afternoon that he's going to write himself in the record books as the new leader of this bike race. In fact, there's been a change there because that was Unai Osa going off the front of the group.
So Unai going away. There's 10 in the group down there. This is Oscar Sevilla, and he's coming up. He's been joined by Perez, but is that the leader up there, Rasmussen, or is it Osa we've lost track of? I think it's Rasmussen, isn't it?
Well, I think in fact Rasmussen's just a little bit further up the front here. We've got to get Sevilla across to the group of Manuel Beltran, because the race situation at the moment is one lone leader. The lone leader is Michael Rasmussen. 2 chasers. The 2 chasers are, of course, Beltran and Luis Perez, and we can see a lot more riders being put into difficulty here right now. That group there, just about to take the hairpin, is the group of Igor Gonzalez de Galliano and Roberto Heras. We're at the steepest part of the climb here right now, just going inside of 3 kilometers to go, and we're kicking up still at around about an average gradient of 10%.
Well, this is a real horrible climb now, because the riders have raced so hard. Every attack looked like being the last one, but they've fought the way back. Vladimiro Belli on the frontier, Gonzalez de Galliano, and right behind him Roberto Heras. Frigo is there as well. This is a very select group of some 9 riders, but there's still a chance of a change, and it might go the way of Beltran.
Well, Roberto Heras tried everything today to get away from the main field on the slopes of the Col de l'Aubisque, and he keeps looking over his shoulder. He's probably still feeling a little bit itchy. He wants to try and put some time between himself and Igor Gonzalez de Galliano. And a little bit further back we can see 1 or 2 riders in serious difficulty here right now.
Second, I think.
They really are starting to split the race. This is the group just behind the group of the leader of the bike race, I think by the end of tonight, Igor Gonzalez de Galliano.
Well, there are some tired legs now on this climb. It is a very irregular race right now. Everybody throwing in their 10 pennyworth, and all of a sudden they are being rejected. Ico Flores is there. Alberto Gonzalez. There is Aitor Gonzalez here, setting the pace. He's had his moments today, but it hasn't really worked out, and now it looks as though he's paying the price as he's drifting away from the front of the action. And this rider, content with just looking after his own pace, and it's up to them to catch him if they can. And slowly but surely he can tick off the kilometres.
Well, he's coming under the banner indicating 2 kilometers to go right now, and his pedaling action is nice and fluid. It doesn't look like a man who's beginning to weaken at all as we go back and have a check to see just exactly who is in this group here. Just at the back there is Leonardo Pipoli. In front of him in the white jersey, Dario Frigo. A bit further forward, Roberto Heras. He must be a little bit frustrated, I think, Bob, by the fact that he put in a fine attack here this afternoon. He thought he'd blown the race to pieces, but Igor Gonzalez de Galliano, like a true leader of a team, never actually panicked. He allowed the attack to form and used his team to pull himself back into contention.
De Galliano is doing a fabulous ride right now. I don't think we've seen Manuel Beltran come back, and I think that's what Roberto Heras is doing right now, playing the team game. He doesn't want to attack if he cannot get away from De Galliano, because if Beltran has 15 seconds or more, he will get the jersey from Igor Gonzalez de Galliano, who now is going to have to start making a tempo, as hard of a tempo as he's capable of, and try to close the gap down to Beltran.
This is the second group on the road at 55 seconds. That's the group which contains Manuel Beltran Beltran and Luis Perez. They've been joined by a third rider as well in that group. So they are still not really making inroads at all into the advantage of the man who leads this bike race, Michael Rasmussen. The next lone rider you can see a bit further down there is Oscar Sevilla, and then the group containing the majority of the contenders. But what's going to be important at the finish line right now this afternoon is the time that is being lost by Isidro Nozal.
And whether he will lose all of his conserved 2:27 to his teammate Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano. And I've got a feeling he's already lost it down there, you know, because he looked as though he was slowing right down at the moment.
Well, in fact, if the race were finished as it was right now, we do see a big loss by Isidro Nozal. The man who will be the leader at the end of the day is Manuel Beltran, because there was about 28 seconds between Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano's group and Manuel Beltran on the road. But the race is still 1.5 kilometers away from the summit.
What a fantastic ride by Michael Rasmussen. You can see there's hardly any fatigue, it seems, in his legs at this moment. He only has about 1 kilometer to go. He'll get the red flag in a moment. It's a flatter part. There it is. You can just see it in the distance. He can see that too. He knows he has a minute to conserve. Michael Rasmussen is doing a fabulous ride right now, and he is going flat out to the finish line. What a great ride by this Danish ex-mountain bike racer. Great to see Michael Rasmussen, a man I used to race against in the dirt, having a fabulous day out on the roads. We're in France, but it is the Tour of Spain. A great stage win for Rasmussen and the flagging fortunes of the Rabobank team.
Well, in fairness, you know, he started out life as a road racing cyclist, Michael Rasmussen, because he came in with a 3rd place in the World Junior Championships in '92 and followed that up a year later with a 4th place in the World Under-23 Championships. Then he went over to mountain biking. I remember, in fact, he finished 4th in the old mountain bike 4-day race, the Tour of Hawaii, when he won 2 stages of that back in 1997, and I was on the island at the time. And probably the last time I spoke to him, come to think of it. And now he's here, back to the road, and he's only won 1 race since he made his comeback to the road, and that was a stage of the Tour of Burgos last year.
This is the second group on the road we're looking at right now. They're still hovering around about 1 minute behind Michael Rasmussen. Felix Cardenas is in the group with Manuel Beltran, and there the big figure of Luis Perez. These men right now are changing the overall classification, because if Manuel Beltran can finish 15 seconds ahead of Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano, then he will be the new leader of the bike race at the end of today, because I have a feeling, Bob, that Isidro Nozal is going to lose himself a lot more than the 2.5 minutes he had at the start of the day. But look at this.
Well, that's a ripper from Unai Osa. He finally has just scorched away. We've swung very rightly up to the finishing line, though, to welcome the Danish rider. Then the clocks will start when Beltran crosses the line to see if he's got the next golden jersey of this race, and the first time it will have passed to a team other than Once. But this rider, Michael Rasmussen, must feel, he doesn't look it, but he must feel fantastic inside. This has been an outstanding, well-taken victory. What a strong display this has been, with the Spanish police operating on French soil here now. As he comes up towards the line, a good chance to look over his shoulders. It's a victory and a nice wave to the crowd, and this is a serious road race win now for Michael Rasmussen. 29 years of age.
Remarkable to see these mountain bikers switching across to the road, and that was certainly a brave move by him. We would have expected Aitor Osa to be the favourite in the 2-man breakaway, but this man has showed us that mountain bikers, Bob, can ride the road very well. This is important right now. Manuel Beltran is chasing there after Cardenas. Cardenas is second on the road. It's important for him to get as much time as possible. Cardenas is going to get a second place for him and a lot of King of the Mountains points, but the clock is important for the man in second place in the blue jersey, Tricky Beltran.
Well, look at the desperation and the grimace on Beltran's face. He knows he needs 15 seconds from De Galdeano, as well as 2 minutes, 30 seconds plus. He is giving it everything. You can see it on his face to Isidro Nozal, the erstwhile leader at the moment. I think we're going to see Nozal coming in very far down the road, but it's going to be close between both of those riders to see whether or not the U.S. Postal Man will get the jersey. Here comes Cardenas for second place. Great ride by Cardenas and huge mountain points. But look at Beltran sprinting all the way to the line. We're going to stop the clock at about 59 seconds for him, and now start counting it down to De Galdeano and Isidro Nozal.
So Beltran at 59 seconds on the clock. Perez comes in now. Now the clock will really start. 15 seconds, that's gone by. As now Frigo comes up towards the line as well. We're looking for the gold jersey, and we're looking for the time of 2:27. Frigo is in as the riders clear the ride. This is the end of this big group now. and the golden jersey not yet in sight, and he won't be, because there's Harass coming in on the left of our picture, and here comes Gonzalez de Galdiano, so he is not going to be the leader. Beltran is still in the golden jersey, but 2:27, 3:26 is what we're looking for on the clock at the moment.
3:26 is what we need to see when we come up to the line for the golden jersey of Isidro Nozel. There's Vladimiro Belli, Leonardo Pipoli coming in right now, and a little bit further down that will be Inigo Cuesta. But right now what we're doing is looking at the clock. It's 2 minutes since the leader crossed the finishing line, and Flores coming up towards the line right now, but everybody is looking for the golden jersey, which is on the shoulders right now of Isidro Nozel. It's more than likely, I would say, Phil, going to swap across to Manuel Beltran tonight.
3:25, 3:26, that's what the clock must say. There's no time bonuses in the Vuelta, and it's all down to real time. And these riders now are looking for a new leader of the Tour. We've had 3 already. There's Sevilla come in at 2:30, and he might do it. Here he comes, fighting his way home, and he deserves to do it. He's ridden a wonderful race today. I think he's going to make it, you know. He's still inside 1 minute to the line. He's easily going to keep his jersey. Welcome to the podium, Isidro, because he's still in that golden jersey.
Well, I don't think we would have expected that, Phil. Look at the face on this man. He has been to the edge of purgatory and come back, and he's kept himself in the lead. I don't think he will believe that at all. But it's one more day in the golden jersey for that man, Isidro Nozel.
So the stage, though, won by the ex-mountain biker Michael Rasmussen, 54 seconds ahead of Felix Cardenas, 58 in front of Manuel Beltran, who almost got the race lead, a minute 10 over Luis Perez, who attacked on all of the climbs today, and Aitor Oza did well to salvage 5th place out of the day. He came in also at a minute and 10 seconds. The mountain biker, 29 years of age, Michael Rasmussen, his 2nd ever road racing win, and his best by far here. A stage for him now, and not just a stage in the Tour of Spain, but one of the prestigious mountain stages. Yes, 8 riders gave up in the Tour of Spain yesterday on the way into the Pyrenees and France. Today they make the return journey back across those mountains as we go from France back into Spain. And it's going to be a very tough day indeed. Well, first of all, let's have a look at the overall situation. It changed a bit yesterday. Isidro Nozel, though, didn't change. He's still on top of the leaderboard. Beltran coming up into 2nd place. Igor Gonzalez de Galdiano, always up amongst the front runners, who's the leader on this day a week ago. He's in 3rd. Dario Frigo coming into the frame now at 3 minutes, and Roberto Heras, best placed of the US Postal Berry Floor team at 3 minutes 18 seconds. Now, the man who's stunning everybody ever since that wonderful time trial a couple of days ago, Paul, is Isidro Nozel.
Absolutely fantastic performance yesterday, and I suppose we should have realized that this young man, who's almost 26 years of age, was bound to do something as we got into the big mountains, because after all, he came to our attention last year in 2002 when he was the white jersey leader as best young rider at the Tour de France. He's been a professional since 1999, but I think, Phil, yesterday he really became a serious man. To hold on to that was incredible.
So Nozel is the leader. Who is going to take him on, Bob? It looks as though there's a 2-pronged attack possible from US Postal.
They have 2 riders in the top 5. This man, Roberto Heras, Lance Armstrong's #1 lieutenant in the mountains of the Tour de France, and perhaps the most gifted climber of the current generation. Roberto Heras, fabulous climber, has yet to really scintillate in the climbs of the Vuelta, but it's coming soon, I think, the attack from Heras.
So Beltran and Heras promising this morning at the sign-in that they would attack again today, as now we can see what is going to happen as these riders will continue. I really think that Beltran is turning out to be possibly the man to beat. He's certainly riding very, very well yesterday. All right, well, we've seen the top 5. Let's have a look a little bit further down. Francisco Mancebo staying there in the top 10. So too Aitor Gonzalez. Alejandro Valverde almost did enough to get the race lead yesterday. In the end, he's come up from 10th into 8th position. The winner yesterday, Michael Rasmussen, comes in now at 9th. And Unai Osa there completing the top 10. Let's have a look at the American riders in the race. Floyd Landis in his 2nd big tour, riding very strongly in the service of his 2 Spanish leaders. He's 57th. Hincapie there as well, and Bobby Julie from Team Telecom. the sprinter Fred Rodriguez. Levi Leipheimer, of the 180 men left in the race now, is 155th and is seeking form for what he hopes will be a good start to next year, the season 2004. Right, well, we've been one day into the Pyrenees, we've gone to France. Now we're turning our back on France and going back into Spain for the rest of the day. The Pla de Beret, which is an ore category climb, a special category climb. The stepping stones are the Col d'Espana, the Col de Peyresourde, the Col de Portillon. It's the Portillon which brings us back into Spain as we then continue up the ore category climb to the finish of the Pla de Beret. There they are, 3 first category climbs, 1 special category. I can tell you a breakaway establishing very early on. They reached the Espana after 2 very fast hours of racing. 9 leaders led over the top by Johan Horrocks. 8 minutes 25 the gap ahead of the main field, and these 9 riders riding pretty consistently on the climb, while the peloton not overdoing it, riding as a big bunch, and only the absolute non-climbers placed in any sort of difficulty. So that was a good ride then for Johan Horrocks. 16 points for him, the Milanese rider. Jouffre riding very well this tour, he was second. Oza and Francisco Lara. So that was the situation on the Espana. Then we went down the Espana, we've gone up the Peyresourde. We can now take the action here on the Peyresourde. The gap, Bob, 8:25, it's just about the same. It went out to over 10 minutes, but it's come back now to about the same they had over the top of the Espana. As we look here at the top of the Col de Peyresourde, taking us to 71 kilometers from the finish. The 9 riders in the lead, just going over the top here. Johan Horrocks is taking his second big win of the day. He won the Col d'Espana, so he's off in search of that King of the Mountains jersey. And as they begin the descent, we now will await the arrival of the main field. But Paul, Horrocks has got 2 now. He's not far off that race lead.
Well, he certainly hasn't. He's in fact moved himself up to a 55-point total. The leader in that King of the Mountains classification right now is still Felix Cardenas, which is why we're seeing the team of La Barca coming to the front and set the tempo. This is the second group. That's Richard Virenque dancing out of the pedals. He's used to dancing around through the Pyrenees. We've seen him very many times during the Tour de France ride so well. That looked like Hincapie as well in this group. This is the second group compared to the main field. The main field are right in front with all of the major stars. There's Erik Zabel looking fairly comfortable in what we would call the gruppetto. But the thing that always amazes me, Bob, about Erik Zabel is he always climbs better than any of the other sprinters.
The other sprinters are way down the road now. This group here will probably be able to reintegrate into the front after they go over the top of this climb, the Peyresourde. Just trying to survive to make it in the time limit, so Erik Zabel probably won't have another chance at a stage until Monday when we get out of the mountains. 3 very, very hard days in the Pyrenees.
Very fast tempo. There's the clock still running. Remember, over the top has gone Johan Horrocks. 2 big wins for him today, and he's still got 2 more chances to go because this is a healthy time gap. As we watch the riders go up, I'll quickly give you the full 9 riders in that breakaway. We haven't done that yet. Joseph Jouffre, Relax, Unai Echeverria, Euskaltel, Johan Horrocks, MSS, Francisco Lara from Team Bianchi, Joaquim Rodriguez of Once, Dennis Lungi of Alessio, Eladio Jimenez of Banesto with his teammate Aitor Osa. Osa, by the way, best placed at 16 minutes 32 seconds, and Constantino Zabaya of Kelmate. They are the leaders. They're over the top, and now we're all on the way down to Luchon. We're on the final kilometers now of the climb of the Col du Portillon, and under pressure it's Leonardo Piepoli and Osa who are now attacking on the front and again hurting the peloton. We're not getting too many pictures of the breakaway, but we still have 9 riders as far as we know intact, and they surely now in the last 1.5 kilometers of this climb.
Severe in difficulty.
Oh, this is a shame because he's really struggled around this tour. He came in with very few training kilometers because of injury all year, and then he had the bad luck to crash early on. And now, Bob, he's really struggling. He shows his class by just staying with these boys as long as possible, though.
He's just a few kilometers from the top of this climb, and if he can stay in contact, he can get back on the descent. He's a great pro. He's had some of the high hopes of Spain on his shoulders for a couple of seasons now since he won the white jersey as best young rider in the Tour de France a couple of years ago. Here's a second moto down the road that looks like it might be Aitor Gonzalez, starting to find his legs now. He's taken over from Leonardo Piepoli at the front of the lead group. There's Luis Perez. Michael Rasmussen is having a great Vuelta.
Certainly is.
See, there's the king of the mountain, Felix Cardenas, there coming through, and that might be Valverde, the Kelme rider, that's in 8th place overall. And this is a gap right now. We'll see if it looks like Roberto Eras is coming across, but we don't see any of. There's De Galdiano trying to make the juncture there, but the pace is on right now at the top of the Portillon. Very tough tempo. Heras taking a quick look back, perhaps looking for Beltran, perhaps looking for Isidro Nozal, the leader so far in the golden jersey, and we haven't seen him in the front. Big tempo now coming from Gonzalez and Luis Perez. Aitor Gonzalez still on the front. It's going to be very hard to follow him if he starts to find his form, and he is not out of this Vuelta a España by any stretch of the imagination. We have a long 53-kilometer flat time trial coming up in a week's time, and if he can stay close in the mountains, he's in the top 10 on GC, he could start to really close that gap, and he's starting to find his legs now. This is a good sign that Aitor Gonzalez is back on form in the Vuelta a España. It could not have come at a better time.
4 minutes is gap over Isidro Nozal, but Nozal under pressure today, and because the gap is being forced here and the golden jersey caught off guard. To gain good time over him, they're going to have to try an attack on this climb, because once down here we could drop down to Aubert and then we climb up towards the finish. This is the time to go.
It certainly is. It's a turn up for the books for Aitor Gonzalez, who certainly did not look like the man he was last year in the Vuelta a España, but that was a seriously good turn on the front. But look at this, Rasmussen has decided he wants to climb higher than his 9th place in the overall classification. This is a man who started his career as a mountain biker, and look at the damage it's doing at the back end of the group.
Well, I'm just wondering where on earth Beltran has gone here, because he is the man he's got to come across in this group, possibly with Heras. Here comes the Banesto tandem as well. They started the trouble. There's little Heras bridging the gap. Is that Beltran just behind him?
I think I saw Beltran actually at the back of the tail of this very long group of riders. He's been put under pressure today. He had a very good day yesterday. There's the leader of the King of the Mountains, Felix Cardenas. But right now, the race is really starting to blow to pieces. This is the top of the climb right now for the leaders.
Well, that was a quick switch. First time we've seen them on this climb, and they've gone over the top. We've cut to them just too late to see exactly who was causing first place. That's Unai Echeverria there doing a David Echeverria and stretching out his muscles as they start down. But I think Horich was not too far away from being first again there. So the clock will start as they start the climb. But I think the direction quite right here with the cameras watching the action amongst the race leaders on this climb. There is Heras off to the right. He's hooked up. Beltran seems to be in one of those go well one day, not so well the next day moods at the moment.
Well, you know, when you put the pressure on somebody's shoulders, as maybe the team manager did yesterday, Johan Brunel, saying that now I feel Beltran can win the Tour, I think he may well have just popped a little bit. There's also another rumour emanating in Spain right now that Once might have discovered a new sponsor for next year as well, and it's good to see that the two big teams might stay around. And this man is also, I think, probably going to take a lot of the pressure off the team Rabobank, who we've heard an awful lot in the press about the fact that the sponsor has not really been very happy with the performances. It's amazing in the sport of professional side, if you put a great performance in towards the end of the season, it can really wipe the slate clean and people forget all the bad times that happened earlier in the year.
Well, looking at the leaders now, they've just more or less completed the descent of the Col de Portillon, and soon after they came off onto the flatter roads and attacked by Johan Horich, the rider who was first over the top, and it's caused quite a little bit of dismay in the breakaway because he split the leaders at the minute. That's the situation after the climb. Cardenas still the King of the Mountains leader, but Horich now up into second place. He needs 5 points if he can stay away to the finish today, and he'll be the new leader there. Tough call, I think, because we've still got 30-odd kilometres to go. And there, for the first time for a long time today, Paul, we can see the race leader.
Isidro Nozal, the revelation yesterday, saved the race for Team Once, and he's still the leader of this bike race in the overall classification. They obviously have decided to have a bit of a truce before they get to the final climb of the day, because everybody's just sitting around looking to see what's going on. But I think, Bob, we are going to have a pretty serious battle, because Isidro Nozal and Igor Gonzalez de Galdiano were put under pressure on that last climb.
They both look to be in a lot of trouble on that last climb of the Portillon, and that doesn't bode well for their chances on a very difficult climb to the finish of this bike race. Roberto Heras, for himself, didn't have any trouble matching the accelerations of Michael Rasmussen, and you've got to take our hats off to this man. He is having a great Vuelta a Espana. He had no trouble at all dropping everybody in the front of the bike race in the main group. They've come together a little bit. Some of the stragglers that were trying to stay in the front caught on the descent, and now there's been, like you said, a bit of a truce. They're just about 3.5 minutes behind the breakaway, which is at this point is starting to break up a little bit. Osa, Joufre, and Rodriguez and Orach were in the front there, but I don't think it's. This is the first category climb of the Portillon, the results of the King of the Mountain.
And 16 points for Horach, which means he's just 5 short now of taking the overall lead, but he's got to get points on the last climb of the day. Also there, we're looking at the whole composition of the first 9 riders. They went over the top, 10th place rather, went to Rasmussen at just over 3 minutes in the front half of the peloton, which has seemed to have called a truce, as Paul has said. It's time out before they have what we think will be one big showdown today. I think the riders have ridden a very sensible race because they know the big mountains tomorrow are going to hurt into Andorra, and today it's become a very internal battle. The best placed rider in the league group is Aitor Osa at just over 16.5 minutes, and it's unlikely they'll get that now by the finishing line. So the boys here are going to have an in battle, and may the best man take the leader's golden jersey at the finish. Let me quickly update you at the front, because one rider was dropped from the front, Francisco Lara from the Team Bianchi. He's been picked up now by Martinez and Veronk, but they're not closing in on the remaining 8 leaders. So I think they will fight out the finish today, and the in battle continues here.
I'm sure we'll have a battle in this group, because certainly it might not be the most difficult climb of the Vuelta a España, but every opportunity of an uphill finish is an opportunity that riders like Roberto Heras and Manuel Beltran have to take. Good move by Sastre. He actually lost a bit of time yesterday on the run-up towards the finish, but he's the first man to start the aggression here in the group that we're looking at the moment, the group of Isidro Nozal and Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano, the Once leaders.
Now, as we look down here at a very select group, a lot did come back, of course, on the descent of the Col de Portillon, and one of those was Gonzalez de Galdeano. But they're all in there now, trying to save a little bit of energy for the third heavy day in the Pyrenees tomorrow, and probably the hardest of all 3 days. Bob, the breakaway I don't think is going to get pulled back now. So for the benefit of those people who want to go out, tell us who's going to win.
You thought it might be Zavalla.
I think Zavalla, he deserves a success, put
absolutely.
it that way. Yeah.
I'm going to have to go with you, Phil, on this
Oh,
one.
no. That's Zavalla's got no chance now.
The Benesto riders look very strong as well.
From a group of 8 riders who are left, it's difficult to pick a man because they've all been through all kinds of purgatory this afternoon. They're almost certainly going to survive, because in the main field, what Once will try and do is just nullify any attacks to their 2 leaders, Gonzalez de Galdeano and, of course, Isidro Nozal, who hopes he's going to keep hold of the overall lead for another day. The time gap to the leaders right now, 6.5 minutes, so they're a long way off, with around about 13 kilometers to go to the finishing line.
Well, that's the sprint point there, down at Saladou, where the sprint was won by Echeverria in the breakaway from Joufre and Jimenez. They're not sprints which really attract any great deal, because there's no time bonuses there. That's the 13k point just there, but we're going back up here to 10k now for the leaders. So that's given us a pretty accurate gap between the leaders and that main chasing bunch. In between, we've got Veronk, Martinez and Francesco Lara, who seems to have found his second win, because he's got into them pretty easily. But they're going to be caught in no man's land now. This is a perfect day for the golden jersey. He's got a 55-second buffer. And here's Lara now. It looks as though Lara is beginning to sag a little bit now with the relentless tempo of the other 2. As Paul has said, this isn't one of the outstanding climbs. I think, what is it, the 3rd time, Paul, that we've finished a stage up here?
The 3rd time that we've been here, and I'll tell you one thing, the weather conditions are a lot better than they were when the race came here back in 1991. Because on that occasion it was actually cancelled. But now you can see the attacks are starting to come thick and fast.
Echeverria there, the winner a few days ago now, has certainly cracked there. That is a surprise. And it looks as though we shouldn't have mentioned Constantino Zabaya, Bob, because he's also cracking here under the strain. This is Eladio Jimenez.
There's Eladio Jimenez from the Benesto team. 2 riders on that team in the breakaway. Eladio Jimenez as well as Aitor Gonzalez.
Yep.
Zavalla is fighting back with Denny Lungi on his wheel, but right back up here in the front, if we can get back up to the leaders, we can see who's making the hard tempo. There's Varenk and Martinez. They're a long ways down the mountain, probably a couple of kilometers behind the riders at the front of the bike race. The mountain does level out at the top, so we might have a totally different composition of contenders once we get over the steep slopes in the middle section of the climb. And it would be like a guy like Denny Lungi, if he can limit his damages and stay close to the climbers on this big mountain, he would have a very good chance to win the sprint, as it does flatten out 2 or 3 kilometers before the finish line.
Well, that's Lungi nearest, and just coming off our picture there is Horac rather, and I think that he is... well, he's obviously going to be the new leader of the King of the Mountains now, Paul, wherever he finishes in this breakaway, but I think he might still look at a stage win too.
Well, he'll look at that as long as he finishes inside the top 8, and right now he's looking at a top 4 position. He will be the new King of the Mountains leader tonight. But looking at the race composition, the breakaway, which is slimming down to 4 riders, is almost 5 minutes ahead of Richard Virenque. There will be an acceleration in that group there, and my favourite, Denny Lungi, has just been popped off the back there by another acceleration from, in fact, Jon Harac, the man there in the lime green jersey, and he's in fact putting the hammer down pretty hard.
He has had one inspired day of riding today. He's done what Richard Virenque has done in the Tour de France in the past. He has conquered all of the mountains in first place. The Espana, the Perosord, and there's another attack from Jimenez there. And Portillon, he's gone over the top 3. Now, here we have Cardenas here now setting the pace. It's all too late. He might crack 1 or 2 riders at the tail of this elite bunch of riders, but there's no way now they're going to bridge 6 minutes and 38 seconds to those men up front.
Well, there was a counter-attack there, the blue jersey. That's Luis Perez. He was also a former leader of the King of the Mountains competition. If I was Felix Cardenas right now, I'd just forget about it for today. He's probably going to lose the lead in the King of the Mountains jersey, but tomorrow is another day in the big mountains of the Pyrenees as we head across towards Andorra. Reaction there at the bottom. It looks as if it is Cardenas trying to come across.
Yep.
Race situation right now. So the top left-hand corner, you've got Eladio Jimenez, who's the lone leader, has the advantage of having Aitor Oza in the group behind, so they won't chase. Virenque Martinez, they're around about 5 minutes behind, but at the front end of the main field, there's a certain acceleration coming. There is Luis Perez. This is Felix Cardenas. But I think, Bob, the big contenders, they're just going to keep a very close eye on each other now.
And I believe that Carlos Sastre is up ahead of Luis Perez and Felix Cardenas. That's a good little breakaway to be in. Here comes a Banesto rider. They've been very active today all over the front of the bike race. That might be Unai Osa, the brother of Aitor Osa, who's up the road, defending the chances right now of Eladio Jimenez, who is way up the mountain ahead of everybody at the moment. But it is all changed right now on the Vuelta a Espana. Like we were saying before, it comes down not just to tactics, but also the strength that's left in the legs. A long breakaway, lots of mountain climbs. So it is anybody's ball game up at the top of the front of the bike race. You can absolutely not overbake your effort. You have to meter it out perfectly and do perfect timing. Jimenez seems to have the advantage right now.
Big effort then by Unai. Brother Aitor is still up in front of him and best placed in that breakaway to make the big ascension of the overall classification. Could halve his deficit if things work out. But the breakaway has now split up. It is Jimenez, Eladio Jimenez, who's setting the pace at the front. There's the 5 kilometre banner for the 2 leaders, as we're now seeing Rodriguez and Aitor Osa going for the win on the day. Osa, remember, is the best placed in what was a 9-man breakaway, and frankly is now spread right down this mountain. A chase group has wiped out Virenque and Castra and Martinez, and it's a very select group of 4 here. Second man there who came up at a tremendous speed is Rasmussen, the winner yesterday. Perez, Cardenas and Unai Osa, and this is a very solid group. The last check we got, Paul, they were still 4 minutes back.
Yeah, but I think the man doing the great operation is the man in 4th position there, Felix Cardenas, the leader of the King of the Mountains competition. And the effort that he's putting on there, I might have a feeling that he's going to catch Horac before the top of this climb. There, though, is the main field with all of the big leaders. And I tell you what, Once today have turned the books around completely. They are in complete control. There in 2nd position is Igor Gonzalez de Galliano. Heras is in this group as well. In 3rd position there is Manuel Beltran. He's looking pretty comfortable, and I think maybe today he'll think about just taking a back seat for a while, because again we face up to a very difficult race tomorrow. Aitor Osa and Joaquim Rodriguez are 4:43 ahead of the chasers, and the chasers are still holding on to a 29-second advantage over the group of the leader. Let's not forget, Isidro Nozal is still leading this bike race. He's in that group as well.
Well, 2 leaders at 4:43. That's exactly the same. So the 6 riders behind are not, 4 riders rather, are not closing in on the leaders. But the golden jersey has closed down 6 seconds on those 4 riders. So they haven't given up yet. It is going to be a dual battle now all of the way to the summit. Now, Cardenas could save his King of the Mountains jersey here if he can pick off a few riders from that breakaway on the way up. It's quite a good battle now, Bob, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's a great battle. Horach knows that he needs to maintain a position probably in the top 5 and hope that Cardenas doesn't start picking up riders that have been dropped. Already, Lara has been dropped and shelled by this group, so Cardenas is inching closer to some more points for the King of the Mountain, and he's really making a hard tempo in that little group with Luis Perez, Michael Rasmussen.
The most impressive man of the day, though, in fact these 2 days, is Michael Rasmussen, because the speed he came across to catch up with those leaders was superb.
Absolutely brilliant climbing, and it just goes to prove that there is a crossover, isn't there, between mountain bike racing and the top end of the sport of road racing, because I think the best example was Cadel Evans last year leading the Giro d'Italia. This year, this man Rasmussen has really saved the season, I feel, for Rabobank.
And don't forget the Once team as we go under the next banner here for the 2 leagues. That'll be 6 to go, or 4 kilometres to go. We've seen the 5, haven't we? Osa in the front is going for a higher place on GC. I suspect, though, that the Once rider Rodriguez, already the leader of this race for 2 days. Now, I must confess, Bob, I thought that would have been the last we'd seen of him. Got himself into a move today which has really kept the Once flag flying.
Well, he wasn't obliged to work it all throughout this very long breakaway of 9 riders from the very first climb of the day way back in the Col d'Espana. Because his team is still leading the bike race, he could just sit on the break. He countered the attack of Aitor Osa, and now he's just sitting on Osa. He is in a really good position to win the stage, and that would be a great result for Once. We'll have to see what happens. They are in really, really solid control of this bike race. Back down the mountain, that's Igor Gonzalez de Galeano on the wheel of his teammate from Once, and Isidro Nozal, incredibly, is still in this group, also hanging absolutely tough like a cat on a hot tin roof. He does not want to get shaken out of this group. He needs to conserve 55 seconds from the man just down the line there, Manuel Beltran, if he's going to keep this jersey for another day, and it wouldn't surprise me if he could do it. He looks to be quite comfortable right here in this group, about 10 riders back.
A couple of riders actually starting to warm up as the Vuelta continues. Is the man you can just see there in the white jersey, Aitor Gonzalez. He's looked very good over the last couple of days, and in fact I think he's moving up to pick up the pace because he's not too happy with the speed. Well,
this is a good move, and Gonzalez has become more prominent. We might see a very good second half to the Vuelta from the man who won it a year ago, and that would give him great confidence because he had a rather flat season.
And look at the man on his wheel, Roberto Heras in person. He's moved up. He could see the danger. This, as I said earlier, is the kind of climb that suits Aitor Gonzalez, and he really wants to try and put the hammer down, but I think he's seen that he's not going to get the gap right now, and they're going to relinquish the reins of control back to Team Once in the yellow jerseys.
Well, this is going to be the day that the second echelon of climbers have pulled one over on the stars of the Vuelta. There's no doubt about that. They went early, they've stayed away, and they're going to win the day. While the big men who are planning on a victory in Madrid in 2 weeks' time, 2 weeks and 1 day that is, they have watched each other today and they have struggled. Now, is that Oscar Sevilla there trying to bridge back up, because he's had a real rough day, but this man has applied himself and will not give up. He's coming back, I think.
Well, he's trying to get himself back to this group here right now, but as they come around the corner, they're picking up the pace once again to accelerate as they come up to around about 7 kilometres to the finish. The leaders have gone through 4 kilometres to the finish, so certainly the victory on today's stage will either go to Aitor Osa, or look at this. This is the man who won the Vuelta a Espana last year. He's got the power for this slightly easier incline, Bob.
It's an absolutely vicious acceleration. He's going to have to brake, actually, for this corner right here, right up on the camera motorcycle there, right in the midst of him. He attacked so hard that it was Roberto Heras barely able to respond, and he has absolutely detonated the Once train at the front. You can see Isidro Nozal trying desperately to close the gap. That was an incredible acceleration by Aitor Gonzalez back on form after a really hard year so far, but he looked to be very strong on the previous climb, and now you can tell that he's really putting in some time. Roberto Heras there is just right on his wheel in perfect position, looking back to see what kind of damage they've done, and I think that they will see that they've done quite a bit of damage.
I think they hurt him there. That was Santos Gonzalez, also got on terms with them, but he's not going to go and help out just now. That's Jose Acevedo there slipping away, caught on the whip end of the attack there. A sensational move by Gonzalez, and I think that has indicated to us that this man is starting to feel like his old self again.
This is Beltran in difficulty as well. That was an unbelievable acceleration, and I think what I'd like to see is the position of the golden jersey. I think he's in that group just a little further up. Now this is a surprise because Beltran looked like a solid leader yesterday. There is the golden jersey. This is the man who led the bike race at the start of today, and everybody's being put under serious pressure, and it's going to be a very complicated overall classification to work out here this afternoon. There's Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano put on the defensive.
Well, two big names in trouble, but then so is Beltran. So the top three riders are now finding that other men are beginning now to take part. As we look at the mosaic here, with the two leaders in the top left-hand corner are 800 meters now from the line, and Osa has got himself into the back position. This man has tried to rip the main contenders apart. We briefly saw him there, but you can see the golden jersey has rejoined with a struggle, but not in this group is Manuel Beltran. So at the end of this day, Nozal could be doing himself a big favor. But first of all, credit where credit is due, because this is Rodriguez at the front. No doubt normally the better sprinter of the two, but I'm not sure now, because Aitor Osa has got the driving position as they approach the line. There's a slight downhill here as they come up to the line. Osa is going to wait till the last minute. He's the highest placed in the original breakaway, but still 16:32 behind. Rodriguez goes to try and finish it off for a great day for Once yet again here. But I'm not sure now, because Osa is going to have to try and give it his best shot. Rodriguez hasn't won a stage since Paris-Nice. Now he has this year. His second win of the year, and that keeps the Once flag flying.
Well, that was a great move by him. Tactically, he was in the strongest position, but seriously, this has been an unbelievable showdown on the slopes of this very difficult mountain. A 20-kilometer climb right now. This is the next group on the road. This is the group of Horach. Horach is in there with Zabaya, and on the right-hand side there is Joufre from Relax. He's done a great ride this afternoon.
But this could be the King of the Mountains jersey for Johan Horach here. It would be great if he could win the sprint for his own benefit. It would give him more points, but we'll see as he comes up towards the line now. As Zabaya has got the lead here, and he is a very good sprinter, and he's got the benefit of the bend. As he comes around the corner, I think he's taken it all too much out of them here. Joufre is also challenged on every mountaintop today, but not this one. As Zabaya just gets it on the line, almost got pipped there by Joufre and Horach.
Well, Horach will get himself 12 points there, and I think that's enough to give him the lead in the overall classification. A little bit sketchy there. It looked as if this man was going to go the wrong way as well, because on the run up towards the finish, it's rather a shame to have a left-hand bend just before the finishing line.
So Unai Echeverria comes in. I make him in 6th place. So remember, there were 9 men away originally. I think the rest might have been swept up. As no one rider is just about holding off here. This will be Lungi, and he will be 7th of the 9-man breakaway. I think the others will have been swept up. But Denny Lungi, he gets 7th place on the day.
The most important thing right now, though, is to see the time gaps that open up between all of the different groups. And in fact, one of the other survivors is coming through here as well, because this is Eladio Jimenez. He will hold on just for 8th place. So after that, we should see the arrival coming out of the slopes of this climb of the group containing Luis Perez, and of course the man who leads the overall King of the Mountains at the start of the day, and that was Felix Cardenas.
Well, Cardenas has got to be in the mix somewhere as they continue now to run in to the line. This has been quite an amazing battle over the last few kilometers, as the stars of the tour so far have taken themselves on. Look at the time gaps. They don't mean anything as far as the destiny of the golden jersey goes today, because here he is in what is a very elite group. It looks as though while our cameras have been away, though, this group really has thinned down a little bit, Bob.
Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano tacked on at the back there. It's kind of odd to see Once's best man so far in this Vuelta a Espana doing all the tempo, but they have put some time in between themselves and Manuel Beltran, and so that's why you see Isidro Nozal really making a strong tempo, also to protect the interests of Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano in this group. Also Aitor Gonzalez and and Roberto Heras, but we haven't seen Manuel Beltran.
Well, there was only 26 seconds between Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano and Manuel Beltran at the start of the day, and I think we might see that gap actually being extended when we come up to the finish line. That would replace the Once riders in first and second position. But once again, Isidro Nozal has turned out to be the most stunning domestique. Riders at the Tour de France like Victor Hugo Peña were criticised for wearing the leader's jersey and riding as a domestique for Lance Armstrong, but exactly the same thing is happening here right now. Isidro Nozal doesn't believe that he can win this race overall. This is the sprint now, Phil, for 8th place coming up, and round the corner there, Rasmussen.
Yesterday's winner still putting in a tremendous ride here, Michael Rasmussen. He had the best legs to catch this group, and he comes to the line easily. He takes the 9th place finish, I think it is, as they cross the line now. And here comes the golden jersey. Not a big gain. None of the men in front worrying him at all, and he's actually gaining time over his nearest rival Beltran on the day. He's turned yet another day around his way. This man is becoming quite a remarkable bike rider. Even wins the sprint.
He even wins the sprint, and he still does not believe in himself. He still thinks that the man who's going to win the race for them is Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano. Here is Beltran right now coming up. He has 26 seconds if he wants to keep himself in second place in the overall classification. And I'm rather surprised to see after his performance yesterday that he was put into difficulty today on what is a slightly easier finishing climb.
Well, he's got about 5 seconds now to get to the line, if that calculation proves correct, and it looks to me as though he might well have lost that place now to Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano. It's ticked by just a few seconds. He's fought, he's failed, and he goes down to 3rd place overall. But of course, tomorrow is another vicious day in the mountains. It just shows you how the legs are variable on this final climb today. Some great form by some riders and questionable form by others. There's the result confirmed. Same time for Osa. Then came Constantino Zabaya, 51 seconds. All of these rides, of course, part of virtually the race-long breakaway. Johan Horak there taking the 5th place at 54 seconds, enough to give him the lead in the King of the Mountains competition. Rasmussen getting across to the chase group, riding very well, gaining a few seconds over the race leader, Isidro Nozal. Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano, they all finished in the same group with Roberto Heras, and a very, very good Aitor Gonzalez today, who came over the line in 17th place at 3 minutes 51. But this man did lose time, Manuel Beltran. He's now a little bit further back. It's cost him his 2nd place overall, at least for the moment. That last sprint up the mountain proving just 1 sprint too far for him. But I think he's much better on the longer climbs, and he should recover that. In the King of the Mountains competition, our first change in any competition for a few days now, Johan Horash has got just 1 point to the good over Felix Cardenas of the La Barca team. Aitor Osa also coming in now to 3rd place, and Luis Perez, who in the opening days of this race was the King of the Mountains leader. And Joufre there had a wonderful day as well, scoring regularly on the tops of the mountains. In the Pacific Life general classification, 5 days in the golden jersey now for Nozal, a minute 21. A familiar scene this over his Once teammate Gonzalez de Galdeano. Beltran slipping back by only a few seconds into 3rd. Frigo holding at the same time gap he had this morning, 3:07, and the same for Roberto Heras at 3:18. He is now in 5th place. I think we can look a bit further down. There we are, Francisco Mancebo. None of these riders gaining any time today. Aitor Gonzalez at 4 minutes. Alejandro Valverde is in 8th place. Michael Rasmussen gained a few seconds by that late escape, and he's at 4:04 now, and Unai Osa also creeping in to the top 10 at 4:14. These guys all enjoying the tour at the moment, and tomorrow could do exceptionally well. Yes, today the Vuelta Espana goes out on stage 9. We start the 2nd full week of racing, 174.8 kilometers, and a lot of that terrain is in the Principality of Andorra. So today then, the 3rd day in the northern parts of the mountains before we go south, the Pyrenees, and today we go from Vielho into Andorra, and we've never actually finished a stage on top of the Envalira before. We've been over the top of it in previous visits into Andorra. Today we are stopping right on the summit. It is a tough 3rd and final day here, and there has been attacks all day, as we'll see very, very shortly. 174.8 kilometres or 108.6 miles. There are the 3 climbs for you. We've been over the top of the Benegua and the Del Canto, and we're actually running away from the Port del Canto at the moment. As we look now at the pictures coming in from Spain, this is the peloton. The clock is counting on a group of 5 riders in the lead. Gorka Gonzalez, David Navas, Garcia, Vincenti Garcia da Costa, I beg your pardon, Yeka and Ferrio. Those are the leaders, the remnants of a breakaway that was at one time 10. And good news for Felix Cardenas, because he has won both of the climbs so far, which means that he has got his lead back in the King of the Mountains competition for the time being at least. They're just coming into the intermediate sprint here at Adral, leaving them 55 kilometres to race, and the peloton there closing in rapidly now. I think we're going to see a different type of race than that of yesterday. 3 riders eliminated yesterday, leaving 175 of the 198 still in, and of the 22 teams now, 10 of them are still intact with all 9 starters, and that's quite a lot as we go into our second week. Now let's just bring you up to date with the climbs on the Port de la Benegua. The first category climb after 22 kilometres. Cardenas very quickly in the action, leading a breakaway over the top of that, beating Aitor Osa to the all-important points, and immediately going back into the lead in the King of the Mountains competition. On the second climb after 95 kilometres, the Port del Canto, Cardenas still at the front. Slight changes at the riders around him, but Osa was still there. David Echeprier joined them just in time for a third place finish, and Fabian Yeka also there. So in the overall situation, 1 climb to come for today. Cardenas 122 points, well clear of Osa, while Horash has dropped back into third place. He was up amongst the leaders, but he fell back into the main pack, and he didn't score. He scored about 4 points all day, I think it is. We're looking at the main field, what's left of them now, with about 9 kilometres to climb, at least for the 2 leaders, who are still holding off the chase from Cardenas, Osa, Lyseca and Valverde, while the peloton are 67 seconds behind the 2 leaders. But you get that feeling, Bob, you can almost put a knife through the electric atmosphere here. It's soon going to explode.
I think the attacks are going to start to come fast and furious from the peloton. Here's the 4 riders chasing the 2 in the front. Jürgen van Gulen is absolutely tormenting Leonardo Piepoli. There's Beltran putting in the first attack now with Roberto Heras right on his wheel. I think now the game is on. You can see Luis Perez up there as well for the Cofidis team.
Luis Perez wearing that blue jersey of the Regularity riders today. But this is the start now. I think gloves are off, and the best man will survive to the top.
Roberto Heras has asked his teammate to go forward on the left-hand side in the blue jersey. Leading the combine classification is Luis Perez, and the man of the mountains, Roberto Lyseca, has popped off that group. A lot of that because of the pacemaking done by Cardenas, and the revelation, I would have to say, of this year, Alejandro Valverde, there in the middle in the lime green shorts of Kelme, because this kid has won 5 races so far this year, and he's not scared of reputations. Neither is this man too. One of the big transfers of this season, Luis Perez, moved across from Team Coast, now rides for Team Cofidis. I'd like to just see round the back of him and see just exactly where Roberto Heras is. I would think he is just in the shadows of the man riding for the top French team, and there he is.
There he is now, the golden jersey. That's Marcuson. Here comes the golden jersey. He's trying to put to rights the sudden acceleration by Luis Perez. Perez actually saying to Heras, come on up and give me a hand, but no go. I think Heras is waiting, or is he? He's seen that the golden jersey is on. He's latched on.
I tell you, Bob, that is not much fun, is it? When you're on the rivet and the bloke in front just moves his arms to say, come on, help, we can work out together. And you think, well, just give me a little bit more breathing space, please. And that's just exactly, I think, what happened to Roberto Heras there, but the damage has been done here. This is unbelievable. Isidro Nozal, well, I think Once is certainly going to have to rethink their tactics here this afternoon, because Igor Gonzalez de Galdiano is not able to respond to these accelerations. And this young man, not yet 26 years of age, he's reporting present every time the yellow jersey is put under attack.
Nozal is riding fabulously. Here comes another attack from Michael Rasmussen this time. And Nozal, look at that. He's trying to match his acceleration. He needs some help from a teammate to make a steadier tempo, not have to accelerate like that when the other riders in the top 10 attack. Luis Perez will take his turn in a moment, I fear, and as well as Roberto Heras. They're just about to catch the 4 riders just in front of them who are still chasing Van Gulen and Piepoli from the Benesto team.
Looking over his shoulder there, Luis Perez wants to see just exactly how Nozal is responding to this, and it may well be that he needs a certain amount of experience right now. He needs to stay calm and collected, because if he keeps trying to respond to these consistent accelerations by the climbers, he's going to be put into a spitter's bother. And here you can see now Roberto Heras has felt the right moment. He wants to attack now. Looking back there, he looks over his shoulder. Where is the golden jersey? He's pulling himself back. In the sport, we say this guy is pulling himself inside out to keep the golden jersey on his shoulders.
Michele Scarponi doing a good ride to get on. I expected to see his teammate Santos Gonzalez to come over here, but not so. Two big men missing, Gonzalez de Galdiano and of course last year's winner, who seem to be coming into form, Aitor Gonzalez. They really are battering now the golden jersey, but he is answering everything they throw at him. And you know, the big dark horse of this race now, Paul, has got to be Rasmussen, because this rider is so confident now. And you know, foreign riders don't win the Vuelta very often. The last one was Jan Ullrich in '99, and about 26 out of all of the 57 we've had have been won by Spanish riders. It could be a big surprise coming at the end of this tour.
The only negative thing I can find about Rasmussen is the fact that his time trialing ability is not so good. He lost an awful lot of time in the 42-kilometer time trial just the other day. You cannot say anything negative about his climbing ability or his confidence. That's for absolute certain. But the race is very far from over. There's still an awful lot of climbing left to go. We're now just coming inside of 8 kilometers to go to the summit, and it looks as if there's a bit of a recover there. And in fact, I think that was the 7-kilometer banner right now, and you can see Aitor Gonzalez on the front of that group, and he's just trying to pull all this race back together. But there are going to be a lot more attacks before we get to the summit of the Port d'Envalira.
I think that was a big initial attack, Bob. I think it might come back together this time. That's the end of Lesaca, though. He's just gone off the back of the Gonzalez de Galdiano group. There's Pereiro, and there is Gonzalez de Galdiano. Is still not driving, but the man he's still on the front. Look, Aitor Gonzalez, last year's winner, but he doesn't seem to have the top end acceleration.
Well, he climbs on power, on sheer force, as does his teammate there, number 3. You can see Dario Frigo. Watch out for him, because he's also a dark horse. There's 53 kilometers of individual time trialing. Igor Gonzalez de Galdiano riding with experience. He knows, as a slightly older rider, not a very pure climber, he cannot respond to these accelerations of men like Roberto Heras. He allows them to go clear at an acceleration of 32 kilometers an hour on a climb like this, and then he slowly but surely pulls himself back. I tell you what, though, Frigo is looking rather good. And there's the golden jersey. He must have popped.
Well, he came back to do it. I thought we'd gone to the wrong group. They're all back, because there's Rasmussen as well. I think they must have gone back on when they sat down. No, they all got back together. We've still got these two. Let's not forget, these two men have been the heroes of this climb so far, Piepoli and Van Geulen. The main pack not too interested in them. They might just come back as a matter of volition.
And there's Cardenas going forward again. It was Aitor Gonzalez that made the acceleration to bring the little breakaway with Heras and Rasmussen back. Now they've come back together. Here's Unai Ossa, Valverde and Cardenas. Maybe they have been just in front of the peloton there, and they're closing the gap there to the riders just ahead of them. This is going to be 5 now in the front of the bike race. That's Piepoli and Van Geulen just in front of the 3 chasers, led by Felix Cardenas, the Colombian climber on the La Barca team, who is now in the King of the Mountain jersey when he gets to the top of this mountain.
So at 6 kilometers to go, we're going to have 5 leaders. Felix Cardenas has been advertising all day. He wants to win this stage, and he's been playing his cards to effect ever since these last climbs started. There's the leading group now: Unai Ossa, Leonardo Piepoli, Alejandro Valverde, Felix Cardenas and Jürgen Van Geulen.
Well, there was a big acceleration from this group from Aitor Gonzalez. You can see him in the white and blue jersey of Fossa Bortolo. Softened the legs up a little bit. Isidro Nozal looking back to see what happened to his team captain, Igor Gonzalez de Galdiano, who has been dropped. Now he's taken over the pacemaking. They too have 4 kilometers to go. Only 17 seconds. That acceleration went down. 10 seconds in just 1 kilometer. And it looks like the riders in the front are trying to counter the attacks by the 2 Banesto riders, Piepoli and Unai Ossa. Valverde is up there along with the other very solid climbers. Luis Perez, he's right there in the blue jersey on the Cofidis team, but Isidro Nozal is doing a great ride. This is De Galdiano.
And he's detached.
Getting dropped with Beltran there.
Beltran and Pereiro. So this is really serious news now. Once are down to 1 man, possibly now, who can win this tour. And he's been the man who's been trying to lose his lead in favour of Gonzalez de Galdiano for the last 2 days.
I think, Phil, they're really going to regret having spent a lot of energy working for Gonzalez de Galdiano, because Nozal is turning out to be a a very solid leader. So too is Unai Osa. He's attacked about 15 times over the last few kilometers. He's going absolutely ballistic. Always there being marked by Cardenas in the yellow jersey, and of course Alejandro Valverde in the lime green jersey of the Kelme squad. A little bit of slowing down top right-hand corner there. You can see Roberto Heras. They're looking over their shoulders to see what is happening to Igor Gonzalez de Galdiano. He's in the bottom left there with Manuel Beltran just sitting on his wheel. You have to use all of his experience right now to make sure he doesn't lose too much time. But the man closest to him in the overall classification, Manuel Beltran, is right there on his wheel, playing the defending role for US Postal this afternoon because their team leader, Roberto Heras, is just slightly off the front group.
Well, there's the attack from Rasmussen. He's waited till he's seen them all look at one another. A terrific acceleration from the right-hand side, while we've got the breakaway on the front left of our pictures. Now, as Gonzalez de Galdiano just about hooks on along with Beltran, there's been an attack by Rasmussen. Now it's Piepoli who's having a go at the front. They are throwing everything into this race now because they know that chase group is coming back from 26 seconds back to 17 seconds now. They're slowly, and somebody's gone on the back of Rasmussen's there. Rasmussen has crossed the gap and is in sight now of a second win in 3 days.
That was an incredible jump by Rasmussen. Nozal couldn't do anything about it. He had to let him go up the road. Time. He has 15 seconds now on Rasmussen. I think he's trying to call his callback button to ask Manolo Sáenz what to do. He'll look, see Gonzalez de Galdiano is back in there unless he's been dropped again by that wicked acceleration by Michael Rasmussen, who with 3 kilometers to go is now right up with our leaders. They were only 17 seconds behind, but he closed that gap in about 200 meters, and he's going again right now.
As our cameras are cut back to check out what Heras is doing here, I'm not absolutely unconvinced that in fact Nozella's got a stomach problem here, because we've seen him hold his stomach a lot of times on this climb, but he is certainly having to dig very, very deep, and he won't give up. Tremendous amount of courage he's got.
Oh, there's a crash. Somebody's come down there, and it looked as if it was Aitor Gonzalez had a problem, just gone down there. And also another rider here from the...
it's Zemo del Olmo who's gone down there, Paul. I don't know. There's another rider off to the right, possibly.
Well, the other rider that stopped with him was Aitor Gonzalez, and they've seen that right now. Roberto Heras kicking up the pace. Isidro Nozal, well, let's have a look at it from the back here. This is a replay of just exactly what happened. It was Gonzalez went down there with Del Olmo, but it's caused a bit of confusion in the group. On the defense is doing a superb ride, Isidro Nozal, but this man is certainly a star for the future, and if he can just put a couple of good individual time trials in, Rasmussen has got a great possibility of moving himself up into the top 5 in the overall classification, but it is all coming back together.
Eras is just integrated with the front group now. He's going to go right straight past him, try to attack. He's going to be countered by Felix Cardenas. He is riding a great race, Cardenas. His team set up this climb, and Cardenas there in the yellow jersey on the left-hand side of the group is able to match all the accelerations by both Monesto riders. Now we have 4, 5, 8, 10 guys in the front of the bike race.
Dario Frigo is in that group as well, so he was not caught up at all with those problems at the back end of the group, but one man who was Aitor Gonzalez, but I have a feeling Gonzalez is coming back now.
There he is. This is amazing. These boys clearly are virtually equal on form and condition right now. They make their moves, and I'm just wondering if Aitor is going to have a far right jump here, and I think he is. He is now built up. They'll have only just seen him. Cardenas is so observant. He is desperate for this victory today, and he's still got the legs there. He's now chasing last year's winner, Aitor Gonzalez.
Chase taken up there by Rasmussen as well. He wants to try and get himself this stage if he can to make it number 2 for Rabobank. He's climbing well up in the overall classification. That was an ideal move by Aitor Gonzalez. Just come to the back of the group. Everybody was waiting to try and catch their breath for just a few moments and hit them nice and hard. But I tell you what, nobody's going to outfox Felix Cardenas this afternoon, because he is looking for the win. And I wonder where Igor Gonzalez de Galdiano is, because I think he's in difficulty again, dragging himself back into this race.
Bob, we're seeing here a huge group of riders, the third day in the mountains, still locked together here. There's no decisions being made.
Just a couple of kilometers to go now, and Isidro Nozal has ridden the race of his life to contain all of these attacks. Time is running out for anybody else that wants to win the Vuelta a Espana. They have to start hitting him hard now. You can see him right there up against the fence in the golden jersey. He has countered all the great accelerations from Eras, from Rasmussen, from Cardenas, from Piepoli and Unai Osa and Luis Perez, and he's still right there defending that golden jersey. What an incredible ride he's doing. And De Galdiano there just behind. You can see him desperately trying to get back across, but all hats off to Isidro Nozal. What a great effort he's put in on the slopes of the Envalira climb, and it doesn't look like Once is going to lose the Vuelta on this stage today.
Well, it looks like they're going to keep hold of the lead because they are doing an absolutely superb job, but let's not regard the Vuelta as being completely over, as it looks like Aitor Gonzalez is having another go, hitting them hard again at the front end of this bike race. We are, after all, only on stage 9 as Rasmussen decides to take up, covered there by Perez. This is an unbelievable move, and as you said, Phil, everybody seems to be roughly around about the same form and the same fitness, because nobody can really break the stranglehold of this group.
It's not often you see a group as big as this coming to the top of a mountain top finish, but at this time of the year, you don't know how the body plays tricks. Aitor Gonzalez is beginning to show form. Rasmussen is beginning to say, I'm going to be among the favourites to win this race after what we've seen today. And watch out for Felix Cardenas. He could be another outsider who's going to fight his way into this race.
Also watch out for Pipoli. Those two riders are the furthest down in the overall classification, and if one of those hits them hard, Pipoli or Cardenas, they're not very likely to take up the pacemaking, because I think with around about a kilometre or so to go, we will get a chance to see. There's somebody else is waiting to go for the move. It's very steep in the corner. They get a chance to look over there and see where Gonzalez de Galdiano is. Still only 10 seconds off.
The Belgian flag there flying right on the faces when they came round that bend. That might deter them, or it may not, of course. Here he goes again, number 102, Felix Cardenas. I think if anybody's advertised the right to win to today's stage, it is Felix Cardenas. He's gone again. Pipoli is coming back alongside him, and look at the speed he's going at.
Well, this man was actually sitting on the first breakaway on Van Goulen's wheel. He had a very good chance of trying to keep himself in with the action. These two riders are the least dangerous in the overall classification right now. Pipoli is 32nd overall at the start of today. And again, it's Rasmussen taking up the pacemaker. He's not scared of anybody here this afternoon. And there's a big acceleration coming. Roberto Heras seems to have lost the wheel slightly.
Well, watching the dizzy heights now as we come up towards the top of the Envalira. It kicks up now towards the finish, and these riders, they come and they go. The elastic stretches, it doesn't snap. Riders fight the way back up when we know there's a big crowd waiting at the top here now. Felix Cardenas, Bob, has still got himself in the right place.
Well, when the group hesitates behind, his lead stretches out. The wind is also wreaking havoc. Riders all the way across. You can see how windy it is by the red flag there. It's right in the face of the riders now. At this moment, you have to calculate perfectly. Mancebo from Modesto back in the front group. And here goes Cardenas again, kicking. Pipoli doesn't seem to be able to. He's getting right back on the wheel.
I think Pipoli's going to win this.
Watch out, there is Unai Osa coming up through the confusion there as well, the teammate of Pipoli. And these guys now, I think they're just watching each other just to see what's going to happen. But there are now 3 riders at the front of the race, 2 of them from ibernesto.com.
A perfect combination. Leonardo Pipoli, judging by his acceleration to catch Cardenas, is feeling very, very good. It's 2-1 now, and poor old Felix here is facing 2 Banesto riders to take him on, and that might be his undoing on what so far has been a perfect day, because he's returned to the top of the leaderboard in the King of the Mountains competition. Unai Osa been so close to winning stages this week, and watch out, because here comes more trouble, and this is Alessandro Valverde, and I think he's preparing for an early attack here. He's checking over his shoulder because he has the most to gain of this little group, and he's going to wait as long as he can. 23 years of age, a superb revelation this season. He's leapt across the gap. He's waited to leave all of the top contenders for the overall classification. Watch each other. It's Rasmussen on the top of that group. They're trying to pull them all back inside of the last kilometre. And once again, Aitor Gonzalez, number 1, last year's winner. He wants to win as well if he can. Aitor Gonzalez trying to reach them now if he can. What an incredible battle this is, and it's not going to decide anything here as Aitor grinds them back up alongside each other. And I would watch out now for Rasmussen, who kicks out of the saddle to hold Aitor. I think he smells blood again, that man from Denmark, the mountain bike king of 1999, as they swing around the corner now, heading into the closing few hundred meters to the line. It is going to be a sprinter's finish on top of the mountain. Cardenas forced onto the lead now, looking over his shoulder. Valverde is the rider in green, but really it's going to be a sprint here, and the man who can turn out the best sprint is going to take the stage as the attack has started on the right now. This looks like Santos is going now as they start to go. Gonzalez, Frigo, he's the big danger now. Here he comes on the outside, and this is the man who's been riding a real dark horse race, but now putting himself in with a terrific chance of winning this. Cardenas refuses to give up. This is almost a slow motion grind to the summit, and I think Dario Frigo is going to win, or is it going to be Valverde? Valverde gets it on the line. He gets valuable time too, a couple of seconds. Frigo is second, and third is Osa, fourth Pipoli. That's and Nozal is in there as well. He's got a little bit of time gain on Roberto Heras, and I think we'll find he's got even more on Beltran and indeed Gonzalez de Galdeano. So this has worked out really a great day for the Golden Jersey, because here are his nearest rivals, and they're both losing time as well. He's actually increased his overall lead.
Well, Phil, every day we expected this man to lose since the individual time trial, and he's stayed at the top of the lead, and he's looking every day like a much stronger contender to try and win this bike race overall.
Alessandro Valverde, there he is circled, and this is how he won. He was on the back wheel there of Dario Frigo, and I have to say I thought Frigo had done it well here, but his legs just weren't fast enough, because they actually timed this separately by a second clear victory, and so they should have done too, for Alessandro Valverde, and that was his 6th win of the season. So he gets victory over Frigo by a second. Bit of a dark horse, Dario Frigo, this year. Unai Osa in third. Leonardo Pipoli riding so well to hold on for fourth, and Francisco Mancebo getting fifth. In the end, Cardenas dropping away to 6th place for him. Nozal, a brilliant 7th place, only 6 seconds off the leader there. Scarponi, Aito Gonzalez, and Michael Rasmussen. Of some notable others, Luis Perez 11th, Heras conceding 13 seconds to the winner, and he's finishing 12th, and Galdeano and Beltran are both losing half a minute in that last couple of kilometres up to the line. So kisses all round, 6th win of the year. He's a young 23-year-old in his 2nd season, and now he's suddenly found his winning ways. All of his wins coming this season, and without doubt, this is his best finish of any bike race since he turned pro. He must have felt pretty good saluting the crowd here. And a big danger now, because he's moved up as well in the overall classification, as we can see now with the Pacific Life overall standings. Isidro Nozal, 6 days now in the lead, 1:45. He increased his lead over Galdeano, 1:58 over Beltran. He gains on him. Dario Frigo pulls a little bit back at 3:02, and Heras in 5th place there. A little bit further down, Valverde comes up 1 place. He gets over the top of Aito Gonzalez, moves up to 7th. Rasmussen stays locked in 9th for the moment, riding so well. And Unai Osa is completing there at the top 10. Now, after the race finished, we heard the news that Richard Virenque was disqualified for holding on to car in the mountain, and as a result of that is out of the race, and the field is now down to 170 riders. And this time it's goodbye to Andorra, as the riders now move on back onto Spanish soil, where they'll stay for the best part of the 2 weeks now that remain of this year's Vuelta Espana. Today is supposedly a day for the sprinters, and as we look at the route here back into Spain, it's fairly flat, and our first time finish in Zabadell, although we have made a start there. 1 kilometre to go. The sprinters are not going to latch on. They've been beaten today by breakaways. A most unusual way this. Lombardi has opened up the sprint here, and he's trying now to wrap it up. We've got, I think it's Pradera in 2nd place, but it might be Vicioso, judging by the cramped style of the rider. But in any case, the sprinters are still coming, and there's still a lead out going on behind for Alessandro Bertacchi. It's going to be a desperate finish here, as this small group of riders goes round the bend, with Hincapie tagged onto the tail there of Sergei Ivanov as they come into the straight now. Can George get out of that pack somehow and do something? Perez is trying to make the move now. It looks like Angel Vicioso going to the line. Can Once do anything wrong? Maybe they can, because the line's a bit further away. Vicioso has swung away now. Pataki has got through. I don't believe this, because they're coming right up on the line now, and Zabel is on his wheel. Is this going to be revenge for Erik Zabel? The best chance
his hand. He's through on the inside. Erik Zabel is getting the line. He's got the victory. That was superb. And Erik, well, if you're going to make a comeback, that's the way to do it.
He's a
fabulous win.
Great bike rider. He's always consistent, and I think we said about 30 kilometers to go. If he was going to win this bike race, he would wait for the lead out to come from Alessandro Petacchi and wait to see if Petacchi could make the error. That was such a confusing sprint for all of the sprinters, catching a breakaway group like that inside of 500 meters to go. You see, Petacchi didn't have his lead out man there. He had to go for a very long sprint. There, right on his wheel, was Erik Zabel. The long lead out by Petacchi faltered a little bit towards the end. You make one mistake and Mr. Erik Zabel is right there.
There it is, 4 hours, 10 minutes and 51 for what was over 120 miles of racing today. Petacchi just behind him. They gave Grady the same time, and Freddy Rodriguez. Tom Bonen was the rider who came into the frame near the end in 5th place. He's beginning to become a very good sprinter because all of them had to work very hard to be in at the kill today. Here's the golden jersey, and for 7 days now, Isidro Nozal, in the early part of his leadership, we were commentating about when he would lose it. We're not going to fall into that trap again, I can assure you, because this man has shown all the strength of a true champion when he's been put under the hammer. Ten days behind us now, a rest day yesterday. The riders in the Tour of Spain have covered more than 1,400 kilometres. They're about to add on 162 kilometres today, and I can tell you they're absolutely flying. The fairy tale tour of Isidro Nozal all began with the team time trial in Gijón. 28 kilometres. The Once team were favourites, and they lived up to their tag. They won the stage. But yet he wasn't in the leader's golden jersey. That was on the shoulders of a teammate. But then came his chance. He joined a breakaway, and the breakaway succeeded. He became the 3rd leader of the Tour on the team, and he was looking the most solid because he was the first to get time gaps. Of course, the first big test was the individual time trial, and everybody was convinced he wouldn't do well here. Well, he shocked. He not only won the time trial, but he increased his overall lead. Of course, now he proved he could time trial, but could he climb mountains? He faced 3 days in the Pyrenees. Well, the answer was yes, he could. He also learned the art of suffering, but they couldn't get rid of him. He had to take over, even though he appeared to always be working for González de Galdeano. At the summit, he'd suffered, but he was still in the golden jersey. Then came the long climb to the mountaintop finish in Andorra. Roberto Heras attacked him, and so did the others. He marshalled every move while they crashed down behind him. At the top, he had increased his lead again over his principal rivals. This man has showed now, after 7 days in the golden jersey, he's ready to take it all the way to Madrid. And so he resumes now in that golden leader's jersey with a lead of 1:48. Manuel Beltran is 3rd. Dario Frigo, still a bit of a dark horse, I think, riding there in 4th place. Roberto Heras completing the top 5, giving US Postal 2 men in the top 5, but they're not sure how to handle the situation yet. Further down, a pre-race favourite Mancebo is in 6th place. Valverde, Rasmussen have both won stages, while Aitor González is beginning to look a changed man these last few days as the defending champion, and Unai Osa completes the top 10 overall. Well, today's the day, and they are absolutely flying. They're over half an hour ahead of schedule, and this is the route they are taking. We're heading away from UTL to Cuenca, which is a pretty familiar route for riders in the Tour of Spain the past few years. It's 162 kilometres. Watch out for that little cobble climb at the end, the Alto del Castillo, the climb up the side of the castle there. 1,120 metres is where we reach. It might stop Petacchi winning. 168 of the 188 riders are still in, 30 gone. 2 have gone today, and 8 of the teams are still intact. The first surprise was Igor Astaloa not signing on at the start, bringing Seiko down to only 3 men. Jose Gomez, he's the second retirement on La Barca dos Caf's back team. So they've lost 2 men now as well. So as we look now at these riders here trying to bridge the gap, terrific work being done by Telecom in the service of their leader. They've still got to sort out these 2 who are flying down this hill, Bob, leaving some skin on the barriers almost there.
Absolutely. Echeverria is not he's taking every chance possible, using the whole road all the way to the barrier there. Santos Gonzalez did well to stay on his wheel going through that corner. They're just right in front of the Telecom team. When you have a rider of the quality of Erik Zabel on your team, you can do incredible things as a domestique on the front of the peloton. You can close gaps before the finish line. You know that your man stands a great chance to win. 2 kilometers to go.
Well, they're taking all kinds of risks to stay off the front, but they're also taking big risks in the main field right now because Team Telecom don't have the full locomotive on the front here right now. But as Bob says, even the one man left on the front there in the pink jersey for Telecom, he will be just pulling himself inside out to try and grab those riders in front. You can see them now. It's down to about 45 meters. Oh, and this is a dodgy little corner, and most of the front end of the main field have got round there safely. But the man from Telecom, I think he's just popped and he's sliding down. He's going to look to see the position of Erik Zabel. Zabel may well find this a very complicated sprint. Echeverria's got about 20 meters advantage there over Santos Gonzalez. And the main field is not really very far behind.
Desperate, looking for the red flag. Have they timed the catch to their absolute perfection yet again, the Prof Peloton? Because Echeverria is now so excited he's even left Santos Gonzalez, who refuses to be left. He's fighting his way back, Bob.
He needs that wheel if he's going to have a chance to win this bike race. Santos Gonzalez needs to drop him because he's a time trialist. He's not a sprinter. Echeverria needs to get on that wheel, and they need to work together. 1 kilometer to go. This is a dogfight. Let's see where the peloton is. They're going to come into view in just a moment. Big effort, though. Great descent by Echeverria. Santos Gonzalez did well. Now Echeverria has got to use his patience. You cannot make a mistake. Let Santos Gonzalez lead it out, and then hopefully you come around before the peloton catches you.
We are into the last 600 meters or so. It is desperate, but there is a possibility. It's ruined all the tactics here of the riders in front. They've got to go, and they're going to be swept up as they come to the run-in, because Echeverria is still seeking wheels to follow, and it's too late. He's got to make the move because they've got him and they've tagged on to the back. And also I think, you know, there is Alessandro Patacchi here as they start to head down towards the finish now. Zabel is in, looking out, can't see him at the moment. Over to the right of our picture, Erik Zabel, as they try now to launch the attack to the finish. Zabel is going to in. George Hincap is mixing it too as they wait for the move, and Echeverria has tried again. Zabel is through the middle. They've all opened up for the big sprinter from Germany. Won't believe this as Van Gulen tries to take him on, but as he comes to the line, an extra kick by Zabel is required, and it's going to go to the photo, and I think it's probably Van Gulen there who was right on the line. It could have been Tom Bonen. He's tall enough to have been Tom Bonen, and if it was Tom Bonen, I would put my bet he might have taken it on the line, Paul, but it was extremely tight in the end. Here we go. Let's have a look now. Zabel may have just burst out too soon, but did he? Here comes the rider from Quick Step, big enough to be Tom Bonen. Zabel has won it. Zabel has taken win number 2.
He's a great bike rider, Erik Zabel. He's a tough competitor. He will fight through any kind of gap. He saw what was happening in the last 200 or 300 meters there, and he saw just exactly what he had to do. He could feel the pressure of everybody coming up through the outside, and he went for a very long sprint.
And there's the result. 101 miles today in 3 hours and 15 minutes. Now that's bike racing for you. And Tom Bonen just being beaten by a quarter of a wheel on the line. Angel Edo of Spain getting in there in 3rd place, Valverde 4th, and Gorka Gonzalez in 5th. That's as the camera picked them out. But we are very pleased to say that Roberto Heras, their first reporter, he fell, is finishing with this group. George Hincapie sprinting it out, but further back is Heras. He's listed in the group in the finishing bunch here. Aito Gonzalez, the white helmet and the white jersey in the centre of our picture, taking part in the sprints here and doing very, very well to get near the sharp end. And on the right there, the golden jersey of Nozal. Happy smiles for the man we know very well, Erik Zabel, and he loves every day he wins like it was the first victory of his career. He really is a wonderful bike rider. He says there are so many young fast sprinters coming up now, but he has one advantage, and that's experience of a man who's won 179 bike races as a professional. This is the new situation overall, and it's significant because Nozal keeps the lead, of course, with the same gap over Gonzalez de Galdeano, but Manuel Beltran, and they may have given us a confused call when they said Heras crashed, because Beltran has finished in the 2nd group. He has lost over a minute, and he's just about held on to 3rd place overall. Other than that, the top 10 names are still in the same order as they were this morning. There we now have Nozell taking what is his 8th golden jersey of this year's race, and he doesn't make any mistakes, Bob, and he lets the others make the errors.
Absolutely flawless Vuelta so far for this man, Isidro Nozell, proving to be a big star for the future of cycling, getting his another golden jersey, and he's starting to look a lot more comfortable in that. I have to say, he's enjoying himself on the podiums now. He knows exactly which trophies to reach for and where to hold them up, and he's doing a great job. Unbelievable.
And onward we go, stage 12 today in the Vuelta Espana. We move a little bit further south from Cuenca down to Albacete. 169 kilometres. The stage is pretty flat after the initial beginning, and we run downhill. It's the hometown too, by the way, of Oscar Sevilla, and I'm sure all his fans will be there. Let's have a look now at where we're off to today. We went north yesterday. The wind's coming from the northeast quarter, tail to cross as we head south now from Cuenca down to Albacete. We've had the small climb. It was after only 11 kilometres today at Tordiga, and the riders now running pretty much on flat roads, and they're going to have to be very careful of the crosswinds. 168 on the start line today, 30 now gone since we started 13 days ago at Quillon, and 8, quite a lot I think, 8 of the 22 teams still carrying all 9 riders towards the finish. Seiko, by the way, they're in a little bit of problem because they've only got 3 riders left in the race, and here they are for you. From Fuentes, Leonardo Pepili and Pugacci. The only 3 riders still going on Team Seiko, and up until now it's a team which has had a wonderful season. Big effort being put on here now by Matt White, US Postal, just under 31, well now we're going over 31 miles an hour as they really race towards the line, not thinking of the finish at all. There's no bonuses in this race. You've got to make your time the hard way, and that's drag it out of those legs. So these boys in US Postal will throw their hands up when they come to the finish. All they want are the seconds, and that's why Pataki's job at winning the sprint should be that little bit easier.
A great coup by US Postal, but certainly a planned move by Johan Brunel to try and blow this race to pieces. It really was exactly at the point where they turned right off the big main road down from Madrid that the acceleration started, and it really has been quite remarkable to see so much pressure on the race for the whole of the last hour. And look at this time gap now, it really is starting to go up that little bit more, and I think by the finish line it may well be closer to the 1 minute mark, because these guys, they've lost all impetus.
Well, it's almost the magical minute at 3 kilometres to go. The next banner we see will be 2. And now, of course, in the leading group, Pataki will start elbowing his way through to try and get into the rhythm that's being set by US Postal. But there's no doubt, you know, what a strange world it is. 24 hours on from losing just over a minute, Manuel Beltran has profited by other mistakes today, and he's going to pull most of that time lost yesterday back on the road into the finish today. You've got to pay attention.
You have to pay attention every day in a 3-week bike race. That's what it's all about. It's all about consistency on every individual stage. I can see a white jersey moving towards the front end of the main field, and I can see a white jersey with the German flag on it as well, because Erik Zabel will be trying to get that up to the front there. He's wearing the points jersey this afternoon, but the German flag I could see was actually on top of his helmet.
Well, as the riders are coming up towards what will be the last kilometre here now, they'll start to think more of the sprint, while US Postal will try to keep the pressure on. It's seconds which could turn this race around. They need to give Roberto Heras in particular the best possible launch pad into the mountains later on, because they know that tomorrow he may struggle a little bit. 1 kilometre to go, a right-hand bend here now, and that puts him in the last 900 metres as they line up for the finish.
Well, it was Hincapie there doing that last turn into the last kilometre, but now they're starting to get themselves organised on the front end of the main field. There's a move coming across here from Euskaltel-Euskadi.
Well, that's Santos Gonzalez, I think, trying to lead out Giovanni Lombardi there on his wheel, but we didn't even see him in the breakaway. But as Euskaltel has made a long shot at the line here, Pataki is also moving into the play, and Fabrizio Guidi looks as though he's trying to get in as well. Now into second wheel here for Fabrizio Guidi, and now he's putting himself in a perfect position for the launch pad. Here comes Fred Rodriguez, trying to get an early kick and an early advantage. Going to be a desperate finish. Fred Rodriguez for the USA has dropped back into the pack here now. Pataki coming, being challenged by Zabel, the 2 big sprinters. Zabel, is he going to do it 3? I think he might. As he hits the line, it's going to go to the photo. I think Pataki got it. He thinks so too. It's 3 wins for Pataki. And again, Zabel has to take second fiddle to the big sprinter from Italy. What a finish. Now they're in. The clock is counting. Aitor Gonzalez bringing them home for a desperate finish. Followed now on the wheel there by Valverde. The losers of a little bit of time today, which could make the difference as this race goes into its final week. Watch the clock then as they come in, as it's been won by Pataki with Zabel in second place. The time counts down now, and it looks as though Frigo will drop 2 places tonight as they come up to the line. It's not going to be far short of that magical minute. That's a big psychological gain for the riders up front. And think about Nozal now. He has really struck gold again today. His 9th day in gold, in fact. As he come up to the line now, I think it is going to be all of 1 minute. It's about 1:03 for Beltran, losing that yesterday, and it's going to be about the same as they come up to the line. Tom Bonan cleaning up here for best of the rest, but it's the time that matters in the end. 1:08. Wow. That is quite a big loss.
But it's a huge loss, and it was all taken in the last 3 or 4 kilometers, because for an awful long time we were hovering at half a minute to 40 seconds. Then all of a sudden, once the elastic snapped, it really did snap. And it really is funny how the world goes upside down in a bike race like this, because yesterday Manuel Beltran found himself losing 1:02, and today he wins back 1:08. And this man, all he had to do was just sit back and enjoy the ride. A little bit upset maybe by the sliding down the overall classification of his 2 teammates, Aitor Gonzalez and Dario Frigo. But for him, it's all about winning. And he was pushed pretty closely to the line there by Erik Zabel. And I have a feeling that Mr. Zabel might get himself another win before the end of this Vuelta.
There are the gaps now. And if you're not less than 4 minutes behind, then you're off the top 5 leaderboard. Beltran stays at 3:03, Heras at 3:05, Mancebo up as well to 3:40. He's come out of the top 10 and moving up very nicely. Further back, Rasmussen is now up at 4:04. Dario Frigo down to 4:13, and now Valverde has gone back to 5:05. Aitor Gonzalez there at 5:08. Yes, and after 13 days and more than 1,700 kilometers, it's now the second time trial, the race against the truth. The man that wins with the best time takes the day, but you know he could also win the Vuelta. Yes, after over 53 kilometers, this is one of the longest time trials in the history of the Tour of Spain. We stay in and around the city of Albacete today. The wind will come at them from all directions. This is the overall situation. Isidro Nozal looking for an 11th day in the leader's yellow jersey. 1:48 over Gonzalez de Galdeano, his teammate. Beltran, Heras, Mancebo will all look to close down the gap today. Further back, the 2 big losers yesterday, Dario Frigo and Aitor Gonzalez, are great time trial riders. They'll need to be now to start closing down these gaps. Now, the American riders are riding well. George Hincapie is in, so too is Floyd Landis, who is sitting on the 6th best time. Leipheimer is sitting on the 4th best time at the moment. Freddie Rodriguez and Bobby Julich, there are the times for you to see.
Well, it's been an incredible effort by one of the very best in the business. David Miller won the last long individual time trial recently in the Tour de France just a few weeks ago. He's still on good form. He set a scintillating time against the wind from the turnaround point on the course when it comes back against the riders, the headwind all the way to the finish. He conserved a little bit throughout the day and still had incredible amounts of power and speed all the way to the line and set a very fast time. Over 3 minutes faster than the nearest man when he got to the line. Riders have started to come a little bit closer, but he is still leading.
Well, the one thing about David Miller is he gets quicker as the race gets longer, and so the case has proved again. 62 minutes, 16.5 seconds, and that is the current situation. Sergei Ivanov gave him a few shocks, only 2 seconds behind him at the first check. fell away to finish 27 seconds slower. Similar thing for Bert Grabsch, who did the same in the first time trial. Levi Leipheimer continues to improve. He is a good time trial rider and holding 4th place at the moment. And Tony Towler there of Kelme is in 5th. Now I think we can go straight to the action, and I think we might see, it says Moreni there. We can't be far away though. Hincapie. So this is Christian Moreni and George Hincapie coming to the line now. And another good ride. Here's Hincapie, who's bridging a gap of 2 minutes here. The clock is running on Hincapie's time, and George, rather a good ride by George.
George doing a great ride here. He's in 8th place so far, and just not forget, he's been doing tempo all throughout the Vuelta at the front of the bike race, defending both Beltran and Eras, his teammates.
But here's Klaus Moller now. He's just about reaching Miller's time short of the line, but it's been a very, very good effort by Klaus Moller here, as I think he should get in 2nd place and beat Ivanov. It'd be a bit of a sprint because he's been going slow and he's making the effort now. He knows he's close. He'd be sad he hasn't matched Miller's time. He was beating it the first 2 time checks, but a huge effort. He's going to have to finish off with a flourish, and I'm not too sure he will now. I think Ivanov might hang on here as Moller comes up towards the line now. He's got 3 seconds, so he has slowed quite substantially over the last quarter of the course, and Klaus Moller hits the line with only the 4th best time of 1:2:48. He really did crack over those last few kilometers.
Roberto Eras in the start line has to do something very special today to remain competitive for the overall title in the Vuelta a España. You can see that yesterday there was absolutely no hesitation on the U.S. Postal Squadron. They most certainly haven't given up. They went into the wind, tore the race apart, and they did a great job. Roberto Eras, I'm sure, will give everything for this time trial.
Now, the last man of the 168. When he came to the time trial a week ago, we were expecting him to be replaced by a new leader at the end. He not only was not replaced, he won the time trial, beating David Miller. Miller was surprised, Nozal was surprised. If he does the same today, we won't be fooled again. We'll start to look at this man as the future winner of this race. Moving on to 27, we have no information. Santos Gonzalez, this is not Aitor. Santos has gone through here with the 5th best time, which is holding what he had at the earlier check of 14 kilometers, also 5th best time there. We are waiting and wondering why they haven't given us Aitor Gonzalez's time, because he was due there about 5 minutes ago, but no information coming from the timekeepers in Spain at the moment. But they'll get it right before the big boys get there, I'm sure. Not that Gonzalez isn't a big boy.
Well, he is a big boy. Let's not forget he actually represented Spain at the Olympic Games in Sydney in the individual time trial. It's a very important day for Roberto Eras. He's moved high up in the overall classification. With that move yesterday, a very good orchestrated move by US Postal Service, he moved up into 4th place in the overall classification. But breathing down his neck, a minute and 11 seconds behind, in fact, is Aitor Gonzalez, and only 46 seconds behind him, in fact, is Dario Frigo. So I think the top end of the overall classification is going to change quite a bit this afternoon. It always amazes me when you look at a rider like Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano. His position on the machine doesn't really indicate the amount of power this man is developing right now, because to put it into technical terms, he is probably producing around about 500 watts of energy right now.
This is an exceptional ride by Roberto Eras, doing it on the flat, of course, with his known ability on the mountaintop still to come. He could yet be a top 3 finish, and he knows it. This will be a most interesting time here, because he's about 1.5 minutes he's taken out of Mancebo. He's closing in just about 30 seconds or so, and he'll be up on him because they started at 2-minute gaps. Here we go. As he hits the line, it's going to be 5th best time at this point, 31:47, conceding 52 seconds at this point to Klaus Moller.
You can see Nozal in the distance down there. There's a yellow car. The second Once team car is following the last man to start. Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano, not for the moment rivaling the 2 times at the top of the leaderboard, the times of Moller and Miller, but still he is rivaling the best times. And do you know what impresses me the most is Roberto Eras is only a few seconds behind Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano, who goes through there with the 5th best time at this point.
And a full minute quicker than Dario Frigo at that point too, which is a very interesting marker, I think. Moller has the best time here of 30:55. Gonzalez de Galdeano has gone through 31:32, a minute quicker than Frigo. And this man, clearly the best of the men who are looking for a high finish in Madrid. Has he confirmed it? Look at this. He's coming through now. This man has found his time trialing legs as well. He's going to be just on the same time as Mola. 30:55.3. They say he's quicker.
Well, it's exactly the same time, only separated by tenths or even thousandths of a second. This man is certainly been the huge surprise of the Vuelta a Espana here right now, and I have to say they've put him on a very special machine here this afternoon, Bob, because it's emblazoned with gold finished equipment, and that's probably a lot to do with the fact that he's wearing the golden jersey. There's confirmation at 27 kilometers covered. Isidro Nozal and Klaus Mola exactly the same time. 4 seconds ahead of David Miller. Bert Grabsch in 4th position there, 9 seconds in arrears, and Sergei Ivanov down there in 5th place. But this is turning out to be rather a splendid individual time trial, and I'm very impressed with Roberto Heras there, Phil, in 7th place.
5th at all of the checks. I think he's going to confirm 5th place on the line for the former champion of the time trial of Spain, that is. And here he comes, Santos Gonzalez, producing a nice kick, and nice to see him in the race, because this is the team that may not have been here if Cipollini decided not to ride in the team, so be it just for the team time trial. 5th place at the moment, 1-4 there for him, back out on the course. This man is looking rather set to break a 1-2 barrier at the moment, and he might be the only man to do it if he can maintain this place.
It's all going to be down up to the last 15 kilometres, because as we said, the wind this afternoon is basically a southeasterly wind, a complete change in wind direction as we get down towards the bottom of the Spanish peninsula, and they've got a tailwind over the first half of the course and then a very difficult headwind on their way back into Albacete for the finishing time.
It's a good ride by Alejandro Valverde. Remember, it's to be points for that blue jersey because he wants to keep high up in the overall classification in the combine competition. And he looks as though he might just about better the top 10 here if he can hold his sprint to the line. He's going to drop behind Floyd Landis. He's got to get inside Alberto Martinez. He might just about do that. He's good. And 9th place finish for the moment for Valverde, 1:4:47. Good solid ride. And Dario Frigo, one or two of us, tipped this man to win yesterday. It looks as though he's let us all down, because he too has suffered after that long chase in the crosswinds yesterday when he lost more than a minute. And he's losing the Tour of Spain here right now, I think, because he's just about going to creep into the top 35 riders as he comes up to the line. So the man who really should have been in the top 6 at this stage of the day is just about coming in with a 1 hour 6 minute ride, puts him in 32nd place, and he'll go further down than that.
I'll tell you what, that's completely blown away my predictions, Phil, as Francisco Mancebo comes up to the line right now. Pretty reasonable time by him as well, and right on his tail, just round the corner there, I caught a glimpse of Roberto Heras. My predictions for the day were Dario Frigo and, of course, Aitor Gonzalez, and they certainly have let the side down this afternoon. But there, further down the road, is Roberto Heras, for me, riding the time trial of his career, Bob.
Absolutely. This is the time trial of Roberto Heras' life. He's just down on the finishing straightaway as Mancebo comes to the line. Decent time for Mancebo, 48.8 kilometer average. That is pretty darn fast on a day that's so windy. You can see down the course a little bit, Roberto Heras doing his final sprint for the line. He's still in 5th place. That's a great ride by the pure climber from the Postal team.
Comes in, clipping the barriers there. He's very, very pleased, I would suspect, with that ride. 50.1 kilometres now, nearly 32 miles an hour. Concedes a minute 32 to David Miller, but that's not his target. It'll be slightly more than that when this rider gets in, though, because the indications are now he's a minute and 5 seconds ahead of Gonzalez de Galdeano, and he can't have much more than about 3 minutes to go. So Beltran heading up towards the line, and it won't be too far back, I don't think, before we see Gonzalez de Galdeano, because I reckon he's on a 1 hour 3 minute ride, and Beltran coming in at 1:04, then Gonzalez de Galdeano can't be that far behind.
Well, these two riders from US Postal were separated by 25 seconds, and it's still, this ride by Beltran keeps them in a very good tactical situation going into the big mountain stages to come, because they can always launch a man into a breakaway situation. That's a good ride by Beltran as he comes up to the line and stops the clock for the 9th best time, an hour and 4 minutes 39 seconds.
But right in the home straight now, he's closed right in on him. Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano is now heading up to the line. He might just be a short 1 hour 3 minute ride. He will be all of that now as he comes in, and the man who's going to really set that clock on fire is still to finish now, because he's about a minute, less than a minute behind his team captain as Gonzalez de Galdeano comes home. He's hanging on here, a 5th place finish at the moment. It just shows you the quality of Heras's ride, because we expect a good ride from Galdeano. He gets the better of Roberto Heras, but only just. He looks over his shoulder, perhaps not at the clock, perhaps to see where Isidro Nozal is, where he's about 40 seconds behind him. And here he comes. He could be the only man today to get inside that 1:02 barrier. It'll be a tough call, but it'll be right on the top of the minute. And there's no doubt now that Nozal has won his 2nd time trial, and surely now has really laid the foundation for his final victory in Madrid a week on Sunday. At last now, when he's been riding in the partnership of his team captain, surely now Nozal is going to believe in himself. He might just yet beat that 1:02 ride. No, he won't. He'll go just outside, but one thing's for sure, he's won his 2nd time trial. 1:02.03. Now surely, Bob, he's going to go on and win this Tour.
That's an unbelievable ride by Isidro Nozal. You could just see it in his pedaling motion, so smooth, so powerful. Now the melee at the finish line, he is wounded in the final kilometers. He went flat out into a big headwind. That's a great ride by Nozal, and let's see if he can keep on doing the efforts that are steady in the mountains to get all the way to Madrid in that golden jersey.
When it was stage 6 and we were at Zaragoza, we said then that we didn't expect this man to be still the leader. He won the time trial there on the 6th day of the Tour. Now here we are, stage 13. He's won the time trial again, and he's very much the leader of the Tour now, and is convincing us all that he's going to carry this jersey all of the way to Madrid. He's still got some tough days ahead of him. He's got the mountain top finishes, the mountain time trial, hang on in the crosswinds, which he's had no difficulty in doing. And he doesn't ever speak about himself as being the leader of the team, never mind the leader of the Tour. But surely now Manolo Sainz is going to have to say, right, you've earned your stars, now we're all going to help you win this race. 14th day of the race now. We say goodbye to Albacete and the scene of the big time trial yesterday as we head now towards the next town at Valdepeñas. Aitor Gonzalez has decided to call it a day. He's never felt at home this year in any major stage race, and just like in the Tour de France, he is out. And there's only one previous winner left in the Tour now, Roberto Heras. Heras enjoyed his time trial yesterday, coming into 3rd place in the overall behind Isidro Nozal, who in turn won that, and is 3:03 ahead of Gonzalez de Galdeano, his team captain. Beltran slipped a little to 4th, and Francisco Mancebo very consistent there in 5th place. Bit further down, Valverde still very much in the show. Luis Perez getting what could be his finest ever finish. He's now 8th in the race. Frigo dropped away from the leaderboard a couple of days ago and did nothing to regain it yesterday. And Unai Osa in 10th. Of the American riders, it's George Hincapie flying high amongst the top 5 Americans in the race, the only 5 Americans in the race. Floyd Landis had a very good ride yesterday and he's now 58th. Levi Leipheimer, also a great ride yesterday. He's up there to 85th. With Julian Rodriguez, the other 2 riders on the result standing there. We're travelling in a westerly direction and we are picking up a tremendous tailwind. Over 51 kilometres covered in the first hour today on the road to Valdepeñas. We're down to 165 now of the 198, and 7 of the 22 teams are now all that's left intact, losing Aitor Gonzalez today, the first man in the Fassa Bortolo. And 2 riders giving up so far over the weekend. Yesterday not starting the time trial, and we didn't know at the time, was Angel Casero, another winner of the Tour. We lost 2 winners in 2 days. Peter Falazan in Cofidis, and moments ago we lost Aitor Gonzalez as well. Well, we believe they're looking at 3 kilometres, but the writing is so small on these banners, we're never sure until the riders know exactly where they are. And certainly at the moment, so too do the Team Telecom boys. Now watch out for the polka dot jersey. I don't see him at the moment, but the Fassa Bortolo boys are beginning to move in on the thick of the action as well.
Moving around the outside, Fassa Bortolo want to keep it up, and looked to me as if that was 2 kilometers to go, and there's a huge acceleration coming now from Fassa Bortolo. I can't see Erik Zabel at all down there, but I feel certain he must be still in with a chance. An acceleration like that must be coming from a rider like Sergei Ivanov.
Well, Ivanov or Tzato, it is Ivanov, and I tell you what, that was a terrific jump, and he's distanced the peloton here as they're trying to reorganize themselves at the back, and this is going to be desperate moments for them now, because it is a very difficult gap to be bridged, and they might get the win on Fassa, but it might be with the rider they're not expecting, as we're looking now for 1,000 meters to go.
Telecom moving up the outside. They want to control it all. That was a long attempt there by Ivanov. He's disappearing, but the effect that it has had is to stretch out the front end of the main field. In about 10th position there, you can see a lime green jersey. That's going to be Angeledo, who rides for Milanese. He'll be looking for the win as well. On the front, Telecom back in control, but there are a lot of white jerseys. It's the Pataki train right now. There in 4th position is Erik Zabel. Right on his wheel there is Freddy Rodriguez. He's also looking for the win. 1,000 meters left to go. Pataki is up into 3rd place. Zabel is in 4th. Rodriguez in 5th.
Big lead out now by Tzato, and he'll peel off and try and move over for Pataki to take up the running here, but Zabel has got the wheel too, and there's a rush through by Alessio on the right hand side of the road now with Angelo Ferland trying to get on the action. Rodriguez poised in the centre there. Tom Bonan is right there too. They've got a lot of confidence with this man. A big lead out now. Bonan perfectly positioned. Hincapie there in 2nd place. Now is this the day that Hincapie is going to give us the sprint of his life? Hincapie comes. Grady trying to take him on. Bonan coming on Hincapie, and they're going for the line, and Grady's coming clear now with Bonan in 2nd. Hincapie, Pataki is in 4th. Here comes Alessandro Pataki with the usual run now. Nobody's going to get over Alessandro Pataki. Hincapie, and Fred Rodriguez isn't going to give up. It's 2nd for Fred, 3rd for Zabel. What a sprint that was.
Unbelievable. How does this man do it? He can lead from the front, or he can come from the confusion of 5th or 6th position behind. For a few moments I thought he'd completely blown it. You couldn't see him. Then all of a sudden the white jersey with the blue stripe across appears on the front end of the main field. Tom Boonen panicked a little bit, inexperienced, starting his sprint a long way out there, but there's nothing you can say, there's nothing more you can say about Alessandro Pataki. There has been a split in the main field, and I would think that all of the main leaders are in the front end of the peloton. But once again, Alessandro Pataki does it. Win number 25 this year, and this is a remarkable season for this man, which he's going to put down in his record books.
Well, he is fearsomely fast, and there's the result. Getting in behind him, Fred Rodriguez, Erik Zabel, Thomas Brun getting a place there for CSC, the Danish rider, and Tom Bonan fading there, but only as far back as 5th and holding on. What about the big boys in the race? Well, they all watched each other, finished almost alongside each other there. The top 3, Herasno, Zelda Galdiano and Beltran and Mancebo, also in the front half of the split and losing no time, because they did split time, the big peloton, so they were wise to stay together. But Alessandro Pataki now has won the stage, and it means he's gone equal on points now with Erik Zabel, who finished 3rd. Pataki will wear the polka dot jersey tomorrow, because he has 4 stage wins to Erik Zabel's 2, and on count back it means he would win the jersey if the Vuelta were to end today, but of course it doesn't. We have exactly a week to go tomorrow. No change at all, because they all managed to hang on to each other's racing jersey in that sprint. Galdiano is 2nd at 3:03, Heras 5:13, Beltran and Mancebo. The time gap's important now as we head to the mountains, of course. Valverde is still there too, Rasmussen. No change whatsoever in the overall classification. All of the leaders paying big attention in that finish. This man reaches higher to the sky every time he pulls on a leader's jersey, and another golden jersey for him now. And tomorrow, of course, another big test. I must say, the gentleman on the right must be a pop star. He's so well dressed, but he's giving a yellow jersey, a golden jersey there to Nozal, who is looking more relaxed as these days go on. Of all the terrain a professional bike rider fears most, it's the high mountains. They must personify pain today, and they must be conquered by those who want to win a Grand Tour. Isidro Nozal conquered the Pyrenees. Now, can he beat the fear climb of La Padera? One thing is for sure, all will feel pain on this day. have a look then at where we're going today. The riders know only too well. They've only been there once before, by the way, and that was last year. Let's hope that the mayor of the local town has remembered the key to the gates, because they have to open up the gates to allow the riders through onto this private stretch of road to the finish at Sierra de la Pandera. And as you can see, no challenges along the way. The riders again travelling fast, more than 80 kilometres already done in the day's opening 2 hours of riding. Just the second category climb, which is really the stepping stone up to the big climb itself, which finishes at a height of 1,840 metres. 165 men setting off this morning of the 198 who set off 2 weeks and 1 day ago. 7 teams remain intact of the 22, which I think is quite a large number of riders, still full complement of 9 men there. As we're watching a group of 5 riders here sprint for the points at the top of the Alto de los Vilares. Laiseca has already gone through. That's the clock counting now as the riders go over the top here. 27 seconds the gap. Now the breakaway is the King of the Mountains gets second points there, Cardenas, Daniel Atienza, Cuesta, 2 teammates from Cofidis, Mercado and Sevilla. That is the chase group. 27 seconds now behind Robert Laiseca. At the peloton, 40 seconds.
Not too far behind. In fact, they're only just 15 seconds behind the chase group. But right now, Roberto Laiseca flown the coupe for the moment, riding a solo to the summit, to the bottom, I should say, of the Sierra de la Pandera. But once he gets there, it's going to be all change in the gear ratios, because that's when it really kicks up. They've got around about 2 kilometers now of respite before they get to the start of that road up to what is or used to be an old military base. And for the majority of the year, the road is actually closed down. And once you get up there, there are 1 or 2 disused military buildings. But the 2 riders who really want to do the most impressive ride this afternoon are Manuel Beltran of US Postal and, of course, Roberto Heras.
Well, these boys continuing to set the pace at the front of the group here. David Miller there in second place, as 5 riders are behind a single leader. As I say, I hope the local mayor has remembered to open the gate. It's normally locked. Nobody goes to the top. But right now it's 8.3 kilometres. Once we get up there, it takes us up now to 1,840 metres. And look at the average gradient, 6.4 with a max of 15%. Could change the race quite considerably here. Bob.
It looks as if the peloton, led right now by Levi Leipheimer, have caught up to some of the guys that were in the breakaway chasing Laiseca. They haven't caught Laiseca just yet, but big tempo now coming from the group. Here's Laiseca at the front of the bike race, closing in on the final kilometers. He has a very tenuous lead right now. That'll be 10 Ks to go till the end. Levi Leipheimer having a great day out here. He loves the Tour of Spain. He's finished on the podium before. That identified him as a top contender for these Grand Tours. He's had some bad luck since then, but right now doing everything he can to help his teammate Michael Rasmussen, who sits in the top 10 on GC and has already won a stage in the mountains. There's David Miller moving up on the outside. I think everybody in the front right now speaks pretty good English.
Yeah.
Good line. Yes, definitely very good line. They probably speak
I was trying to think of a
English.
line and to say about Levi, and I couldn't get one to mind.
Well, I'll have to tell you what, Levi is an incredible bike rider to bounce back, because I had a funny feeling over the first few Pyrenean stages of the Vuelta a España that he wasn't going to, in fact, get through the Vuelta a España this year. But he's hung tough. He's still in there. It's important for him to do well and ride with good condition towards the end of the season, because he needs to have a solid season next year if he's going to remain a candidate for a high finish in the overall classification of the Grand Tours. There's a big battle going on in this group behind right now, and everybody's not too worried about the position of Roberto Laiseca, who's a long way down in the overall classification. In fact, he's more than an hour and a half behind in the standings, but if he can get a stage victory at the Vuelta a España at the summit of a mountain, that will just wipe out all of the bad luck that he's had this season. In fact, he hasn't had a win to his credit so far, but amazing to see David Miller on the front here, obviously doing the team job here this afternoon. This man is hoping to ride well in the World Championships in a couple of weeks' time, when that's in Hamilton in Canada. And I think he probably would have taken a slight blow to his morale, Phil, because he thought he was going to win the time trials here very easily indeed, and he hasn't done that yet. He's been beaten by a young man who was unknown before the start of the Vuelta a España by the name now of Isidro Nozal.
Yep, and today is a big test for him, because he's still sat there. We haven't seen him do anything at all. As we're watching here, US Postal, they've just gone under the 8 kilometre banner. They're very, very close now to Roberto Laiseca. and it is going to be, I think, an attack now from Heras. They're building.
Well, look on the other side as well. Rasmussen was right there, the man who was the revelation of the Pyrenees. He's high up in the overall classification, wants to try and climb up to the podium if he can. There you can just see the orange jersey of Roberto Laiseca, not very much more than 25 meters in front of the main field. The bulk of the work right now is being done by Manuel Beltran, the teammate of Roberto Laiseca. They are all queuing up there. The orange jersey there is the leader of the King of the Mountains classification, and looking a bit further down, we're looking for the golden jersey, and there he is, just down on the left-hand side, still looking pretty comfortable, and they're going to have to do a lot if they want to crack this man here this afternoon.
He's looking under control at the minute. There's 25 riders left in this group, Bob, and quite clearly now Beltran doing the work for Heras, and then he's going to have to try. Rasmussen is poised and looking extremely dangerous there, number 167, and so too is Cardenas, and there goes the first acceleration.
Heras is going to have to follow these and match them. He's going to have to hit Nozal very hard. He has got plenty of help, and there's the catch of Laiseca. Rasmussen, Heras right on the wheel of Cardenas, as well as Luis Perez from the Cofidis team. Now we're going to have to see if Isidro Nozal can match these accelerations. He has the luxury of having 5 minutes advantage on Roberto Heras, and he can ride his own tempo all the way to the top, and you can see him there just at the bottom of the screen. This is the steepest part of the climb, and some of the riders are getting shelled off the back of the front group. That looks like Vladimiro Belli getting some damage into the legs, but Cardenas, you know he's going to attack all the way to the line, and it's Heras now that has to make the attacks, and Nozal tacked on right behind there in the perfect position to defend his jersey.
Well, Cardenas has gone again. He's not waiting for anybody. He's not too worried about the fighting for the overall classification. He wants to win here. Climbers want to win at the summit of mountains like this one, and this is becoming a very famous mountain. It's only the second time that the Vuelta a España has been here, but it already has built up quite a reputation. Laiseca just going off the back of the group there. Here you can see at the back are the men from the yellow jerseys group. Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano looked to be in a spot of bother there for a moment. The golden jerseys over there on the right hand side, and he's moving very much to the front end of this group.
Well, Once's Gonzalez de Galdeano, 21, a little bit detached from his team leader at the minute. Remember, Gonzalez de Galdeano lost over 5 minutes on this climb last year, 7 kilometers to go. But I am not yet impressed by Roberto Heras. He hasn't found the strength to accelerate clear of his shadow.
Well, it's difficult nowadays at the level of the sport to come back and ride a big Grand Tour after he's done so much work for Lance Armstrong during the month of July in the Tour de France, and it's a very difficult order to try and do it again just a month and a half later. He's going to have to try and do something if he can, but I'm not sure that he does have it in his legs this afternoon. The man who's just cruising around at the front end of that peloton in the golden jersey, Isidro Nozal, is looking very comfortable. He doesn't even actually have to stay with Roberto Heras. He can just lose himself a certain amount of time, but not put himself into difficulty. This is Cuesta now having a go. Again, the pacemaking taken up behind by Manuel Beltran, immediately followed by his teammate Roberto Heras. The other revelation to me in this tour, Bob, has got to be Rasmussen, because he's all over the place.
Yes, absolutely. Michael Rasmussen closely marking the best men in the GC classification and who have been climbing so well throughout the Vuelta. Heras seems to be waiting there for the perfect moment, but Nozal has just covered everything perfectly. No panic at all throughout the Vuelta for Isidro Nozal. He was in the perfect position over the first climb of the day on the descent, and he's being cared for now by his teammates. He's right there. You can see the middle of the screen, right on the shoulder of Rasmussen, right on the wheel of his number one rival, Roberto Heras.
As Santos Gonzalez, last the Domina Vacanzi team, hanging on, still has a high position. Race referee trying to keep things a little bit orderly there, but he's going to lose control if he's not careful. There's too many motorbikes near the riders, especially with these fearsome accelerations by the climbers, and then the others come back. There's no one big icon that can crack this field, Bob. That's the thing. That's the difference between this and the Tour de France.
Well, last year, if we recall Roberto Heras's performance on this climb, he went from just about the bottom where it was very steep with almost 8 kilometers to go and just continued throughout the climb to put time on his rivals. We're getting close to 5Ks to go, and he's still right in there with the current gold jersey of race leader, so doesn't seem to have the legs so far on this climb. He's going to have to do something very explosive in the last few kilometers. Beltran is still there, trying to weaken Nozal a little bit, but so far no cracks in the armor of Isidro Nozal.
I think what's more impressive is what Phil just said, is that there's such a large group together in this field here. This looked like Dahl having a go right now. He's trying to keep himself high up in the overall classification. He really has been quite a surprise in this year's bike race, and he is taking advantage now of the marking of the men who are in the top 10 in the overall classification. Dahl 18th at the start of today's stage.
Interesting little rider this. He's got a lot of power in his body when he comes to the uphills, and good acceleration from him. There'll be no reaction to chase him down in particular. There's the road above his head right now, as it looks like a Cofidis rider has gone well. I don't think it's Perez, but I don't think it's Cuesta either, so we'll have a look when we get down there. Might be Atienza again, but there you can see how the road twists. No, it is in fact Cuesta who's gone again. Now he's looking very cool on the climbs just now.
Looking solid, chasing Del Olmo right now, both of them chasing Cardenas, who said he wanted to win a mountain stage when he came into the Vuelta, one of the great climbers of cycling today, and now he really wants to win the Pandera. It's probably his last best chance to win a stage. We have one more huge mountain, the Sierra Nevada, but this one is really the steep, pure climber's climb, and it looks like the Once still having fantastic control over the peloton, and Isidro Nozal in the golden jersey perfectly placed right there in the front of the first line in the front group.
Well, if Roberto Heras wants to win the Vuelta a Espana for a second time, he really has to do something today, doesn't he, Bob? Because yes, Sierra Nevada tomorrow or the day after tomorrow is a very difficult climb, but the gradient is the kind of gradient that will suit riders like Isidro Nozal. Roberto Heras, on his form and on his day, really can take advantage of the very steep climbs where a climber can accelerate, put in an unbelievable acceleration, but he doesn't seem to have it right now, and I wonder if, having done a brilliant time trial a couple of days ago, if that's actually hurt his body a bit.
Well, just seeing how what the advantage is when you've got a strong team. These two riders on the front for Once are actually backing the pace off now to give Nozal as much respite as possible. This is not going the way of a rider like Roberto Heras. He's got to lift the pace because they're never going to beat this rider if they allow him time to recover on a climb like this.
Well, I'm so surprised to see such a huge group still very much together, but this man doesn't worry about any of that. He's flown the coupe, he's on his own at the moment, and I think his advantages are still hovering at around about 30 seconds. Felix Cardenas, a stage winner in the Tour de France, and in fact this year second overall in the Tour of Colombia, which is a very difficult stage race to ride, and it really is a race that his specialist climbers need to do well in.
Beginning to look like a winner now, but at last Roberto Heras is about to test the yellow jersey.
Well, he's gone out on the attack and he's seen the yellow jerseys having a spot to bother. This is Dahl Olmo. He was in between the two. The man who actually started the acceleration here was Michael Rasmussen, but he seems to have been blown away right now. This is the chaos at the top of one of these big mountains in the Tour of Spain. For the moment, Roberto Heras has put the yellow jersey into difficulty, but he's not really going to open the time gaps that he thought he would do. Those motorbikes really need to get out of the way right now because they're slightly falsifying the race. There's the yellow jersey. He's got to survive right now. He's just got to get himself into some kind of rhythm and just make sure he doesn't lose too much time.
I think he's in trouble. That's the first time we've seen Nozal in difficulty. Remember, this is a much steeper climb than we've seen in the previous Pyrenean climbs. He is actually riding sensible, Bob. He knows he can limit his losses here. He's not going to lose the Tour today.
Well, Heras opened up a big gap there, waited to the very steepest part of this climb, 4Ks to go. You can see that he's not panicked. He's still steady. He's got a solid rhythm going, but Heras is flying up the mountain right now. He caught Del Olmo like no problem at all. De Galdiano, they're further back down the mountain with Tricky Beltran. They're chasing with Luis Perez, but as we go further up the road, in a while we'll get to Roberto Heras, who's now put in a major acceleration. Only Mercado being able to match that from the front group. He blew away Rasmussen immediately, and we'll see what kind of damage that Heras can do, and if this man, Isidro Nozal, can limit the damage. Now, he seems to be riding a very good race, so he has 5 minutes in hand, and Heras is trying his best to put in as much time as possible from here on to the finish.
This is where you need experience. This is where he needs a good man alongside him just to talk him through a crisis situation like this. It's not a major panic for him. He leads Roberto Heras by 5 minutes and 13 seconds. But what Roberto Heras could be doing today is moving himself up towards second place. He's only just outside of 2 minutes behind Igor Gonzalez de Galdiano. There's the man who led, and just behind you can see Roberto Heras coming through the crowds, and he's closing the gap down very rapidly to Felix Cardenas. 14 seconds, but it's only 17 seconds back to Isidro Nozal, so he's still holding it fairly well.
He's not going to concede a lot, and he's riding sensibly because he was actually beginning to pull away from Santos Gonzalez there. Here he is now. Gonzalez recovered a little bit to hook up again with Nozal. We've come to know this guy over the last 2 weeks, and we know he will not give up without an extreme fight. He's got into the art of suffering. He knows he's got time on his side, and he's not going to make a fool of himself by making a huge effort and then blowing up and losing maybe a minute. He's just riding very, very sensible. He knows that the odds are that Heras will only take 40 seconds at the most as he jumps away from Osa. He's now heading up towards the leader, and this could be a repeat victory for Roberto Heras on the top, but it's not going to be a huge time gap, I don't think.
Well, I tell you what, the one thing you have to say about Roberto Heras, Bob, is he is an absolutely magical climber. He's not panicked at all. He's obviously not got the legs of great days here right now, but still he is proving once again he is one of the greatest climbers in the world. This is a very difficult climb as we go inside 3 kilometers to go right now. We're looking here at gradients of approaching 15%, and Heras now back in control in the mountains.
Cardenas had 36 seconds lead with just 5 kilometers to go, and Roberto Heras wiped that out after his accelerations with I think it only took him about 800 meters to close a 36-second gap onto one of the best climbers in the world. So here's Alejandro Valverde a little bit further down. They've caught up to Unai,
yeah.
And Sevilla there, still with good legs, pacing his teammate Valverde. They're closing in on Cardenas, or trying to close in on Cardenas, and Roberto Heras is going away. Here's a couple of the Mina Vacanze riders, and you can see that Once rider, we haven't seen Del Galdiano for a while, and it looks like they're passing up the race leader, and Isidro Nozal now in some big trouble. Now the gap is widening up. It's 35 seconds right now.
And that's just tagged onto the back of a very select group who have now come past Isidro Nozal, having seen he's in trouble. And he might recover. He needs a second deep breath right now because this is on the steep part of the climb. Now, Cardenas has not thrown in the towel here. He's hooked up with Roberto Heras. Has he got the legs to answer yet another fierce acceleration coming from this little Spanish rider, who is an absolutely brilliant climber? He's got all the body weight, 136 pounds is all he weighs, and that is a great advantage on a mountain like this. You switch to somebody like Nozal, you can see, I think both his feet probably weigh 136 pounds.
He wears size 12 shoes anyway. He's a very big bike rider, but he's using all of his courage right now. He's losing time, but he mustn't lose faith because it doesn't matter. He's 5 minutes ahead of Roberto Heras at the start of the day. He's riding himself back in, and he's only actually got about 1.5 kilometers left, a very difficult climb because it actually levels out and actually goes slightly downhill before the summit finish here.
Marco Serrano there, the other Once rider, has seen the trouble that Nozal is in, caught back up to him, and now is trying to pace him back into that little group with Tricky Beltran.
There's Valverde. In fact, he's closing in on Roberto Heras with Oscar Sevilla, so he's doing a brilliant ride. 23 years of age. Let's not forget, I think it was Phil that said earlier on he thought that Valverde was going to win at the top of this stage. I thought he was joking.
Well, I was. Well, we're getting up to the dizzy heights of 1,800 meters above sea level right now. Here is Valverde. This is the benefit, Bob, of having a strong teammate like Sevilla to help you when you need him.
Well, absolutely. Kelme looking for a stage win here, looking for Valverde to get some more time. He lost a lot of time on the flat time trial. He is a climber, and Nozal now is getting close to 1 minute. That magical barrier we thought he needed about 1.5 minutes is starting to become a reality. Nozal turning himself inside out, hauling those size 12 boots up this mountain, trying to limit the damage to one of the greatest climbers in the world. This is a steep part, and look at him suffering there on the wheel of his teammate. On the other hand, you have Roberto Heras absolutely flying up the mountain, a real magician of the pedals in the dizzying heights of the mountains. Going up, each pedal stroke, Roberto Heras is getting another couple of tenths of a second.
Got to go back to what Johan Brunel said. He felt that Roberto Heras could get himself about 1.5 minutes on a stage like this. Johan Brunel really seems to know his bike riders intimately, just the knowledge of exactly what they've got in their bodies and exactly what they've got in their legs at that moment in time. We're up to around about the 1 minute mark. It's going to bring Roberto Heras up to 4 minutes behind. It's still a huge deficit, but if you can do something like this again in a couple of days' time on the Sierra Nevada, this bike race is far from over.
And the time trial trial to follow, of course, which is a mountain time trial this year.
11 kilometres uphill, that time trial on the day before the race finishes in Madrid. And look at that big gap now down the road there. You can't see anybody else coming round there. We're going further back, and one man who I've not seen for too long either is Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano.
Yeah, he's in this group here, and he's the man, of course, that Hussey now is aiming at, because he's looking at second place first of all, then he'll look at first. And he's probably taking 2 minutes out of him here.
Well, this is the big thing for Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano to do right now. He needs to look after his teammates. He's the man with the experience. He's got to nurture this young man. He's got to encourage him. He's got to coax him over the next kilometre or so, just to make sure he doesn't panic, because if his mind goes, he'll find himself losing 2 or 3 minutes. But his teammate will be uttering small words of encouragement just to keep him in contact, to stop him from cracking psychologically in these last couple of kilometres.
Well, if he concedes just over a minute here, Bob, and he loses a minute on the Sierra Nevada, another minute in the time trial, he'll still win the race.
Absolutely, and that's what Once is doing right now. The Serrano and de Galdeano doing everything they can with their experience to help Nozal be calm, collect himself, limit the damage to these two men who are working very well together. I think that Eras will get some time, and Cardenas has the advantage now of not worrying about GC. He can sit on the wheel of Roberto Heras and get him in the sprint for the stage. Both of those riders stand to gain quite a bit today, and this man is trying desperately to stay on the wheel of his teammate, and it's now de Galdeano who's doing such a good job for his team leader at the moment, the golden jersey of Isidro Nozal.
This is what they say in the sport of cycling, Phil. This is a grand seigneur. What Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano is doing right now is what Aitor Gonzalez and Oscar Sevilla could not do last year. He's making sacrifices. He could actually lose his second place in the overall classification, but he wants his teammate to win, which is why he's staying there with him and encouraging him over these final difficult kilometres.
Well, it's all over, near enough now. Now to question Heras, really has got to think about winning, and being the only man ever to have won at the top of this climb, he still wants time. He's going to have to carry on. Cardenas was really upset when he lost the big climb into Andorra on the Envalera there. He'd like to make his name on this climb, and he'll sit here and try to jump Heras as they approach the line, while Roberto must race all of the way to the line and gain every second, because it could be crucial now. Back to Oscar Sevilla, doing relentless pacemaking here for Alejandro Valverde. Valverde also suffering a little bit, but gaining time as well over a lot of his rivals. Gonzalez Galdeano, I hadn't realised he was riding alongside the Golden Jersey until we just seen him down there, so he's not losing as much time as I thought, and it looks like at the end of the day, Paul, times will change. Valverde now has done and says thanks a lot, Oscar. He's going to go, or I'm not so sure he is actually.
It hurts this climb. It's very deceptive. You think you've come to the flatter part of the course, and watch out for the experience of Oscar Sevilla, because he's been here, he's been to the Tour de France, he's been to this race on many occasions. I think there was a bit of youthful enthusiasm there, because Valverde thought he was going to leap across a 10-second gap to two of the greatest climbers in the world, and you don't do that quite that easily, especially when you're only 23 years of age.
Well, this man who has become from the team domestique to the protected rider has now got two very famous Once riders nursing him up this climb. It's 1 kilometre to go for Heras and Cardenas, but that'll be a lovely sign when the race leader gets to it.
We'll have to see how much time he's lost. He's done a great job. He's been well cared for by his teammates, both Serrano and de Galdeano, who, like you said, Paul, is in danger of losing even more time, for his second place is a lot more tenuous than Nozal's. But now finally we see Once throwing all of their resources at the man most capable of winning this Vuelta a Espana, Isidro Nozal.
Well, they shouldn't. They should have done it a few days ago. They should have done it a week ago to look after this man, keep him protected, but maybe they weren't quite sure how he was going to perform. The two leaders now, the slight downhill, and it's going to be a very tricky finish. You can see Valverde there just in company still with Oscar Sevilla, the flatter partner. It kicks up just slightly up towards the finish line. It's going to be a very strange sprint finish, supposedly at the top of a mountain.
Well, Cardenas wants this, and he's going to try and get it now. Heras has moved him up into first place. I'm not sure that's a good idea, because Roberto is a real fighter. He's a real scrapper when it comes to a finish like this, and I think he still might have it in those legs. Felix Cardenas has made a mistake, I think, going up into the lead, because here comes the rush right over the top now, and right behind him, coming with a flyer, is Alejandro Valverde. What a finish this is going to be. Could be a real shock here. I don't think Cardenas knows yet as they hit this corner here, shoulder to shoulder. Well, I guess I was right at the end, because Valverde is going to take this from absolutely nowhere as he comes to the front. Now, Bob, He's pulled that one out of the blue.
He did the same
Quite
thing
literally.
up in Andorra, and he's come through again. Heras had no idea where he had came from. He looked over his shoulder and he said, "Who is this?" It was Alejandro Valverde getting the stage, well helped by his teammate Oscar Sevilla. Now let's count back down the mountain and see when the group of Nozal comes in. Here's the second group on the road. Nozal is not in there. He's a little bit further back, but he does have two of his teammates, and look at them chasing now. There is the Nozal group flaming down the mountain to the finish, and it's going to kick up a little bit. Here's the Rasmussen group led by Tricky Beltran.
So Beltran now, Santos Gonzalez going to have a little go there on the wheel of Michael Rasmussen, who was a star of one stage in the Pyrenees. He's still up in the mix here. Santos Gonzalez, so remember he was up with the Nozal at one stage. Nozal fell away from that. It's a tricky old finish this if you don't get your sprinting right. Perez also going up on the inside. Now he's coming up towards the line, but Gonzalez is keeping his gears low, and he's just about going to win that one. So he'll go over, I think it's fifth place there for Gonzalez. The clock continues to count. This is crucial.
1 minute so far, and as definitely as our friend Sean Yates would say, a very dodgy finish, and this should be, as we look at the winner there, it's a pity we pulled away, because there is the golden jersey coming in somewhere towards the back of this group, right on the wheel of Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano. 1 minute and 14 seconds.
So that's right, minute 30, minute 14, the clock has stopped, so Nozal has conceded that to Roberto Heras today. It will not alter the top four riders in the overall classification. Valverde has won the stage. He'll increase his lead in that blue, well, he might get the lead in the blue jersey competition now, because he was only borrowing that blue jersey from this rider here, Isidro Nozal. Yes, and that inspired finish by Alejandro Valverde means he's won the second big mountain stage of this year's tour. Let's have a look at it again. There he is, coming up at very high speed, and I think Paulie's got to thank really his teammate Oscar Sevilla for getting him into this position.
He certainly has. He tried a couple of times to get across, and I wasn't sure he had the legs, but when he got into the last 300 meters, he made contact with the two leaders, and it's amazing to see such an incredible sprint, Bob, at the top of a mountain like that.
Bang! Gumby Boy came out of nowhere like a bolt of lightning from a clear blue sky, hit Heras and Cardenas when they weren't even expecting anybody to come up, and came up with a great stage win, his second for the Kelme team. Great ride by Alejandro Valverde.
And that was his 7th victory of the season. It's his second season as a pro. He won no races last year, so he's having a wonderful second season, isn't he? This is how he did. You just have a look at the faces of the other two, because they don't know where this thunderbolt came from. He crashed his way through like a bulldozer, hit the front, and he hit them at exactly the right time. He was running on pure adrenaline here, and it was a very clear win for him, and I think it might give him that blue jersey for a while longer, because he's not been the leader in that competition. He's only been riding on loan from Nozal. Here he is, a very happy young man on top of a mountain top, as he was in Andorra quite a while ago now, taking the prizes of the day. So I think we can have a look now at the stage results. Alexander Valverde and the Kelme boys. It's going to mean very happy reading again. He gets the victory. Same time, of course, as Cardenas. Heras sitting up and losing 2 seconds in the sprint. Oscar Sevilla, he punched the sky as well. It was a moral victory for him. He crossed the line in 4th place. And Miguel Perdiguero, they're saying, was there in 5th. Perez in 6th place. Rasmussen doing very well again in the mountaintop finish 7th. Tricky Beltran coming in 8th. The top 10 there completed by Unai Osa. Looking a bit further down, Mancebo finished 11th. It'll probably cost him a place in the overall classification though. Scarponi in 12th, and right down to the 15th place man, significant, that is this man here, Isidro Nozal. He conceded just over 70 seconds of his lead to Roberto Heras. Let's have a look at that now. Still in 2nd place, same time, because they finished together, is his teammate Galdeano. Heras closes in, but he's still at 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Time very definitely running out for Roberto here. Beltran holds 4th. Alejandro Valverde now completes our top 5 with his win today at 6:37. Mancebo does indeed drop down 1 place to 6th. Rasmussen still there. All of these names still here. Santos Gonzalez there in 10th, and I think you'll find he actually finished in the results as well. There he is. I think it's a smile. It's always hard to tell, but this young man feeling extremely tired after his climb up. But later on, I think he'll feel a very happy man. It's a big day he can now put behind him. We saw the sprint of Erik Zabel down at the bottom of the climb today in Jaén, and as a result of that, those 4 points were indeed important. It's given him the polka dot jersey back over Alessandro Battacchi on the eve of their second rest day. We're looking out across the Sierra Nevada now, 2,000 kilometers in excess of the Vuelta Espana has covered. We're in our final week. We are back in the saddle, and still that man is in the golden jersey, Isidro Nozal. George Hincapie of the United States, after he finished 2 days ago, he decided enough was enough. It was time now to prepare for the World Championships in Canada. He has good form. I think he wants to hang on to the strength he's got. So that's has George gone. The other four riders, Levi Leipheimer is now best of them, climbing steadily. He was once 150th in this race. He's now 73rd. Floyd Landis, Bobby Julich and Freddie Rodriguez, the four remaining Americans there in the race itself. Right, let's have a look at the map itself and see where we're off to today. This, of course, is now stage 16 of the race, or stage 15, no, 16, as we go from Jaén to Sierra Nevada. It's a stage of just over 100 miles, but of course the big teeth is at the far end of the course. We've been over the Fuensanta climb already. Unai Echeverria outsprinted his namesake David Echeverria there, but there's only a small breakaway of two riders clear at the moment, Diaz and Taula. And the latest gap we're getting is around about 8 minutes, so they've really given them a run at the mountain. Now, this morning, with the loss of George Hincapie and indeed of Vladimiro Belli also gone, 163 of the riders remain of the 198, and the team's intact now, 6 of the 22, as we head off towards the last week of the race. There's the two non-starters just confirmed there. George Hincapie went home after the race ended 2 days ago, and Vladimiro Belli also called it a day as well. Bit surprised about the Lamprey rider dropping out. He was reasonably well up overall, top 40 place. And we're looking here at Roberto Heras, still has not found how to get rid of the golden jersey, sitting right behind him here. There are now 7 riders forming, just over 40 seconds behind Diaz. Sevilla, Mercado, Cardenas and Atienza has been joined now by Valverde, Del Olmo and Piepoli. And we could visibly see that Oscar Sevilla was waiting for the arrival of Alejandro Valverde, and he's now there.
Well, you can see the reason he did that was because he was not very happy with the position of the orange jersey, the leader of the King of the Mountains, Felix Cardenas. And not only, I think you said earlier, Phil, Felix Cardenas, he's not only lost a couple of stages because he refused to work, I think he's also probably lost quite a few friends as well. And the one thing in the sport of professional cycling, and I think Bob will agree with me on this, is you cannot afford to make enemies, because it's quite easy to make a bloke lose a race.
I had a few, but I try to make more friends than enemies, and Cardenas not making very many friends at all in the breakaway, and you do need allies when you go on these breakaways. They're about to catch our erstwhile leader on the road, who's been out there for 130 kilometers. If he can hang on, it would be a miracle. I think they'll shell Diaz Lobato immediately, but this is a very strong little breakaway. They got a solid lead on the peloton that's right now led by the Once team. You can see them right there. De Galdiano in third position, being led by Marcos Serrano there, and one of the Domina Vacanze riders, Martin Perdiguero. And we'll see Raiko Rasmussen a little bit further down, and Luis Perez, and the gold jersey just tucked in there with Roberto Heras just a little ways down. Heras has got to attack. It's not the type of climb that suits his talents, but he has to throw caution to the wind and try to attack anyways. At least put a little bit of pressure on the leader. 52 seconds now to Valverde's group. They're just behind the breakaway, and the leader is, of course, Isidro Nozal. Heras has to do everything he can to put some pressure on Isidro Nozal, but so far it's all Once. They have 4 guys still in the front group, and that's quite an impressive accomplishment.
Well, excuse me. Well, just thinking, Paul, that Valverde here now is currently climbing into 5th place over Mancebo, so there's got to be a counterattack coming from him soon.
Well, in fact, he's also approaching the position, I think, of Manuel Beltran as well, because he's not too far behind him. So he's the guy making a good operation this afternoon. If they're not careful, he may well be the major surprise on this stage. And this man here is just thinking, I think, about getting this mountain stage behind him, because the leader, Isidro Nozal, was put in a spot of difficulty in the early part of the climb, but he never panicked. He had his teammates around him to pull him back into contact with men like Roberto Heras. The man who really sacrificed an awful lot earlier on was Manuel Beltran, because he set an unbelievable tempo and followed that up with lots of attacks from varying riders from so many different teams. I thought that was going to be the end then for that leader. Isidro Nozel as we come up here to 10 kilometers to go, and there is the lone leader still surviving by not very much more than 15 seconds, and then it's a further 55 seconds back to the group of Isidro Nozel. A couple of kilometers to go, and around about 8 kilometers to go, it's when the gradient starts to kick in, and we might see a few more attacks coming if Roberto Heras has got the legs today.
Well, obviously the first flurry of attacks did not work out the way Heras had planned. They're still riding alongside one another. So now he's going to probably wait and recover and hit them in the last 6 or 7 kilometers and just see what happens. There he is, licking his lips in anticipation, or perhaps he just needs a drink. But either way, so far this race has not gone the way of Roberto Heras, the winner of the race in the year 2000. He's in a group of about 20 riders here, and the one man around him is the golden jersey. He's got first and second. The one man gaining most here, number 98, Alejandro Valverde. There is the catch. So Pedro Diaz has come back now into a group making 8 riders, at least for the moment. Looks as though Diaz, Lobato, just has a little extra kick. He looks cool. Maybe he's been saving just a little bit to go with the front group when it came up. Well, now's his big chance. He certainly deserves something because he's ridden very, very well today in that original breakaway of 14 riders, which escaped after 32 kilometres. Here we are now, just 10 or so kilometres from the finish, and he's still in the front group.
It's going to get a lot more difficult quite shortly, though, because we come up to the steeper part of this climb. 52 seconds separating the front of the bike race from the group of the leader. And in fact, this move will be putting Valverde up towards a possibility of a 4th place finish in the Vuelta a Espana right now, because he started the day not too far behind Manuel Beltran. There is Beltran really digging deep and looking for all kinds of courage to stay in contact, because he's done a lot of work for his team leader here this afternoon. It's one of the last chances for Roberto Heras to try and dislodge the man in the golden jersey. Heras starting in 3rd place in the overall classification this afternoon, and he really has to do something special. It would be a good idea for him to try and leapfrog across to this group once he gets to the steeper part of the course. And there is Diaz, and he wasn't. He didn't have enough left in those legs to stay in contact with this group, which is being ripped to pieces by Oscar Sevilla.
Well, we're just watching the clock tick through there at 9 kilometres, Bob. It's sad about Diaz, but this is a classic move now, and it's worked out according to plan for the riders on the Kelme squad.
A very good tactical maneuver there by Sevilla to wait because of the non-cooperation by Cardenas, the rider. There is Diaz Lobato being dropped from the breakaway. Long break, great for publicity for his squad, one of the smaller teams in the bike race. He's going to slide a long ways down the mountain while our 7 guys in the front are really making a huge tempo, led by the Kelme tandem of Alejandro Valverde, who was able to catch up when Sevilla waited. Didn't want to cooperate without a teammate, towing Cardenas all the way to the line. That would be a bit of a disaster. So he asked for Valverde to be sent forward. Valverde had the legs to attack. He's been climbing fabulously. He's won 2 stages already, Alejandro Valverde has, and able to make the junction to Sevilla. Now that's a very strong duo.
All right, 59 seconds at 9 kilometres to go, so they are actually coming back because they were out to 1 minute 10, but that was based on the leader on the road, who has now been caught and dropped.
I think they will see some very hard attacks coming from the group just behind our leaders here. Cardenas trying to match the accelerations of the Kelme riders, and now the attacks are starting to come. They're trying to isolate the riders behind, and Cardenas is trying to close the gap each time either Valverde or Sevilla attack from the Kelme squad. Sevilla. Now Valverde will sit on for a moment, and when they catch him, he'll probably go. So Kelme really on a mission to win the stage today.
Well, I tell you what, Felix Cardenas there in the orange jersey is certainly not making any friends at all in this group, and it's in fact going to be Mercado who'll go this time.
Well, they're going to have to chase him now because he's just the quality of the rider who could win this stage. He waited for Oscar Sevilla to make his move and then played his card. Valverde, I don't think, will risk an attack at this moment. He's protecting a possible rise in this race up to 4th overall. And I think he'll try to make better use of gaining time rather than just trying to win the day. That is rather a large gap he suddenly opened up.
He opened up a great gap there, and Cardenas is on the front now. It doesn't seem like he's quite as motivated to close the gap to up to the rider from the Benesto team, Mercado. Maybe it's because he used to race for Kelme and has a little bit of animosity against the team. Alberto Martinez now coming out of the pack, 51 seconds behind, so they took 10 seconds out of those riders in the last kilometer. This race is most certainly not over. Once still on the front. They've done a great stage. That's Marcus Serrano setting the tempo for the last 10 kilometers.
On the attack,
Who's my friend?
Robert Lyseca.
No, that wasn't Lyseca.
Oh,
That's
was that?
Martinez.
Alberto Martinez, yes.
I beg your pardon.
And there is Eras, right? And that's exactly where Nozal needs to keep himself, just on the wheel of Eras. But Eras needs to start attacking now very hard with everything that he has left.
Well, Mercado, when he came to this race with success in 2001, a stage win and a 5th place overall, we were talking about him then as a future winner of the Vuelta. Hasn't quite worked out for him yet, but he has had a win this year in the Dauphiné, as they're now trying to sort it out from this group here. But this infighting and countering each other's moves is going to result in a catch.
Well, it's quite strange as well, because there's one Colombian in the breakaway and there's 6 Spaniards, and I think, well, one Italian I should say as well, because Pipoli, although he's ridden for Banesto for many, many years, is actually an Italian. They obviously, I think, are trying to bury the hatchet here, aren't they, Bob? Because they certainly are trying to give him a run for his money. Not happy at all by the fact that he continues to sit on and won't collaborate with the pacemaking.
And Piepoli now is going to be the best ally that Mercado could have. He will measure all the attacks now coming from this group. The Kelme riders will have to reorganize and perhaps use a little bit different strategy. Now they're going to be chasing, and it'll be Piepoli sitting on their chase. Cardenas seems to have come to the front now, and he's chasing Valverde. It's starting to get very competitive here. We're going to see the gap to the peloton from this group and see if anybody can try to get across. It was Euskaltel Euskadi's Alberto Martinez. The last time we looked down the hill, he was trying to get across, but he was easily matched by Marcos Serrano of the Once team.
Valverde getting second in that sprint, Paul. If he wins the stage, he gets the polka dot jersey, the points.
Very good move by him to get that 2 points, and that'll bring him just a little bit closer. And yes, if he does win the stage this afternoon, he will take the lead in the points classification by a single point from Herr Zabel, who at the moment is currently leading that competition with 135 points.
Now then, there's going to be an explosion from the back. It might be coming straight away, because this looks like a rejuvenated Manuel Beltran, who is now trying to launch yet another attack. They've gone through, they're losing ground at the moment on the leader on the road. 109 now at that checkpoint, and still this group is sticking together like a little bunch of limpets. And I think they're running out of time, and I think they're showing us that they haven't quite got the power required to break the golden jersey.
Well, they tried at the very bottom of the climb, and I tell you what, it's very rare to see so many attacks in the first few kilometres of a climb that's going to last 30 kilometres in length, 18 miles from the top, from bottom to top. And the golden jersey really has done everything to defend his position. There's still a few chances left. Beltran, I think, just trying to pick up the pace a bit, because he realises he's got a chance there of losing his place in the overall classification to Valverde, who is in the group in front.
Well, the way they hit the bottom of the climb, all the teams attacking, they could not possibly have kept that sort of pressure up. They had to take a respite somewhere, and it's been midway up the climb. Rasmussen is still highly dangerous there in the centre for Rabobank. Is still a possibility. The breakaway is certainly reachable right now, Bob, at 61 minutes, but I really think that sooner or later the golden jersey himself might actually come to the front. He's looking stronger as he grows in confidence now, because when he was hit at the bottom, he must have been rather depressed that so many riders were attacking him, but he survived. And as these kilometre banners go by now, he is going to gather his confidence and is going to think perhaps of even getting himself a good finish. One thing's for sure, he's going to thank his teammates for the way they're climbing today.
Herras has put in a very serious attack here as the gradient really starts to kick in here as we get towards the summit of the Sierra Nevada. So too as Igor Gonzalez de Galdiano. He's having a spot of bother, and I wonder if this is the time to remind everybody that was on the slopes of this climb about a year and a half ago that Once had a very difficult time. They lost a lot of their lead, and right now the man who's in the lead in the golden jersey is really asking his teammates to pace him back up to Roberto Herras. Roberto Herras has Michael Rasmussen there for company, and you know, just a few moments ago we were waiting for something to happen, and it was really going to come from the man by the name of Roberto Herras, because he knew that as it started to kick in, he moved from the front of the peloton. He was so confident that this was the steeper part of the climb. And look at the Once riders just looking down to check the gears. And I can tell you one thing, whatever gear you're in when Roberto Herras attacks, it certainly does start to hurt. And for the first time, we're now seeing the golden jersey in a spot of bother.
Well, Bob, it's all up to Herras. I don't think he can get the time required, but if he can take some time, he'll live to fight another day.
Yes, absolutely. That's the time gap to Herras, perhaps 22 seconds. They've just swept up Atienza. Rasmussen doing quite well to get onto Herras's wheel, and he's really making his move now to get a little bit closer to the golden jersey of race leadership. Nozal has ridden so well. Marcos Serrano is still there trying to pace him. Atienza has pulled the plug and detonated. He's going backwards, but Roberto Heras now is flying up this mountain. He's waited to the perfect moment to attack on the mountain that's very gradual, and in sections it's quite steep, and he's used that steep section to get this gap now. Nozal in third position there, just holding on to the wheels. Marcos Serrano, who's trying to set the tempo and limit the damage being done by Roberto Heras right now.
Santos Gonzalez just in front of him. He doesn't need to panic right now. All he needs to do is just to make sure he doesn't lose too much time. And if Roberto Heras cracks towards the summit, he can pull himself back into this race. He's got, let's not forget, 4 minutes in hand over Roberto Heras. And that's the one thing that a good team manager should be able to tell him. Don't panic, just ride sensibly, because you're not going to lose the Vuelta a Espana in the next few kilometers. But if you panic, you certainly could lose a lot more time than 2 or 3 minutes.
Lance Armstrong was placed in a similar situation when Jan Ullrich hit him on the Col de Juplin in the Alps once, and Johan Daniel was very quick to remind Lance of his time advantage and not to panic, and I think that's exactly what Sainz will be saying to his man at the moment. But there comes Atienza. He's back in the fold, and he's seeing the golden jersey as they call it in this race coming up now, and he's going to try and take a deep breath and hope he can hang on, because this is very fine tempo riding being done to keep this man right in the picture. It looks like Serrano setting the pace there as the road kicks up yet again, but with every pedal rev he's knocking out the meters.
Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano is not in that group, so he really does risk losing his second place in the overall classification this afternoon to Roberto Heras. Heras wanted to chip away at the lead of Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano and of course Isidro Nozal. He needs to do this every time the race goes uphill between here and Madrid if he wants to have a chance of winning this bike race for a second time. The time gaps that he's opening up here are not all that great, but if he can take another minute today, there's another mountain stage left to come. And then we've got an uphill mountain time trial. So this race really could go down to the final time trial just before the eve of the race into Madrid.
At the moment, about 15 seconds is the gap between Rasmussen and Heras and the golden jersey. 31 to the leaders, I think, at the moment, as the clock started with the first riders through, didn't it?
I thought they started with Heras and Rasmussen, and it looks like Nozal is having a little bit of trouble following the pace set by Marcos Serrano. And look at the tempo that Roberto Heras now is putting into the bike race. Fantastic ride here. His teammates working so hard at the bottom of the mountain to set this move up, and now Heras is trying to follow through on that and punctuate a big day in the mountains for the U.S. Postal. Best climber perhaps in the world, most scintillating when it's very steep, and not a climb that suits him, but he's not letting that worry him, and he's trying everything to get away from Isidro Nozal, who's having a little bit of a hard time now. I'm sure Nozal would love to claw his way back. He mustn't panic, like we've said, and just ride a good, steady rhythm. He would still have quite a bit of time in hand, but now the gap's gone out to just over 3 minutes. Here's 2Ks. I think we'll see that that's our leaders down on the road.
There's 5 riders there, so I think that Mercado must still be out front, and we haven't caught up with him yet at 2 kilometers to go. He might have played the card that will win the day. There are the 2 chasers of Heras and Rasmussen, and there is the next group on the road. It is going to be not a big game, whichever way you look at it today, for Roberto Heras, but he didn't have the legs at the base of the climb to get clear of the group.
But the important thing is just to keep chipping away. He needed to pull himself back just around about the 1 minute over Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano, and I'm actually pretty sure he's done that for the moment. But the important thing right now, look at the way this man is using his teammates. Isidro Nozal is just sitting on the wheel of Marcos Serrano there. He will be pulling his body inside out right now. He's probably suffering more than he's ever suffered before in his life, because he realizes the challenges are coming right here. Look at Serrano trying to encourage him, trying to get the concentration back into his pedaling style.
Well, sorry about the pictures, but up here at the heights, it's atmospherics obviously affecting the signal. We'll stay with it. The clock is working at least. There's Levi Leipheimer, about 37 seconds spread here as they go around the far bend. But as they continue towards the top, these are not the gains that Roberto Heras really did hope for today. They launched those savage attacks at the bottom, and for a while the golden jersey was up to it.
The golden jersey followed as long as he could. Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano is in danger of losing his second place position. It looks like Cardenas now is trying to close the gap down to Mercado, who's just up in that cluster of cars, and it looks like Cardenas, the man sitting on the Kelme tandem, is saved just enough energy to try to close the gap, but I guarantee you that Valverde and Sevilla will be chasing desperately along with Piepoli to catch Felix Cardenas.
He's come across that gap pretty smartish though, Bob, because just in front of that small group of motorbikes and a single car there, you can see Mercado. Cardenas is probably around about 10-15 meters behind right now, but he's literally visibly going a lot quicker than the Spaniard who's led this bike race for the last 4 or 5 kilometers.
Well, here we are now seeing Juan Miguel Mercado. Hasn't won a race since June when he won the 6th stage of the Dauphiné race in France. The clock is counting. 6 seconds, 5 seconds for Cardenas, who is now trying to latch on and stop the run of second places in the mountains. As we pull back, though, the big chase is on, of course. These are the 4 riders left of the breakaway. None are affecting the golden jersey, although Valverde himself is going to tighten the grip in the top placings of the race. He's in that group. Here's the man who launched a scintillating attack lower down, and he's still in with a great chance. Now, he won the 5th stage of the Vuelta in September 2001, and he's never won a stage of this race since.
Well, in fact, he's going to have a hard time winning here, because look at that return there coming from Cardenas, picking his way through the cars around the television motorbike there, and he's right onto the tail of Mercado. Cabeza de la Carrera, this is the front end of the bike race right now, and it's going to be a very passionate sprint between these 2 riders, and I think Felix Cardenas is going to prove that his tactics were correct, and he's looking at what he's been dreaming of for some time right now.
Well, he's got to come through and do a little bit of work with Mercado. The Sevilla group will come back, and if we've seen Valverde come out of nowhere to win stages, now he's coming through. He's going to take the initiative, even attack now. Yep. He's going flat out to the finish. That's exactly what you need to do. If you want to win any stage of a bike race, you have to take the initiative, bull by the horns, and go flat out to the finish. Now, this finally is a good move by Felix Cardenas.
Well, that was a great move. He came right up. In the end, he had to do it by himself. He had to leave the chasing group, catch the lone leader, could not allow Mercado to recover. He must hit him straight away, which he's done. So after playing the bridesmaid in the mountains throughout this tour, the king of the mountains will get maximum points at the top of this mountain today and the stage win as well. He won the 10th stage of the Vuelta in the year 2000. Now he can add this one to his list. And I think this is a remarkable ride by him today, because he's marked all of the riders throughout all of the mountains of this tour. This isn't the battle, of course, for the golden jersey. This is the battle for the orange jersey. Let him enjoy his moment. At 30 years of age, the Colombian Felix Rafael Cardenas gets what is for him his 5th win of the year, and a very, very upset Juan Miguel Mercado has to be content with 2nd place.
What's going to be important now, though, is the times on that clock, because we've seen a great response behind Oscar Sevilla coming up to take 3rd place, just ahead of his teammate Valverde, and just getting onto the back there for 5th place, Leonardo Pipoli. But what I want to see now is the position of Roberto Heras, and there he is. He's there with Michael Rasmussen, and it looks as if one of the Osa brothers has come up there as well. But the time gaps are important between him and Isidro Nozal, the man who started the day in the yellow jersey.
Del Olmo slipping through the line there. Osa coming up now, but Heras really needs to grab as many seconds as he can. You never know, it could be vital by the end of this tour. He would be preferred 1 or 2 minutes, I think, today, not just a few seconds. But we'll wait and see. The clock really does start when he hits the line, as Aitor Osa comes over the line, and then follows the race for the time for the golden jersey. 1:01 approximately was the time gap, as Roberto Heras, with the congratulations from Michael Rasmussen, comes over the line. Now, we'll see how many seconds he's gained. One thing's for sure, there'll be no change in the leaderboard tonight, at least in the destiny of the golden jersey.
Well, this should be the golden jersey group right now. Levi Leipheimer was there, but I actually didn't see the golden jersey. He may well not even have stayed in this group, and it could be that he has suffered some kind of a defeat on the slopes of this climb, because he was a few moments ago with Levi Leipheimer. Leipheimer looking over his shoulders to see where is the golden jersey. Well, you know, Roberto Heras has got himself some serious time, because it's already around about a 40-second advantage that he's pulled back.
We're waiting. There comes Manuel Beltran, who might have held on to his position here. As he now look over the table, still looking, there he is, tucked in on the back still of his teammate. He's going to concede on the line about 54 seconds, I would suspect, almost a minute. It may not be enough, but it certainly kept the door open.
It certainly kept the door open. In 2 days going up the mountains, Roberto Heras has pulled back almost 2 minutes of his deficit in the overall classification.
Felix Cardenas winning over Mercado. By the way, Gonzalez de Galdeano, he finished 23rd, just 1 place better than the team leader and the race leader, Isidro Nozal, all timed in at a minute 55. Roberto Heras crossed the line in 8th place, just over a minute behind, 1 minute 02 to be absolutely precise, and so he's made a gain of 53 seconds. But he needed a gain of 46 seconds, 6 seconds more than that to have moved himself up into 2nd place. But of course he's still got the mountain time trial to come and one more mountain stage, although it's not a mountain top finish. Yes, and with just 5 days left to go, and it's another beautiful day in Spain, they still haven't found how to dislodge Isidro Nozal from that golden jersey. He's hoping by the end of this day he'll have worn it for 14 consecutive days, and no one expected that. Another day of the Tour in beautiful summer-like conditions. This is now stage 17, 188 kilometers. The riders going off the Sierra Nevada, down to the start in Granada, and on to Cordoba. We saw David Miller attack. He is still alone, but the other two have been joined now by Oscar Sevilla and Michael Rasmussen. Surely, Bob, that is going to cause a reaction.
Rasmussen in 7th place on GC right now. Once is going to really have to make a concerted effort now. He's still a ways away GC-wise on time, but this is a very dangerous breakaway. And Once is going to, they have all 4 men still in the front group on the front of the peloton right now, chasing so that Michael Rasmussen doesn't get any closer to the top position on GC. Here's David Miller right in the front of the bike race, and he is really flying up this road right now.
So David Miller with a total of 22 wins in his career since he turned professional back in 1997. He's won the Maillot Jaune in the Tour de France. Don't forget this year he lost it by 0.08 of a second, despite the fact he probably conceded 10 seconds with an unshipped chain. And he's not got over that very quickly, I can tell you, as he's now stretched it out to almost 40 seconds.
Well, that was a technical problem on that occasion. They should certainly have had a front changer on that front chain ring of his in the Tour de France, but that's not a problem this afternoon because he's got 2 chain rings on this bike and he's got a chain guide as well. He's coming up to the Flamme Rouge right now, the international sign for every bike rider, indicating that just 1,000 meters to go. And nobody's going to catch this man now.
Well, he made his move probably 19 kilometers from the finish. At first he was with Mercado and Martinez, then he dropped them both, and now he's been alone ever since. A very, very good piece of descending. This is the icing on the cake for David Miller now, because it'll prove he has good legs, good form, as he looks forward to an attempt at winning his first ever World Time Trial title, following in the wheel tracks of the other great British time trialist, now retired, Chris Boardman. So he'll enjoy this last few moments. He's no stranger, as I said earlier, to winning road stages as well as time trial stages in the previous Vueltas. But you're only as good as your last win, Paul, and this is a special one for him.
You're only as good as your last win. His last win was in Spain, but this is a lot better. And to win a road stage, in fact, he's won a road stage of the Vuelta before, I think outsprinting Santiago Portera. But this one, look at the joy there. He's enjoying this, sitting up with about 500 meters to go. He knows he's got it in the bag, and he's saluting the crowd quite admirably.
Well, he's no need to worry about time. He's lost far too much of that. He's thinking purely of the stage win. Good result for his team Cofidis, and a chance to enjoy the moment here as he comes in. This time in the Vuelta last year, I think he was already out of the race. He'd slung his bike away. But now a year makes a big difference as David Miller wins the stage.
Look at that speed, 47.5 kilometers average speed for this stage of 188 kilometers here this afternoon. Now this is the next group coming in, the group of 4 riders who were caught in no man's land, and the main field is not too far behind.
Well, Rasmussen looks as though he's going to give it a bit of a sprint here. He'll be challenged, I think, and it's Martinez is still there, but it's going to be a close run thing. Rasmussen with the most to gain, but at the end of the day, the gains will not be really significant as Martinez comes over. Oscar Sevilla, is he going to get second on the line? Close. It'll go to the photograph, but look at the sprint now. This is crucial because it looks like Zabel to me. It is Zabel on the line and Bataki nowhere. Now that is going to be probably the best gain of the day.
Big gain for Erik Zabel there, just ahead of Freddy Rodriguez, who was in there in the lime green jersey for Vinny Calderola. So obviously his team did have confidence in him. He was in there with a chance of getting himself a high placing, but for Erik Zabel that will extend his lead in the points competition. He needed to do that today over Alessandro Petacchi, because for the men who are exceptionally good on the flat stages, they've not got too many left here in this Vuelta a España. They've got one more tomorrow, and then they will have to do battle again on Sunday in Madrid. But this man flew the coop early on, 20 kilometers to go, 12.5 miles. And I have to tell you what, that was a very good performance. But look at his face there. You can actually see really pushed himself over those last 15 kilometers. And I'm not sure whether it's joy or relief which comes out onto his face.
Well, there's the result of the day. Alberto Martinez, who had every chance to go with Davy because he was alongside him at 20 kilometers to go. He led in Oscar Sevilla, Unai Osa and Michael Rasmussen. And then further down, Erik Zabel cleaned up from the bunch, and that might have won, in hindsight, Erik Zabel the points competition, but we won't know that for a few more days. Freddy Rodriguez continues to sprint well. What a shame in some ways there was a breakaway there, because Freddy would have done probably a great sprint. There's the presentation. Now, Bob, as we watch the presentation of Nozal, I did ask you, what on earth is the mascot on the left? And you said?
That is the Bay of Biscay blue crab. It's indigenous, endangered, and it's also one of the few migratory crustaceans and the mascot of the sponsor of the Golden Jersey.
Really? Well, I'm going to ask Paul Sherwen exactly what it really is in a moment, but that is Isidro Nozal, overall leader for 14 days now. No time difference to his teammate, nor to Roberto Heras, nor to Manuel Beltran or Valverde there at 5:20. Rasmussen will have gained just a few seconds on the sprint. He's still in 7th place. He's closing in ever so little on Francisco Mancebo. And the top 10 not changing today. Felix Cardenas there at 9:28, completing the top 10. Two and a half thousand kilometers now completed, and for the last 2 weeks we've had the same overall leader, Isidro Nozal of Spain. He's looking today to defend that lead on a shortish stage of the race, just 144 kilometers. The rider's now settling down for 4 nights in the same hotel in Madrid and going out to the courses each day. We're at Las Rosas now. It's a circuit race. That's just over a mile to the finish for this man, and I don't think they can take it away from him now. He'd be unwise to start celebrating just yet, but he's only won a stage in the Ruta del Sol in 2001, and in his first year as a pro he won a stage of the Tour of Argentina. Now he can add to that a stage in the Tour of Spain. Terrific result.
The blue bridge there across the road indicating to him that there are 2 kilometers left to go to the finish. That at the pace that he's been doing right now will be around about 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and that's all his body has to suffer for right now to get himself to the finishing line. But there has been a major acceleration in the main field. In fact, it's split the main field into 2 very distinct groups as we charge into town here right now. And once again, this has not been an easy stage of the Vuelta a Espana. He's got 58 seconds, so he stretched it out comfortably again over the chasers. I think he doesn't have to worry too much about that, because he could almost walk to the finish line now.
Hopefully, yeah, but you know, what a great demonstration it is from a rider. You know, you just keep on trying. One day they do let you go, and today was a very hard race in that breakaway. Strong man got away, the bunch weren't chasing, the combination was right. It was all working out perfectly, and when he hit them, he waited for them to make their attacks, got them on the sprint at Valdemarillo, and then just went straight by and away.
Well, right now he's just got to concentrate. This is a tough road to be away on your own. There's the police indicating get off the big highway right now and look for the road into town, and you can see these guys have got no organisation right now. They're all trying to leap away one at a time, and that is certainly not the best way to try and pull time back on the man in front. And in fact,
the whole group's though come together. Zabaya's up here now.
Yeah, they were only 10 or 15 seconds off a few moments ago, but I really wonder where Zabaya came from, because he must have done a storming ride.
He was originally in the break. He fell out of it. We never actually saw him for ages, and he's gone back up to it. But it doesn't matter now. It's all too late. He's another Mr. Persistent and Consistent, Zabaya. But this rider now is going to enjoy his moment as he heads through the kilometre. And he knows now nobody's going to catch him, Bob.
No, he's got a good shot here now. He just has to get around the corners in good order. Peloton is chasing very hard. It wouldn't surprise me if they caught the group that's chasing him. They seem to go under the 4K to go banner, just a little bit behind the little breakaway, which would wipe out the Benesto 2-rider advantage. They were at 3 minutes taking over the team lead. Maybe that's why Once did a very hard chase, split the Peloton. They won't catch this man, though. He's just going to be so pleased with this win. He put a lot into it. A couple of dodgy corners here before the finish line, but then he'll see the line and he'll know it's a great result for the team and a fantastic win for himself. He's never won a race this big, and they'll be drinking the champagne at the Paternina table tonight.
Checked over his shoulder, and it's a real big result for the Paternina team, this, and he deserves everything he gets out of this tour. He's won stages in the Ruta del Sol and the Tour of Argentina, but as every Spanish rider will tell you, to win a stage of the Tour of Spain, and he's going to milk this one and enjoy it all the way up to the line. Time is not important, but the victory is, and he has tried and tried and tried to do this over a number of days in breakaways and on his own, and always lost his chance in the closing kilometres. But that's how you do it. You get in a break which is really under pressure, you wait until they've stopped attacking one another, and you get away and you just do the ride. Clock starts now, but Pedro Diaz-Lobato is the stage winner of the 18th stage of the Tour of Spain. The peloton is here. Well, this is the merging of the two groups. There should be 8 riders here. Now, can Soraya get himself a result here? It's been quite an escape for two Benesto riders, though. Arrieta, Garcia da Costa are both in this escape. Horach is trying to, but there will be a slight gain in the team race, but only slight, because the whole field is into that back straight now. They won't be quick enough to catch the leaders here as the riders sprint for the line, but it looks to me as though it's Garcia who might take it out on the line. Oh, a nasty little clash of wheels there as Schweder tries to get over the top of Horach, who couldn't get away, so he finishes last. Kel may get it, and the two Benesto boys come over. This might just be Laguna as he crosses the line. As the sprint now, Pataki on the right again. As they come up to the line, will there be any points for Erik Zabel? Now, it may have been, there was a crash there, but we'll see on the replay, but there was really a very strange antic from him as he came over the line. He thinks he's won the stage.
I have a funny feeling the Kelme rider actually came up towards the end. He didn't realise that anybody was in front. We've seen this on a number of occasions in the past, and I think he thought he was going for the win there, and that's going to be rather upsetting.
We've seen Pedro Diaz win his first stage of the Tour of Spain, while poor old Constantino Sabaya, he thought he'd won his first stage. This is him coming up to the line. He'd caught the breakaway late on. He had no idea that one man had slipped away, and he was getting ready to celebrate his first ever win on a stage of the Tour of Spain. You've got to feel sorry for him, because he too, like Pedro Diaz-Lobato, is a real trier in this race, but it wasn't to be. He actually was second, 44 seconds behind Diaz, and the rest of the break coming in same time. Arrieta, Rafael Schweder of Germany, and Jose Garcia Acosta there completing the top 5, as it were. Inaki Isasi, all these riders were in the breakaway virtually throughout the day today. Laguna and Carlos Garcia. Zabel best of the rest in 10th, and a valuable few points there in the points competition, but not many gained, was it? Because Pataki was right on his back wheel, but interestingly, Zabel again beating him in the sprint to the line there, with Fred Rodriguez in 12th place. Heras finishing 36, same time as the golden jersey. This is the scene on the finishing podium today. Pedro Diaz, his 3rd win of his career, and without doubt far and away his best win. So in effect, there's no change amongst the leaders. Might be tomorrow. We're back in the mountains as we look down there. Valverde still just a little bit behind Beltran, Mancebo, and propping them all up is Felix Cardenas at 9:28. So no change at all in the top 10 as we head towards the last weekend. 15 days in the golden jersey now for Isidro Nozal. He's got an awful lot of these trophies, plaques and flowers, but I'm sure he's sharing them with a very, very good and efficient Once team. 19 days, the mountains are back in the Vuelta a Espana. Just a weekend to come, the last real opportunity now for Roberto Heras to attack the race leader of 15 days. Isidro Nozal knows now he's going to have to resist, surely, a hard attack from this man who won the race in the year 2000. It's going to be a tough day. This is the situation. Nozal still on top of the leaderboard, still with 3:03 on his teammate Galdiano. 3:09 is the big time count though on Roberto Heras. Beltran is in 4th. Alejandro Valverde still with some fight there in 5th. Further down the list as his final weekend approaches, Mancebo stays in 6th, while propping up the top 10, a stage winner on the Sierra Nevada, Felix Cardenas at 9:28. 4 Americans survived to the final weekend as well, and Levi Leipheimer is the best of them in 61st. Freddy Rodriguez, still promising us a stage win, perhaps on Sunday in Madrid, is lying there in 116th place. One man who is pretty safe in the King of the Mountains, and today should confirm himself as the King of the Mountains, is the Colombian rider Felix Cardenas, brought into this race to try and win this title for his small team, and it looks as though after today he will have done it. Let's have a look at the situation in the King of the Mountains competition. He's got 194 points, Aitor Oza back there on 112, and Horace Valverde Perez. Perez wants the leader of this competition very early on in the opening week. So that competition should end today. Let's have a look where we're off to. It stays 19, remember. It's a road pretty familiar to the riders who took part in this event 1 year ago, from Alcobendas to Collado Villalba, and Pablo Lestras, by the way, was the winner on that occasion. He's in a leading group of riders at the moment, as they just come over the top of the first category climb. The second first category climb, the Navacerrada, which takes us up to 1,880 metres, is still ahead. This is the main field, don't forget. There are still 11 riders ahead, but this now is the battle to try and unseat the golden jersey.
Well, Levi Leipheimer really getting into form in the last week of the Vuelta a Espana here. I think he's going to be a very serious candidate when we go forward to the World Championships in Hamilton. Luis Perez also moving forward. This is now Cardenas, the leader of the King of the Mountains classification. The pressure is on. Everybody has thrown caution to the wind. This is the last big chance in the Vuelta a Espana to really blow the race apart and maybe finally decide all of the positions in the top 10. Roberto Harris in about 7th or 8th place.
No, Tyler just swung off there, Bobby. We've seen him do that before. He has given 100%, and now he has gone. He's still got teammates there. Rasmussen has come in nicely now, right in behind Luis Perez. The big men in the overall are starting to test the water.
Roberto Harris going down the far side. He looked over his shoulder just to see what the face of Isidro Nozal was like. He knows he's got to do something very special here this afternoon. 3rd in the overall classification at the start of today, 3:09 behind. And right now it's Perez taking up the pacemaking. But you know what? Isidro Nozal is still there for the moment.
And they still have just over 2,000 feet to climb to the summit of this mountain, as we now see Harris really launching an early attack. He's got to go early, Bob. He's got to get minutes. He's not looking for seconds on this climb.
He looks fantastic right now. He's put in a big attack. Luis Perez, who's been riding so very strongly, starting to close the gap now with Michael Rasmussen. We haven't seen Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano. I think he has detonated. One of the first riders to go was Mikel Pradera, but he'd been doing a lot of the tempo leading up to the bottom of the climb. But now Eras knows that no matter who comes with him, he has to make a huge effort, and he's hoping that that man just down the line in the golden jersey will crack, start to open up gaps. You can see him trying to fight for the wheel of Chema del Olmo from the Menanatsa team. He's having a hard time doing that. I'm sure we'll see Oscar Sevilla come forward as a real strong ally for Roberto Harris, and they'll have a real attacking ride all the way to the top of this climb. And Nozal is in trouble right now.
Well, Luis Perez pulled off as well. He couldn't stay on the wheel of Roberto Harris. He never quite closed down. But this man, Gonzalez de Galdeano, is the one they wanted to get rid of. He's there with Tricky Beltran, won't get any help at all from him. But I think we'd seen that, hadn't we, Bob, on his face earlier on in the day. He really was not having a good day. Maybe the last weekend is going to be the last weekend too much for Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano.
Just one climb too many for Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano. You can see what Nozal can do to limit. Now Cardenas has come forward. Roberto Eras is flying up this mountain. He's putting in a big challenge now. He knows that he'll know now that de Galdeano is gone. He's done some serious damage already in the first couple of kilometers of this climb. He looks so composed. He's into a very good rhythm there. Cardenas struggling just to stay on his wheel, so you know he's making big progress. He needs for Nozal to crack, and Nozal needs right now to start resisting, going at his own tempo, not try to panic and try to go up the hill as fast as he can and see who has less. It looks like Piepoli from the Vanessa team has come flying across the gap. That's a very strong trio of climbers right there, putting in some big damage to Isidro Nozal.
Well, I think Galdeano, he knows how bad he's going at the moment. He will ride sensibly here and hope to close down a little bit of time on the descent. He will probably now concede second. He's got to watch out, though. He doesn't concede third to Alejandro Valverde, because if he finishes 2:17 behind Valverde, he will lose that third place, and Valverde will get his wish, and that's to be on the podium in Madrid. Now we're looking down on the peloton here, which is splitting up. Heras is really giving this just about everything he possesses, everything that's left in the stockpile now, and he's been joined by two good climbers. This is the leader here who's not panicking. He's got time in hand, and he knows this mountain isn't going to go on too long, so he will stay very sensible. There's Valverde in the blue jersey. Rasmussen is setting the pace, and I think, you know, he's just going to, it's very, very important at this moment in time he doesn't go into the red zone by doing silly things.
Well, he doesn't want to respond to the attacks of the climbers. This man is a little bit like a diesel engine. We've seen him ride superbly in the individual time trials, which indicates he can get up to speed and then ride at his own very good tempo, but he's not able to respond to the accelerations of men like Cardenas and Roberto Heras. They actually haven't opened up that much of an advantage right now, and they really need to start working together when they get to the steeper part of the climb. And look at that, there's a lot of work being done on the front. Looks like, in fact, it's Valverde in person who's stirring up the pacemaking.
Well, you have to remember that this climb actually kicks rather nastily in the last 500 meters to the summit, and you can make good progress there as we continue to twist our way up the mountain. The last big first category climb of this year's Vuelta Espana, the last chance for Heras to get time over the golden jersey. Enough time to maybe finish him off tomorrow in the mountain time trial. Zidane Nozal is in terrible difficulty. Look at this. He has slipped to the tail of the group now, and is looking extremely vulnerable, because at the front of the group it is Roberto Heras who is turning the screw. We have had shots too of the team car of Hussey rushing all around the place, I think shouting at the TV cameraman for getting too close to the race at the front. And there is the Hussey car now, and I think that this is a situation where again he's come up on the TV camera to complain about the proximity of the motorbike. But the one thing is sure, Nozal is being isolated in the bottom left of our picture.
And I can't understand why the man at the front there, top left-hand corner, Vicioso, has not been called back. It could be, Bob, but let's not forget these little race radios that everybody has. They only have a range of about 2 kilometers, and that's in a straight line. Well. And in a mountain like this, he might not be able to talk to his man. He's trying to get past, but look at the race referee. The race referee is not very happy at all with Manolo Sainz. He actually, on one occasion, I think, blocked the TV motorbike to one side of the road to stop him trying to get camera shots from the front of this group. But this man right now is going through all kinds of hell just trying to stay in the bike race.
Marco Serrano there now, the most solid of all the Team Hussey riders, is trying to pace him back. That's another group of riders just in front of them who have been dropped by the Heras-led attack on these slopes with Sevilla. Michael Rasmussen is in there. Heras now has a lot of allies in the attack on this golden jersey. Nozal is losing all kinds of trouble, and I think that Manolo Sainz is losing his mind right now. He's trying to block the TV camera and made him come to a dead stop on the side of the road, thinking that he was perhaps helping the breakaway riders a little bit too much. But it's an 11K kilometer climb up to 6,000 feet. You have to be a little bit calm when you're the team manager. They've been doing so much work. This is the last moment for anybody to unseat Nozal, and they're taking full advantage of it at this point.
Well, I think Nozal, hopefully, he's learned something over 3 weeks, and that's not to panic totally yet. He's got Serrano with him. Serrano is a wonderful teammate. Here he is talking to him, keeping him going, probably saying, just follow my wheel, sit there and wait. He's got David Echeverria has come up with him as well, and that's Santos Gonzalez in the striped suit, who also has a high position and doesn't want to lose it. So they're all gathering around Nozal now. And this guy also, don't forget, has made a lot of friends on this race because he's resisted all the attacks thrown at him. He never came in anybody's books as a winner of this tour. And I think a lot of people want to help him now.
Well, it actually looks there a little bit as if Santos Gonzalez is encouraging him too, because Gonzalez himself up in the top 10 or 12. This is Manolo Sainz. He's not very happy at all with the TV cameras there because he's trying to keep them away from the front end of the bike race. He feels that they were getting a little bit too close to the attacks of Roberto Heras and Oscar Sevilla and maybe falsifying the race. I think he will find himself with a very large fine here this afternoon. There's the race referee saying, you stay there, do not come by me. He has the ability to throw Manolo Sainz off the bike race, but he must be really pretty hot under the collar right now, Manolo, because this is the moment that the Vuelta a España is turning upside down.
Well, our cameras are actually looking for more action now, apart from what's on the cycling track here, as we're trying to work out what is going on. This is further up the climb here now. as we're seeing the whole breakaway split up. This is Filippo Simeoni. He was up in that original breakaway of 11. As I say, nobody up here is part of the race for the golden jersey, but there's a flotilla of cars back there now as they try to come together. That is Klaus Moeller in second place, but the real battle is down behind us, and we know now that Roberto Heras has got away off the front. He's looking for 3 minutes, and you know, Manolo's got to be careful here because he's needed on the race over the next 2 days, and I think after the way he's acting, he could find himself thrown off now and not be back until Madrid. At the same time, it's too early for Isidro Nozal to panic.
He must not panic. The most important thing right now is to try and recompose himself, get himself back into a situation where he's riding at a rhythm which is comfortable. He can afford to lose at least 2 minutes on this climb and still then take a few risks on a very long descent down into the finishing line. We can't get any photographs of Roberto Heras for the moment because it seems as if the TV motorbike that was alongside Heras has actually been stopped and he's having a hard time getting back into the race. But you see, this is a bad moment for a man who's been leading this bike race for 15 days. He can't even follow the wheel of his teammate there, Serrano, who's just trying to coax him, encourage him. And I think, Bob, I have a funny feeling, Bob, that even Santos Gonzalez is trying to help him.
I have a feeling too, and they might be training partners. 3 Spaniards here chasing Roberto Heras, and Heras is flying up the road right now. He's putting everything into this attack, and Nozal is in all kinds of agony. He's trying to follow the wheels. It looks like he is just totally out of energy. He's put so much into defending this jersey for over 2 weeks now. Roberto Heras has been in 3rd place, totally calm, cool, and collected, and now the big assault here. He did damage on the Sierra Nevada and the Pandera climbs, and now he's going flat out. You can see it looks like that might be the King of the Mountain jersey
it's
there.
Valverde as well.
And Valverde along with a little bit of a Kelme assault right now, and Isidro Nozal in all kinds of trouble. Manolo Sáenz is not doing any help at all. They're chasing Heras. He is flying up the mountain. It wouldn't surprise me if he caught up to Floyd Landis, his teammate, in a few moments. Landis, who was at the top of the climb now. We'll see Klaus Moeller there and Filippo Simeoni. Landis just detached from these riders. He'll wait for Heras and then fly down to the finish line and try to gain as much time as possible.
Well, it's a very fast and rapid descent down towards the line there, and a quick explanation of why Santos Gonzalez might have been helping there, because before he moved across to the Domino Vacanze team, he used to be a very integral part of Team Once. This man has ridden away right now from Oscar Sevilla, and he's also ridden away from Alejandro Valverde. He is trying to blow this race apart. This is further down the mountain. There's Beltran, and I would think in this group we will see number 21, but it's very difficult. There's so much action going on here on the slopes of this final first category climb that we're trying to get the whole of the story as much as we can. But Roberto Heras has done what he promised he would do, gone out on the assault. He's not looking right now, Bob, I don't think, of moving up into 2nd place. He wants to try and win the Vuelta here this afternoon.
He hasn't got the road left to win the Vuelta because we're coming to the top of the mountain now, and Isidro Nozal has got a teammate with him to get him back on the way down this mountain. He's played his cards, but I doubt he'll gain a minute on the day.
It might not be more than a minute. We don't know the exact gap between Heras and Nozal. Nozal seems to be coming in the same part of the mountain as Roberto Heras. You can see the remnants of the breakaway just in front of Roberto Heras. 1:11 down on Klaus Moeller. Let's see where Floyd Landis is on the road. It wouldn't surprise me if he was just up there, just around the corner. Heras will get hooked up with him, and then they will do everything they can to get to the finish line with as much time as possible. It was 1:11 to Heras. Let's see what the time gap is when Nozal gets to the top of the very last mountain on today's stage.
There's still a little way to go, but here he is, and the bunch is getting bigger around him as well. And 140 and counting, but remember, it's 1:11 is the figure we're taking off. He's lost 33 seconds at the moment as we continue the climb. And the Once boys, including Gonzalez de Galdeano, have got into this group now. They're massing together, and I think they're right to have ridden like this. Now, if you start pushing the golden jersey, then you'll get him disqualified.
I'll tell you what, Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano, he really is riding this bike race on a lot of courage too, isn't he, Bob? Because he looked in all kinds of difficulty just a few moments ago, and we can see there is at least 1 minute for Roberto Heras right now, and this group hasn't yet gone round the corner. I think we're going to look at around about 1 minute and 20 seconds, so it's going to be a huge battle, a huge pursuit down towards the finishing line.
Well, it might also turn out to be an ace card played by Johan Brunel to have put Floyd Landis in the first breakaway of the day, to have him ahead, to wait for Heras, and then team time trial into the line. he might be able to provide the firepower to keep him with an advantage of 1 and 1.5 minutes by the time they get down. And that would be the sort of tactic I think we'd expect from Johan. Here we are, they're back together. So Landis has come now from the front to pick up Heras. It's all going to a plan of US Postal, and I have to take my hat off to Brunel because it's working out yet again. Now they've got firepower to at least hold their gains as they run down to the finish.
3 kilometers in the finish to Simeone and Moeller. Now they've started to desperately try to fight out for the stage. They need to stay in front of the group because, of course, in the Heras-led group, there's a lot of riders that are conserving their energy. Christian Moreni especially is a very fast sprinter. He hasn't done one single turn on the front. Also, Diatzeberg is a very good finisher himself on a stage like this. So a lot of passengers in the group being led by the Kelme team and the U.S. Postal Riders. And Moeller and Simeone, if they want to win the stage, have got to stay in front of them. It's down to about 25 seconds. And here's the chase group getting ever closer. It's going to be about the same gap. It was 1:15 the last kilometer. It looks like they've closed one. No, it's exactly the same. So a real war on the roads into Coello da Villaba for this finish of the Vuelta a Espana.
It's a wonderful pursuit, 1:15. The leaders under 3, the chasers going for 3, the 2 leaders who got away on the climb, Moeller and Simeone. Here they are looking very tired because that group of Roberto Heras has shut down in 3 kilometers at 43 seconds and is closing now very quickly. Change of direction now as we head down into town. These are the 2 leaders at 2 kilometers to go, while we are still waiting for the time check for the chase at 3 kilometers. But it could be at the end of this day that about 1.5 minutes will be the only advantage of the race leader. Now that is going to make the time trial tomorrow extremely interesting because, of course, it's a mountain time trial. Here's the check now. This is behind the leaders at first.
Well, there's a few guys in this group, and just spot there, number 48, Luis Perez has also managed to get into this group of Roberto Heras, so he too is looking to move up in the overall classification. But right now, a lot of these passengers are throwing away the possibility of a stage victory. I think 1 or 2 riders really need to go forward right now and help the Kelme chase and also help the US Postal Service chase, because if they sit on this group for very much longer, they're going to lose any chance of winning the stage, which is why they're there.
The gap was at 17 seconds. It went up to 19 seconds. So 2 riders against about 20 riders were able to gain 2 seconds in just a few meters. So if they want to have a chance to win, the Maneso riders, there's a little bit of a disaster there. It looked like that
Someone's
might be Fabian Yecker, and there's a crash now trying to gain the maximum time. It looks like the Maneso rider, Francisco Mancebo, and Constantino Zavalla crashing also. He was so close to winning the stage yesterday. He's right on the limit today. You know that Postal and Kelme are doing everything to catch the breakaway, but Moeller and Simeone working very well together. A little bit of a climb here. Here they are now. They're coming up on 1 kilometer to go. It is going to be desperate to the finish line. They cannot sit on and try to rest. They have to fight it out all the way to the line.
Well, Simeone a couple of years ago got himself a stage victory in the Vuelta a Espana. He's been sitting on for the last few 100 meters, and he's hoping that it's going to force Klaus Moeller on the front to lead out the sprint. They are still surviving by around about 15 seconds over the chasing group, and surprisingly enough, that group behind, they've lost all the impetus, and that's really because a lot of the other guys are deciding to sit on the back and take the risk that it will all come together. But I think they've actually left it just a little bit too late.
Well, Simeone hasn't won a race for a couple of years, and now is his biggest chance as he tries to come off the wheel of Klaus Moeller. He should hold on. His last win was a stage in the Tour of Spain in the year 2001. 2 full years since he's won a stage. This could be his big moment as he swings into the straight. He's decided to take the lead here over Klaus Moeller. Judging by the face on Moeller, Simeone's going to get this victory for Domina Vacanzi, the team who almost never came here. Mario Cipollini stayed just long enough to qualify them. Simeone's give them vindication. He gets the victory. Now it's the time split that we want on the next group in, as Biedzeberg gets on terms with Christian Moreni. Here is a good sprinter in a situation like that. Moreni, I think, is just about going to hold off Scarponi. No. Well, they're having a great day out, Domina Vacanzi, and we've started now at 16 seconds the count, and this is now going to be absolutely vital. Floyd Landis in the end off the back. He may have been delayed a little bit in that crash, or he may have sat up because he's given a lot of effort today. Now the seconds are counting. Just how much time has Roberto Heras gained? Because every second could win him the race tomorrow.
Dario Frigo just on the back there, but this is a long finishing straight right now, and Roberto Heras did everything that he could this afternoon to try and get himself back into this race. Here's the golden jersey taking up responsibility himself on the front end of his team Once, and it's going to be around about a 1 minute mark on the line.
Oh, it's a very, very good comeback. They've had to call on the two men in the top two places overall to finish it off for the team at the end of the day. Little bit of help there possibly from Laura as they come up to the line. They, I think, have still got to turn into this straight and sprint, so it's going to be a long time. It might be a minute and a half, and that's what we said Heras needed today. If he has got a minute and a half, tomorrow could be one highlight of a time trial. As they race up to the line now as a team time group, the minute and a half is passing by. They say it's exactly 1.5 minutes, less 16 seconds is 1 minute 14 in total. Let's have a look at the stage result of Filippo Simeoni winning ahead of Klaus Mola, ever-present Klaus Mola on this race. Perdiguero it was who came up from nowhere to get third place, Moreni and Zeberg. But the big names, where did they all finish? 9th, Alejandro Valverde. Heras 11th plus 16 seconds, but then look, Nozal plus 1 minute 30, he loses at minute 14, and Galdiano right alongside the man who is on the same team. His once big leaders now shrunk to 1 minute and 55 seconds. Heras himself comes into second place. Gonzalez de Galdiano goes down to third but keeps the same time deficit. Alejandro Valverde comes up to fourth and at 1 minute 3 off Galdiano. Might get him yet for a podium place in Madrid. Francisco Mancebo, he's come up to fifth. He's jumped over the top of Francisco Beltran, I beg your pardon, who is up there in sixth place. This has been changes amongst the leaders, but not amongst the leader. He keeps his golden jersey. He had to work harder than he's ever worked. This man, has he matured over his 16 days as leader of this tour. He's now 2 days away from victory, but he knows he is not safe. Tomorrow, of course, he's got the mountain time trial, so he's not going to sleep too easily tonight. And I can tell you, by the way, the contretemps with the team management, the mechanic and Manolo Sainz, the commissaires are sitting, and they could yet be thrown off this race for their actions out on the course. Yes, it's only 11 kilometres, but it seems certain now to decide the destiny of the final golden jersey when this race ends in Madrid tomorrow. And the question is, will it be Isidro Nozal or indeed Roberto Heras? It's all uphill today from about 1,040 metres right through to the summit of the Abantos climb. And it's only short, but it could still alter the final destiny of this race. It is all uphill, as you can see. A little bit of respite in the middle. We finish up at around 1,530 metres. The riders are underway, and we'll catch up with that very shortly. 11.2 kilometres in total. The top is at 1650. The average gradient 5.6 with a maximum of 16%. They say they have fitted on the back cluster 25 tooth sprockets, so that is a very low gear. Manolo Sainz has been told not to come near the Vuelta Espana now for this weekend and stay away. He was accused of bringing not only the race into disrepute but also the sport when he came up against the television camera here, and he actually pinned the vehicle up against the wall and stopped them filming Roberto Heras, and there was a huge exchange of temper. And as a result, and don't forget that the president of the UCI, the World Cycling Governing Body, Hein Verbruggen, was on the race. He's been fined 800 Swiss francs, it's around about $600 US. He's also been told to stay away from the race, and I think he'll find further sanctions coming from the UCI. Now Miller, once again, the third time in this race, he's come in with the best time. He'll throw down the gauntlet now and see if anybody can pick it up. I must say, if he wins a mountain time trial, that will be an extremely good performance by this man, and he's clearly come here to win this. A little bit uncomfortable for him. It looks as though the glasses have slipped with the sweat on his nose there, but he hits the line. Clearly the best time, 26:17, a minute and 12 seconds better than the man already in the start house. This is going to be desperately close for David Miller, and if it is Jeke who takes over, will be something of a surprise, I think. We didn't expect Jeke to rival David Miller on a climb like this. He is a very good climber, strong man. He started with severe determination when he left the start house. improves. He went through with a much better time than David Miller at the halfway check, and it's going to be close, and I think it's going to beat him. It looks as though he's managed to keep his effort. He knows he's on the possibility of a top time, and at this sort of level, it could be the best time that will withstand the day here. That's not Miller watching him go by the way, but it's the best time. Continue to improve all of the way up. This is the arrival of Levi Leipheimer, and a very good time indeed. This is confirmation that Levi is coming back to his form after that nasty crash in the Tour de France in July. He's riding in second place at the moment, and Lyseca's time there 25:40. I don't think he'll get inside that. It's still a fair way to go, but a very determined ride here by Levi Leipheimer. He should make the top three. There's still, of course, the big boys to go. Cheered all the way up to the summit. Look at his face as he comes up to the line, and he is now aiming at Miller's time at 26:17. He'll be inside that for sure. So he's going to slot in at the moment in third place. It's only a question of with what time. A good effort this by Levi. I think he wanted to prove to himself he was returning to form. 26 kilometers an hour for that climb. That's good. And just 33 seconds off the pace. So Fabian Jecker's still best time. The four Americans are now all in. These are the time splits based on the time of Fabian Jecker, and Leipheimer just 33 seconds slower.
Roberto Heras now out on the course. This is all or nothing for Heras to win the Vuelta a Espana. He lost it on the last time trial last year, and I'm sure he's carrying some of that bitterness with him. Yeah, look at these crowds. He's coming through, and he's 3 minutes into his effort, and he's starting to feel it right now a bit.
Here he is in the starting gate now, right now, for the moment of truth for him. He has 10 seconds per kilometer in hand, and as long as he doesn't panic over the first couple of kilometers, he should really have enough in hand to win this Vuelta a España, and maybe the biggest surprise winner since Melchior Mauri did the same thing back in 1991, and by coincidence for the same team as well, Team Once.
Well, when he got the race lead about day 3 or 4 into the race, he said he now wanted another teammate to carry the weight of the golden jersey, but it wasn't to be. He became from the big senior super domestique to the team leader, and now he's starting the most important ride of his career. I think visually, looking at Heras, he is gaining time. It's just that we don't know how much.
He's gaining time almost certainly. He's dancing on the pedals like a pure climber that he is. He's a magical man when it goes to going up hills fast, and I think today he wants to try and take out the stage victory if he can. As we go a little further up, we can see the arrival here of Felix Cardenas. Again, a very good time by Felix Cardenas. It's not going to knock Fabian Jecker off the top of the leaderboard right now because it's still a long way to go. Well, I tell you what, I might be wrong.
Well, it's going to be very close, but it's a very, very, very good time because it's the best. 25:22. Now, that is a great ride by Cardenas. I'm sorry for Fabian Jecker. He thought he was on for a great victory there. But that's the king of the mountains for you. He's on his own ground and he's put in the best time.
Here's Ivo Gonzalez Igandiano well down in 36th place, a minute 12 down so far. So he is more than likely losing his third place in the overall classification.
Well, we'll wait and see too, because remember, 2 minutes behind him is Roberto Heras. That's going to be a lovely carrot to try and catch Galdiano at the moment. We don't know what Valverde has done at that check. We didn't see him go through. Our cameras are swinging around 6.5 kilometers to the summit now. And look, he's right on the mark. He's almost 2 minutes quicker. He goes through second best time at 13:26. Well, 14, so he's a minute quicker now. I've seen a lot quicker than that, though.
Seemed a lot quicker. He's 9 seconds down on the time that was set there by Fabian Jecker. Now, this is a very good time check for Roberto Heras. He will realize that he's in the same time as the fastest men up the mountain so far. You can see he was faster at this point than Cardenas, but Cardenas carried on and improved, and Roberto Heras is going up this mountain as if it's flat, Bob. He's taking all kinds of risks. Very rarely do you see a man go uphill like this and have to slow down to go around the corners.
Here he comes to the all-important first-time check.
Nozal coming through 27th position, a minute exactly on the leader, which puts him not so far. The GPS system is about right at 48 seconds. 14:17 for Nozal, and that compares with 13:26 of Heras. So there's the situation. Heras in second, 9 seconds behind the leader, and coming in Nozal at 14:17. It is going to be close, but I think he might hang on. Here comes Alejandro Valverde. Still top of the leaderboard is Cardenas at 25-22. Has Valverde done enough? It's going to be very, very close here. He's won 2 stages already in the mountains, and he gets it. My goodness me, it must be by 100th of a second. 25-22.
That's unbelievable. This is going to turn out to be a very closely fought out race here this afternoon. What an incredible sprint. This kid at 23 years of age is doing well.
But I'll tell you what, I think Valverde will have done enough there to have taken 3rd place in the Tour of Spain. He thought that was remote. I think he's done it with that ride. But this man here now could be feeling the opposite effect to what he felt a year ago when he lost in a time trial. He is now so close, and I have to say it, Nozal looks absolutely beaten at the minute.
He looks horrible. He's got to find something in the reserve tank. He's got to put everything into it. This could go down to a couple of seconds one way or the other, and he has to fight all the way to the finish line. He's got to try to find something from somewhere, but he's lost it all right now. And look at the difference. Roberto Heras, 1 kilometer to go.
Bob, look at the difference in the energy. Just look at the difference in the energy right now. Roberto Heras is out of the saddle. He's bouncing. He's keeping the legs going. Where the man on the right-hand side in the yellow jersey, he appears to be struggling. You can see the pain in his legs just trying to keep that gear ticking over right now. He is not on his own terrain here for the moment. Roberto Heras is.
He's close enough to get the best time, which is very, very important for the win as well. What a way to take the golden jersey if that's the way it's going to be. Heras racing now, chasing Valverde's time of 25-22. That surely is good enough. 25:08. Now the clock starts, and if it counts more than 2 minutes plus the 2 minutes he's behind, then I'm afraid the golden jersey will have shifted shoulders. Well, 27:03.
That's the time that this man has to cross the finishing line if he's going to stay in the golden jersey.
Sorry, bud.
So bitterly disappointed at losing the Vuelta last year on the last day of the race. Nozal is going to feel that today. He's in 28th place now. It's going to be so desperately close.
27:03 was the time. It has gone by. He is out of the golden jersey as he comes to the line. Isidro Nozal, for 16 days the leader, will slot back into 2nd place today. And for the 3rd year in succession, the final time trial has switched the destiny of the overall leadership. Nozal and Hussey have suddenly lost their grip on this race. It's now swung over to Roberto Heras and the US Postal. 27:31. He concedes 2:23, 28 seconds too far.
It's a shame really to see a champion like that lose, because he fought so well. He was thrown all kinds of attacks at him in the Pyrenees. He defended it superbly in the flat individual time trials, but here on the slopes here to the summit of this incredible climb, the Alto de Abantos, he just could not get the power which Roberto Heras had. And just look at the difference in the pedaling style, how much freer, how much more energy Roberto Heras has got coming up to the line. Not only has he won himself the stage here this afternoon, but he's won himself the Vuelta a Espana for the 2nd time in his career.
It's all gone wrong for Hussey with just the 1 day to go to the end. First of all, the day's result. Roberto Heras wins the stage in 25:08. Another inspired performance by the 23-year-old Valverde, just 14 seconds slower. King of the Mountains Cardenas gets 3rd. Then the early leader Erik drops to 4th. Gonzalez there in 5th. A little bit further down, Mancebo was 19th, but Igor Gonzalez de Galdeano 41st. Nozal finishing 43rd. Look at those time gaps. They both lost their respective places in the overall classification because of that. The American riders, well, this is a good ride by Levi Leipheimer at 48 seconds, taking an 8th place today. Floyd Landis' ride looked good when he finished, but he slipped away to take 32nd place. Let's go down then to the presentation now, the golden jersey. There it is. This time a year ago, he was about to lose the golden jersey and finish 2nd. Now he's reversed that, and I think tomorrow he will win this race, of course, when we go down to Madrid. Outstanding, inspired ride today. He never believed that he could remove a 1 minute 55 second deficit, and in fact he removed a lot more than that to win this race by a reasonably clear margin tomorrow. Great performance. Roberto Heras now leading the race with a day to go, 28 seconds to the good over the 16-day leader Isidro Nozal. Valverde has claimed a podium finish tomorrow. Gonzalez de Galdeano has fallen away into 4th, and the ever-consistent Francisco Mancebo holds 5th place. Let's have a little look further down. Beltran will finish the race in 6th place to complete a great result for US Postal. Michael Rasmussen, Cardenas and Luis Perez claiming top 10. And after 3 weeks of racing, the scene is now set. The final city, Madrid, is ready to welcome home Roberto Heras as the winner for a second time since the year 2000. Let's have a look then at the map, because this is the final stage, and although they've shortened the route slightly because of various reasons on the course to make a compensation, they've taken a lap off in Madrid, so we're doing 7 circuits when we get into the city. It's 90.6 miles. Big interest, of course, in the sprint, because yesterday on the finishing result, Valverde got the lead on points by a single point. Here it is over Erik Zabel and Pataki at 135. Those 3 riders could still take off the points prize in this event. Let's have a look then what has been happening on the course. This was the first sprint of the day at Aganda del Rey. After 25 kilometres, the white jersey of German champion Zabel taking it out over his teammate Stefan Westermann. Valverde contesting it in 3rd. That's the situation after sprint 1. Zabel 155, Valverde 153. Pataki, for some reason, not in the points, didn't seem to contest it, sitting back there on the same score. And then we went on to the second sprint, which was only 11 kilometres later. Now, this was a telecom demonstration. The whole team going for it, again with terrific enthusiasm. The man that won the points competition last year, Erik Zabel, simply flew away from the field. Zabel taking this one eventually, again ahead of Westermann, with Torsten Heikmann, his teammate, in 3rd place. So currently then, with 1 sprint still to come, Zabel is now 6 points to the good over Valverde. Pataki not contesting these sprints. He may have conceded them and decided to just go for what would be his 5th stage win. And the other 2 riders really don't count. Cardenas, of course, the king of the mountains. So let's now go down to the action. That's Tony Towler on the front at the minute as he tries to launch it. Nice little lead out for rival Erik Zabel. This one, Tony. Fine, I'm sure Valverde will thank you for this, because Zabel is sitting there, Westermann, and he's now inviting him to go and take the sprint. I think that was something of a nice gesture from the Kelme team, in all honesty, which indicates to me, Bob, that they might be saying, Erik, there's no way we can handle you, so go ahead and get the points.
Well, I think you got the tactics all wrong there. I don't think he expected to see Erik Zabel responding quite so quickly. If he could have got a gap, he would have tried to get himself maximum points and take them away. In fact, he's trying to sprint out against Erik Zabel right now, because it looks to me as if Towler may well have got the 4 points ahead of Erik Zabel.
I've never seen a tactic like that. And he seemed as if he was going to set up, and then Zabel didn't sprint, and then at the last moment he came around him. Well, that was a brilliant tactical move right there. I've never ever seen that.
2 points.
He did save 2 points.
And that might be crucial in the final sprint, you know.
Antonio Towler is an absolute genius. He pulled off, he waved them through, they both sat up, both Westermann and Zabel sat up, and then Tony sprinted them again. I don't think that will make Erik Zabel very happy at all to see what Tony
I think he'll have a chuckle. I think Zabel's got enough points advantage over the challenger Alessandro Valverde to have a good laugh about that, because that was a good move and certainly gave us a bit of a laugh here. Look, Erik Zabel, he's a real gent.
Well, he's 8 points to the good now over Valverde, so he hasn't got to lose many places in the sprint if Valverde was to take out the win today, with 25 for the win. He's got to be in the first 3, I think. But the way they're riding here, I'm not sure whether Valverde is going to contest that points competition. Here's now the new situation. Zabel has 161, Valverde 153. Pataki not getting involved at all, saving his legs for what he thinks will be a 5th stage win in not too long from now. 135 points for Pataki. But here comes the charge now, and again Alessio is trying to do something here. It's making it very difficult for Pataki's team to keep control. You can see that clear white jersey of the German champion Erik Zabel. Also now, all he's doing is holding his place. He doesn't have to win the stage anymore to win this race on points.
2 kilometres ago, it's absolute chaos at the front end of the main field. You would never see the teams of Domino Vacanti lose control of the front end of the peloton like that as we go inside the kite right now. The white jerseys are on the front. Zabel's up into second position. That's a little bit too far to the front right now. Here's the counter-attack. This is going to be Lombardi.
This is for Lombardi. This is the big lead out to try and get him to the line and give him a happy day in his adopted country. The Italian there is lined up in placing, but Grady's also trying to get in on this act too. As still, Pataki is perfectly placed along with Erik Zabel. They are gambling as always with the sprinters. They're holding their position until the last minute, and we're having a job actually staying just in front of them here. But as we look under the trees now, still it is the men of Fassa Bortolo looking for the exact location. Now this could go the opposite way, because slowing down like this could lead to the sprinters. Rodriguez is over on the right there as well. Gutierrez is centre here now, and Lombardi is also still in this race with a chance. Now the lead out has started again, but they're mixing it up now because they're breaking into the sprinters' rights of Fassa Bortolo as they come round that nasty dogleg. It is still a chance now, but Pataki is going to have to cover at third wheel. Zabel's left it far too late. As I say that, he makes his move over on the left of our picture. A final kick from Zabel, forget it. Pataki had it all right all of the time and wins convincingly on the line. He gambled his whole day on that, and he threw away any possibility of winning the points competition because he wanted a fifth stage win in this year's Vuelta.
Well, Erik Zabel started a long way down. There's Roberto Heras just coming through in the yellow jersey, being congratulated by his teammates, so no problem at all. He finished in the same time, and that was the fastest lap, 6 minutes and 33 seconds. A very rapid final lap here in the very heart of Madrid. Well, no sign either of the blue jersey, or the points jersey, I should say, of Alejandro Valverde, because look at this. Look how far back Erik Zabel came from. He was a long way back. He was just getting it up into gear, and he was actually moving in on Pataki all of the time as Pataki easily salutes the crowd. And Freddy Rodriguez consistently up there again in third position, but you cannot beat this man right now. And Phil, that takes it up to win number 26 for the season and number 5 in the Vuelta a España.
Absolutely amazing. He makes it all look so easily, doesn't he? But this is the man who is the best sprinter of the year. Pataki wins. The last lap was the quickest lap. Zabel did well to get second, and at the end of the day is a clear winner of this race on points, as he was 1 year ago. The sprinters, of course, getting their day in Madrid. Pataki getting the better over Zabel, who finished very quickly, but not quite quick enough. And Freddy Rodriguez, another good third place for Fred there, ahead of Usov and Ado. Let's go down onto the podium. Alessandro Pataki. Oh, the trophies are getting bigger by the minute here, and he's got plenty of them now. He's had a wonderful season, and he's won right at the end, and he's finished his first Grand Tour of the year. Now moving on to the combined competition, Alejandro Valverde deservedly won this, the highest placed rider in all of the competitions combined. Felix Cardenas, the king of the mountains, he's finished in second, and the winner of the race coming into third place there, Roberto Heras, and stage winner there, Rasmussen and Lozal, fourth and fifth. And there he is, I think the big star, the big discovery of this year's Vuelta, Alejandro Valverde, his second year, just over 23 years of age, and he's going to be a top boy in the years to come. Let's move on to the points competition. This provided us with a real good battle throughout these 3 weeks. In the end, the grand old man of sprinting, Erik Zabel, repeating his victory of 1 year ago, winning by 20 points in the end over Valverde and Pataki. So the jersey which we normally know as the king of the mountains in other races is the points prize here, and Erik Zabel has won it again. In the King of the Mountains competition, he was a very solid leader, never really challenged. From Colombia, Felix Cardenas getting in the end 204 points to anybody else's 112. Almost double there, wasn't it? Aitor Osa, Johan Horash in third place. And there he is, Cardenas, having really the last few days more or less off, as he knew he was going to win this award as he came down into Madrid. Let's have a look at the team. Not good reading, I'm afraid, for Once. They led almost all of the way, losing the lead after the time trial yesterday to iBenesto.com, the defending team champions, and losing it by only 1 minute and 3 seconds. The two top teams both retiring from the sport of cycling at the end of this year, and that is certainly very, very sad indeed. Kelme a distant third. But these are the three men that take away major honours in this year's Vuelta a España. Roberto Heras, who won for Kelme in the year 2000, is the winner. Lozal, who led it for 16 days, in the end looks quite happy, I think, with his second place. And Valverde, he claimed that third place slot. 28 seconds, the 5th closest finish in the history of this race. 2:25 back to Valverde. Gonzalez de Galdiano was never out of the top 4, but 4th is where he settles at 3:27, and Francisco Mancebo there in 5th place. Let's have a look at where the 4 Americans finished. Remember, George Hincapie voluntarily retired before the end. Levi Leipheimer going now to the World Championships along with the rest of the names here. He finished in 58th place. Floyd Landis, Bobby Julich and Fred Rodriguez here as a sprinter. And he certainly showed over this last week especially, he was a little bit unlucky not to get a stage win. We're going to leave you now with the images of what has been a beautiful and aggressive Vuelta Espana. Goodbye.